An annoying ringing had me rolling over and unsuccessfully trying to pick up my phone. "Yeah?" I mumbled. "We can't even be in the same room," Jake shouted in my ear. I rolled onto my back and tried to wake up. "What? Huh?" I asked, blinking as I tried to get used to the light streaming in my window. "Derek and I met last night to try and talk things out," Jake explained, his voice thick. "We barely said a sentence to each other before we started yelling. That fucker can go to hell." "What? Wait, slow down." I tried to understand. "What happened when you met?" "We can't stand each other, that's what happened," he grumbled. "He started saying how it was all my fault, and I asked him if he was still talking to his ex-girlfriends. He admitted it." I blinked at the high note in his voice. "What?" he said. "What?" "He said he was being friendly with his exes," he scoffed. "I know what being friendly for Derek is, and those bitches still like him." Was he fucking serious? "Jake," I stated calmly, "do you have proof? Have you seen him actually flirt with an ex?" "Well, no, but he does," he countered. I shook my head. "Okay. So you were acting like a jealous ass to the point he broke up with you. You had a chance to fix it and work it out, but instead you went in and accused him of more flirting?" The line was silent for several heartbeats. Yeah," he admitted. "Damn it, Jake," I snapped. "Why?" "I don't know. When I saw him, I got pissed and went off." He sighed. "I don't even want to be around him anymore." "He's been your friend for years," I reminded him. "Yeah, well, maybe we weren't good enough friends to get through this shit," he groused. I sighed. I was afraid of this. "I'm sorry, hon," I said. "Never date a friend, Lexi," he sniffed. It implodes." I spent the next hour calming him down. During that hour, I fed Hades, took him out, and made coffee and toast. I didn't have much of an appetite this morning. When I hung up, my heart was aching for Jake. When I went back upstairs, I checked the time. It was 1 p.m. How the hell had I slept so long? I had gone to bed before midnight. Shit. Not having any plans, I picked up my drawing supplies and went back downstairs to work. I was at the table, looking out the window and drawing the lake when Tara came downstairs. I ignored her as I focused on my work. I had coffee. I was drawing. There was no reason for her to talk to me. Tara made a sandwich and grabbed a soda before sitting at the table. My shoulders grew tense as I continued to ignore her. We sat in silence. After she finished her lunch, she reached across the table and slid one of my completed drawings to her. I focused on shading a section. "These are good," Tara said. I paused in my drawing. "Thanks." I didn't know what to make of it, so I went back to drawing. "You say you're dying, but you got a job. Why?" she asked directly. I stopped drawing and looked up at her. "I've always wanted to be a tattoo artist." I looked back down at my drawing. "If I don't get to do that, at least I'll get to work in a shop for a while." I went back to drawing. "When you showed up, Dad treated you different," she said. I stopped drawing as she continued. "He let you get away with stuff I never could." "Well, now you know why," I told her. "I'm dying, so he lets me out to deal with ghost crap." "Yeah, I get it now," she whispered. "Your friends, do they know?" "You mean Zeke and Asher?" I asked as I changed pencils. "No, all of them," she said. "Isaac knew what to do in April, when you fell into the water." "Yeah, they do," I admitted as I looked up and met her eyes. "They've saved my ass. I can't even count how many times now." "They really do care about you," she pointed out. "They're my friends." I went back to drawing. "Well, I'm glad you have them," she said, before getting up and heading for the stairs. Damn it. If you want, I can make you a sachet for nightmares, I offered before I realized it. She stopped at the stairs. Thanks. She smiled before heading back upstairs. Well, that was weird. Maybe realizing I was going to die soon loosened the stick from her ass. I worked for another half hour before the door opened. Asher strode in.
Hey, what are you doing?
He asked as he closed the door behind him. Drawing. I smiled as I put my stuff aside. What are you doing?
Picking you up,
he countered.
We're going swimming.
I started picking up my stuff, happy to get out of the house and away from Tara. Give me 5 minutes. We took his truck and left Hades behind since it was still too hot out for him. Asher had pulled off the highway and onto an old paved road I'd never seen before. Where are we going? I asked. Asher smiled as he pulled off onto a dirt road.
There's a great hidden swimming spot out here that we used to swim at.
Why is it so great? I asked, curious now.
No one but the guys really know about it,
he said. He stopped the truck at the end of the dirt trail. Oh, yeah? I picked up my towel and put my sunglasses on top of my head. He grabbed his towel.
Yeah, now you don't have to worry about people being blinded by your pale legs.
I shot him a look before getting out. Asher chuckled as he got out on his side and came around.
It's this way.
He pointed down a trail. Asher led me down the trail for 5 minutes before we reached the lake. The swimming hole was beautiful. It was a small inlet surrounded by trees and grass. In the middle of the cove was a platform floating on the water. An old rope hung from a tree near the water. The water was practically clear. Wow, I said.
Nice, right?
He said. Where'd the platform come from? I asked when we reached the waterline. I slipped my sandals off before unbuttoning my shorts.
We made it at Zeke's, then brought it out here and anchored it,
Asher said. I looked over and pressed my lips together. Asher was taking off his shirt, showing off his muscled upper body. My eyes ran down his defined abs to his board shorts that rode low on his... I turned my back so I could get my drooling under control. Damn. I let out a breath as I pulled off my shorts and put them on my towel. There was a splash. I looked over my shoulder as Asher was coming back up. I went back to taking off my shirt, tossing it onto the rock with my sunglasses before I went to the shoreline. I ran and dove into the water. I came back up and swam out further.
Nice splash,
he teased. I splashed him and then started swimming. Asher started swimming after me. We swung into the water, swam, and jumped off the platform for over an hour. The sun was behind the mountain when I was floating. I moved from my back and dunked again, slicking my hair back. I wiped the water out of my eyes after I came back up. Asher was watching me with a small grin on his face. That fucking grin killed me. Why are you smiling? Do I look that funny without makeup? He snorted.
You're beautiful, Allie,
he said, his voice serious. I rolled my eyes. Cute, I'll give ya. Beautiful? Not buying it. I shook my head at him. He chuckled before dunking and coming back up. He slicked back his hair. I looked away for my own sanity. I pointed out to the platform. Come on, let's get out for a bit. I swam for the platform, climbing up the ladder when I reached it. I sat down on the side, my feet in the water. Asher joined me, his knee bent behind me, his arm hanging on his knee. The other leg dangled in the water. The sun was behind the mountain, throwing the inlet into the shade. It was a pretty evening. I looked up at him to find him looking down at the water, his face somber. What are you thinking about? I asked gently. He sighed.
About what you said last night.
He turned to look down at me.
You were right. I'd regret leaving Jess, even if I don't recognize her anymore.
I'm sorry, Ash, I said. He shook his head, his eyes back on mine.
Don't be. You were right.
I didn't want to be, I admitted. Hell, you'd be happier if I wasn't, but then...
I'd regret it.
He finished for me.
Like you said.
I'm sorry, I told him.
Allie.
I looked up and met his eyes.
How did you know I'd regret it?
I gave him a small, soft smile. I know you. My voice was quiet, just barely louder than the water lapping at the platform.
You really do,
he whispered. His eyes ran over my face.
I care about you, Allie.
I care about you, too. He swallowed hard.
No, Allie. I have feelings for you.
My heart raced. Everything stopped. You do? I asked, stunned. Was this really fucking happening?
Ever since you stayed that week with me,
he said softly.
I thought I'd just write it out, but my feelings aren't going away.
His ocean eyes ran over me again. My heart raced as warmth poured through me. He swallowed hard.
Do you have feelings for me?
My heart slammed against my ribs, taking my breath away. Before I realized it, I was answering softly. Yeah. The tension left his shoulders as he let out the breath he'd been holding. He smiled, and for a moment I thought it might work, that I could be with him and be happy. Then I remembered what my future held, and reality came crashing down. But I took a deep breath as I met his eyes. But I don't think that matters. His face fell. I had to give him a reason that wasn't the truth. I scrambled for an excuse. Ash, if it went wrong, if we try and break up, I would lose all of you. His eyes unfocused as he looked out at the water again.
You think it wouldn't work?
My heart breaking, I answered, That's not it. If it went wrong, I could lose everyone. He looked down at me.
No, you wouldn't. We're family. We'd never...
Look at Jake and Derek, I said desperately. Please buy this. I can't tell you the truth. Not yet. They can't even be in the same room right now, and they have years of being friends over us. My throat tightened. I can't lose you guys.
Allie, they broke up a couple of days ago.
He reminded me.
It's going to take some time for them to adjust, but...
Do you really want to take that chance? I asked quietly. Asher, please, believe it. We were quiet for a few minutes.
Shit,
he cursed with feeling.
Allie, I can't lose you. Even if...
He took a breath.
Even for the chance of something more.
I can't lose you guys either. He wrapped his arm around me and buried his face into my hair. This was for the best. Really, it was.
I shouldn't have said a damn thing,
he said, his voice thick.
I shouldn't have told you. I should have just kept my mouth shut.
I squeezed him back. No, Ash, it's okay, I reassured him. It was nice to hear once. We both know this can't happen, so now maybe we can move on. I hoped I wasn't full of shit. I wiped my face, hoping he wouldn't notice. His lips moved to my forehead.
Allie.
He groaned softly. He noticed. I rubbed my hand over his back. It's okay. I'm a girl. We leak. He snorted, his hold loosening. I pulled away and wiped my face again, looking back towards shore.
Did I just screw everything up between us?
His voice was pained. I looked up at him and shook my head, my heart sore and aching. No, Superman. We'll be okay. I reached up and ran my fingers along his jaw. It's just going to suck for a while. He looked like his heart was hurting too. It was hard to see. I dropped my hand and turned back toward shore. We should head back.
Yeah, we're supposed to meet at Miles's soon,
he said. I nodded and then slipped into the water. He splashed in behind me. When we reached the shore, we silently got dressed and headed back to the truck. Neither one of us spoke as we got in. He started the truck while I put my seatbelt on. The tension was so thick in the cab I could almost taste it. This was the right thing to do. Too bad my heart wouldn't listen. We were almost back to the old paved road when he stopped the truck and put it in park.
"What are we doing, Allie?"
He whispered. I didn't know what to say.
"Why aren't we going to try?"
He asked, his voice soft. My pulse skipped. Because if we broke up... I met his rough eyes. He leaned over the console, then his lips were on mine. My heart slammed in my chest. My eyes closed automatically as his lips moved. He kissed me gently before his lips pressed down. Then I was kissing him back. I couldn't stop myself. I didn't want to. Vanilla and cinnamon filled my senses as his fingers slid up my jaw until he held my cheek. My lips opened to his. He slipped in and scrambled my brain. He kissed me sweetly, his mouth driving everything away. I moved with him, not caring if this was smart or right. I just wanted to feel Asher a little longer. His free hand moved to my knee. Tingles rushed through me as his fingers brushed my skin. He kissed me deeply. My heart raced in my chest, in the back of my mind. I knew this was stupid. This was Asher. Wonderful, talented, sexy as hell Asher. I had fucking loved him for months. I knew I couldn't have him. I just needed this memory. I needed this feeling just a little fucking longer. His fingers moved up the skin on the outside of my thigh. Our kiss slowed, became gentler, softer. When he pulled back, I tried to catch my breath. His hand moved down to hold my neck, his thumb running over my throat. His eyes met mine.
"Why aren't we trying?"
He whispered. My chest ached. I bit the corner of my bottom lip. He needed to believe me. I wasn't ready to tell him. Because... I swallowed hard, trying to get my mind back. Because if it went wrong, it could go really wrong. Remember Jake and Derek? I reached up and held his hand against my neck. His eyes ran over my face before meeting my eyes again.
"But if it didn't go bad,"
he offered.
"What if it went the other way?"
I bit my lip again. I couldn't see a way out, not without lying. I swallowed hard. Then someone else will get hurt, I admitted. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes.
"Zeke, right?"
he asked. I pulled back. His hand dropped from my neck. "I didn't say that," I whispered, my chest burning. He gave me a sad smile.
"You didn't have to."
He looked out the windshield.
"I'm not blind, Allie. I've seen the way he looks at you when he thinks no one is paying attention."
I rubbed my eyes with one hand. I couldn't correct him. This might be the only way for him to understand. "I'm sorry."
"There's nothing to be sorry about,"
he said before he turned to look down at me.
"If anyone deserves a girl like you, it's Zeke."
My eyes burned as I swallowed hard. "I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt anybody," I said quietly. He rubbed his neck.
"I kissed you,"
he reminded me. He shook his head.
"And I can't do that to Zeke."
He met my eyes again.
"I'll step back, Allie."
"Is that what you want?" I asked in a whisper. He needed to believe me. He gave me a sad grin.
"For Zeke, it won't be easy, but yeah."
I closed my eyes and rested my head back on the headrest. I needed to be more careful. First Zeke, then Ethan, and now Asher. "I'm sorry."
"Allie, there's no reason to be,"
he said.
"I'm glad I kissed you, even if it was just once."
Me too. I really was. It was something I'd never regret. Something I could hold to my heart. He put the truck in gear and drove up the dirt road. We were silent the entire drive back to my house. He pulled up to the curb and parked the car. I hesitated to get out of the truck. "Ash," my phone rang. So did Asher's. It was Zeke. "Hey," I said, as Asher answered his phone.
"Are you driving?"
he asked. I rolled my eyes. "No, I'm at my house in Asher's truck." I didn't bother to ask why he wanted to know. It was Zeke. "What's up?"
"Baby, Miles is in the emergency room."
Chapter 10. I slammed the Blazer door shut and ran across the emergency room parking lot while Asher was just pulling into the lot behind me. I didn't care if I was acting nuts or if I looked insane. Miles was in the emergency room. Zeke came out of the automated glass door in time to stop me from going in. His hands grabbed my arms and forced me to stop.
Lexi, stop,
he snapped. I tried to break his hold, but he only pulled me closer.
Miles is fine. He has a broken arm that needs surgery, and he banged his head, but that is it.
I stopped trying to break his hold. My eyes burned as I met his gaze. That's it? I asked, my voice small. His face softened.
That's it, baby,
he said in a soft voice. Well, as soft as Zeke's voice got. His eyes ran over my face and then back to my eyes.
So calm down, or they won't let you in the ER to see them.
My heart dropped. Them? He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and cursed. What do you mean, them? I asked very clearly. He cursed again and met my eyes.
Ethan was also in the car. A truck ran a red light and hit the car on Miles's side.
My lungs seized. Both of them? No.
Lexi, they're fine. Ethan didn't even want you to know until you got back there. He's got some stitches and he's a little banged up, but he's fine.
What about his back? I demanded. His eyes grew shadowed.
They gave him some painkillers, so he's fine for now.
That's not an answer, I pointed out. He clenched his jaw.
His doctor ordered an MRI.
My heart sank. Ethan's back? Fuck, I breathed. My gaze moved to his chest as I took deep breaths. His hands dropped from me.
What's wrong?
Asher asked as he reached us.
I told her about Ethan.
Zeke grumbled.
Damn it, Zeke.
Asher muttered. I turned around and looked up at Asher. You knew? Asher started rubbing his neck.
Yeah. The only reason I didn't tell you was because Ethan asked me not to.
My temper sparked, but I kept it on a leash. Okay, I'm not going to yell, but both of you are in deep shit.
Let's go inside and you can see for yourself,
Zeke suggested before turning and leading us through the ER waiting room. He went straight to the doors and knocked on the window to the right.
Huntington, bed 8.
The woman eyed us. Only 2 visitors per patient, she announced.
One of them is for Turner, bed 7.
Zeke growled. The woman checked her computer, then hit a button. A buzzer sounded. Zeke opened the door and let us in. He walked us down a hall to a larger room. Beds were lined up on the right wall behind blue curtains. We stopped at one with the number 8 hanging from the ceiling.
Miles, you good? He is, but I'm enjoying the air on my junk,
Ethan responded. I rolled my eyes.
Lexi's here,
Zeke informed him.
Cool. She can join the pantsless party,
Ethan countered. Zeke opened the curtain only enough for him to peek in. Ethan chuckled as Zeke flung open the curtain the rest of the way. Ethan was in the left bed, half sitting up. The curtain between his section and Miles's was pulled all the way back. He had stitches over one eyebrow and a few bruises, but seemed fine, if out of it. Ethan smiled and waved.
Hola, linda.
I eyed him. You're loopy. He smiled a big smile.
Yep, they're gonna take me to get an MRI in a few minutes.
He pointed at Miles.
You might want to come in. He's blind right now.
I slid past Zeke to stand between the beds. Miles was half sitting up. His left arm was covered in blood-soaked bandages while resting on a table. His glasses were gone. Half his forehead was black and blue. The bruising ran down the side of his face. I didn't know who to go to first. I just wanted to hug both of them and hold on tight.
Lexi, can you shut him up? My head is killing me,
Miles asked, his voice slurred. Miles? I asked softly. Worry filled my heart. That didn't sound like Miles.
They'll be taking him into surgery soon,
Zeke informed me.
So he's drugged too.
Oh. I moved around Ethan's bed to the other side and sat on the edge.
Mujer que es dueña de mi corazón,
he said with a wide smile. Hey, Snoopy. Can you lower your voice? Miles hit his head, hun, I reminded him. His eyes grew wide. He covered his mouth.
Oops,
he stage whispered. He dropped his hand and took mine.
Don't worry, we're going to be fine.
I squeezed his fingers. I hope so. Ethan winked at me. Then he turned to Asher.
Did you call Isaac and Ma?
Asher nodded.
Maria is on her way. Isaac's phone went to voicemail. He's probably training right now.
Someone pushed back the curtain. A man in scrubs stepped in and eyed all of us.
Ethan Turner?
Ethan raised his hand enthusiastically.
Present.
I snorted. The man chuckled as he pulled the curtain open all the way.
We're taking you to get your MRI.
I moved to get off the bed, but Ethan's hand pulled me closer. His glazed eyes met mine.
I'll be right back, beautiful. Don't worry.
I smiled. Okay, I'll see you when you get back. I leaned down to kiss his cheek, and he turned his head so his lips were there instead. I barely pulled back in time. He snickered. I held his chin, and then leaned down and kissed his cheek.
Worth a shot,
he muttered. I was shaking my head as I got off the bed and moved out of the way. Soon Ethan was gone. The guys grabbed the chairs from the other side of where Ethan's bed had been. I moved to Miles's non-injured side. Hey, I said softly. It's me. He grinned.
I know. I see a red blur and smell rosemary.
I chewed on the corner of my lower lip as I looked at him in the hospital bed. Miles lifted his hand from his chest and held it out to me. I took it. Relief filled me as I felt his warm skin. His thumb moved over my knuckles slowly.
I'm okay. I just need some pins and plates in my arm.
He explained.
We'll push back the climbing trip,
Asher offered.
How much recovery time will you need?
Miles made his thinking face, the one that made a small wrinkle in between his eyebrows.
I can't think right now.
My eyebrows went up. Well, that's a first. His lips twitched. His fingers squeezed my hand.
I hate to ask, but will you please go get my extra pair of glasses?
Of course. Where are they? I asked, grateful there was something I could do.
I'll go get 'em.
Zeke stood up. Miles turned his head.
No, you won't. I don't trust any of you in my room after last time.
Asher chuckled. What happened last time? I asked, curious now.
I came home and my room was a disaster.
Miles explained, his voice slurring.
We moved his books around on his shelves.
Asher countered.
Isaac moved his clothes from drawer to drawer.
Zeke added. I shook my head. Yeah, that would drive Miles crazy. He turned back to me.
Which is why I'm asking you to get my glasses.
Where are they? I grinned down at him.
Right nightstand, top drawer,
he said. I squeezed his hand. I'll go when they take you to surgery. He squeezed my fingers back.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you need from home? I asked. He blinked hard.
Damn it.
He bit out. My eyebrows went up. He practically cursed.
I can't think. Stupid meds.
He closed his eyes, frowning. I carefully sat down on the edge of the bed facing him. It's okay, sweetie. I'll bring you a set of clothes, just in case. Asher leaned forward and picked up a bag from under the bed. He opened it and rifled through its contents.
He'll need new clothes. These are covered in blood.
I closed my eyes as I wondered how much blood it would take to ruin clothes. I'm sure I didn't want to know. Miles squeezed my hand, bringing my attention back.
Thank you,
he muttered. No problem, I assured him. The curtain was drawn back.
Miles Huntington, it's time for surgery,
a man announced. Miles squeezed my hand again. I'll go get your things, I told him, my voice fraying at the edges. I leaned down and kissed his cheek. If your surgeon fucks up, I'm slashing their tires, I whispered softly into his ear. He gave me a small smile as I pulled away. Hating to leave him, but needing a minute, I left Miles's sectioned-off area and headed out of the ER without another word. By the time I reached the Blazer, I was shaking. I took deep breaths and focused on the fact that they were okay. They were alive and breathing. I took several minutes before I could start the truck and drive over to Miles's house. I pulled to a stop in front of the house. Going over what Miles might like at the hospital, I unlocked the door and turned off the alarm. It wasn't long before I was in Miles's bedroom. The room was black, except for the fiber optic stars in the ceiling. One wall was completely bookcases, and another a large corner desk with multiple computers and monitors. Finding Miles's closet, I opened it and tried not to move too many things as I found his book bag. I went to his dresser and pulled out a pair of loose mesh workout shorts and one of his loose gamer shirts. I hesitated at his top drawer. It had to be his underwear drawer since I had already found everything else. Well, he was going to need a pair. I opened the drawer and found 2 different kinds, short boxer briefs and boxers. Okay. An image flashed of Miles in nothing but... I picked a pair of both and shoved them into the bag before I quickly closed the drawer. I didn't need to remember him almost naked. Making sure to grab a pair of his slip-on sandals, I zipped up the bag and moved to the right nightstand. As I wondered how Miles was doing in surgery, I opened the drawer and found his extra glasses case. My fingers brushed paper. Curious, I looked at the folded paper. It had to have been read many times. It was wrinkled to hell and back. It was just sitting there. So tempting. Curiosity nudged at me. Determined not to look, I got up, grabbed the bag, and went to the bookshelf. I pulled out a few books Miles might like if he felt like reading. Then I was rushing out the door to get back to the hospital. Waiting at the hospital sucked. There wasn't any other way to say it. It just sucked. I shifted in my chair and turned the page of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Ethan had been discharged a couple hours ago, so he was sitting beside me playing a game on his phone. Maria was pacing the waiting room. Isaac, who had finished training, was to my right, quiet as can be. I put my book down. You okay, Cookie Monster? He nodded.
Yeah.
I didn't buy it. His eyes had dark shadows underneath, and he was bouncing his knee. I leaned closer and rested my head on his shoulder. His knee stopped bouncing. He'll be okay, I reminded him. His shoulders stiffened.
Yeah, sure.
His voice was clipped and strained. I wrapped my arm around his and squeezed to get his attention. Those amber eyes found mine. I gave him a small smile. Hey, they're okay, I reminded him. His shadowed eyes softened a little.
I know. No thanks to me.
I frowned up at him. What do you... Ms. Turner? A woman walked in wearing scrubs. Everyone turned to her. Maria strode over. How is he? Is he awake? Will he have full function of his arm? The doctor smiled. He is fine. The surgery was flawless, no complications. He should have a full recovery in the next 6 to 8 weeks, she announced. I sagged against Isaac's shoulder. Since we did have to operate, he will be spending the night with us, especially with the hit to the head. He's in room 232 on the 2nd floor if you'd like to see him. Everyone got to their feet and started for the door, leaving Maria behind to grill the doctor. Isaac and I fell into step behind Asher and Zeke. When we hit the stairs, I glanced up at him. What did you mean? I asked.
What?
He pulled a little ahead as we turned a corner in the stairwell. In the waiting room, you said, no thanks to me. I kept my voice quiet.
Nothing. Forget about it,
he muttered as he pulled ahead and reached the 2nd floor before me. By the time I stepped through the door, he was already down the hall with the others. Strange. I followed at my own speed, short leg speed. Ethan, realizing I wasn't with them, stopped and waited for me.
"We lost you, huh?"
Ethan asked with a grin. "Yep, you guys were going for the we forgot Lexi is short speed," I teased. He chuckled as we turned the corner and found Miles's room. I pulled Ethan to a stop carefully. "I think your brother is upset," I whispered. He stepped closer so his ear was next to my lips, his arm sliding around my waist. My skin warmed. I reminded myself to breathe.
"Why?"
he asked softly. "He said something. I told him you guys were going to be okay, and he said, 'No thanks to me.'" I pulled back to see his face. He didn't seem surprised.
"I'll check on him."
"Thanks," I whispered. He squeezed my waist before turning and heading into the room. I followed. Zeke was against the wall opposite the door. Asher was next to Miles's bed on the right wall. Isaac was against the wall near the door. Ethan walked in and sat down in the only chair in the corner of the room. Miles was half sitting up in bed again, squinting as Asher spoke to him. His left arm was in a white cast, held in a sling against his chest. I pulled Miles's glasses out of the bag and moved to the right side beside Asher. I put the case in Miles's hand. Miles turned to me, still squinting.
"Thank you."
"You're welcome." I squeezed his hand and pulled the bag off my shoulder. "I brought you some shorts, a shirt, and sandals for when you go home." I set the bag down on the bed.
"Shorts sound like a good idea,"
Miles admitted, voice tired. "And that's my cue to leave," I announced. The guys chuckled.
"I can go in the bathroom,"
Miles offered, his ears tinting pink. "Not with a hit to the head," I countered. "Don't worry, I'll pick up some drinks." I headed for the door. It wasn't long before I was back with an armful of sodas and waters. "Are you sure?" Maria's voice asked from behind the curtain. "All right." Maria came out of the hospital room, closing the curtain behind her. She smiled when she spotted me. "They're getting him dressed now." "Then I'll stay outside," I said. She chuckled as she stepped out of the room. "How are you doing, honey?" she asked quietly. I smiled. "I'm worried about Ethan's back and, well, Miles." I looked over her shoulder at the curtain, and I was starting to worry about Isaac. He'd been off for a couple of days now. "Ethan will be okay. His doctor has already changed his pain meds," she reassured me, "though the brat won't go home until Miles does." I smiled up at her. "I'll make sure he takes care of himself." She wrapped her arm around me and squeezed. "I know you will. It's the only reason I'm agreeing to let him stay the night." I snorted. Maria squeezed me again. "I'll see you at dinner tomorrow?" I smiled. "For Miles's birthday. Of course." She chuckled. There was cursing coming from inside. Maria sighed before she headed back in. "Boys, what are you doing?" she demanded as she slipped behind the curtain. Laughter erupted in the room. I was giggling until that chill ran down my neck. No, not now. I turned and looked down the hall. The soul of a woman in a hospital gown walked down the hallway in a daze. Her short, wavy hair was messy, her eyes wide. She looked to be in her early 40s. Her triangular face was classically pretty, her cheekbones sharp as she looked around the hallway, trying to talk to the staff around her. But what caught my attention was the fact she was in black and white, her image fading in and out. I'd only seen that one time before. My barriers shook and cracked. The need to be heard swamped me, making me fight for breath. Fuck. After crossing 30 souls this morning, this was going to hurt. I set the soda cans and bottles of water on the inside of the door and headed down the hallway. I walked past her and made eye contact. Her eyes grew wide as she realized I could see her. My barriers shook again. Shit. I moved further down the hall. The woman followed. I found a guest bathroom and went into the handicap stall. I closed the door and locked it. I stepped back before the woman walked through the door. "You can see me?" she asked. "Yeah," I sighed. "Who are you?" Caroline Peters, she said. They aren't listening. They have to let me go. Fuck me. You're on life support. What was with today? She nodded. I want off of it. I don't want to be a vegetable the rest of my life. My face ached. My nose started bleeding. I grabbed some toilet paper and held it to my face. Look, I can't get them to take you off the machines. Please, you have to tell them. And then I'll be thrown out because they'll think I'm nuts, I countered. But I can try to cross you over. Do you think that will work? She asked. I don't want to stay here. I shrugged. I don't know. I've never tried, and I don't know what will happen to your body. I might be killing you. I don't care, she told me. I just want to go. I nodded and then slid down the wall to the floor. It's what she wanted. Was it murder to do this? I didn't know. I reached out to her and wrapped that gold ribbon of will around her wrist. I dropped. As we fell, there was resistance. We slowed. Shit. I focused on pulling her with me. Pain tore through me as I fought to drag her down. It took time. When we finally landed in the vale, I felt scratched, torn. I dropped to the grass and shook. That hurt like a bitch. Caroline was smiling as she looked around. A golden ball came down from the way. Thank you, she said. I waved to her as I tried to get my strength back. It took a few minutes. By the time I was on my feet again, she was gone. I closed my eyes and pulled myself out. Opening my eyes, my stomach rolled. I scrambled across the tile to the toilet. I was sick over and over. My head exploded and lights danced in front of my eyes. When I finally stopped heaving, I stayed where I was. Blood poured into the bowl. When I could, I sat up and put tissues to my face. Leaning my head back against the stall door, I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I sat there, miserable, but eventually the bleeding stopped. I tossed the tissues into the toilet and struggled to my feet. Throwing the latch, I moved out into the rest of the bathroom. I leaned against the counter and looked in the mirror. Dried blood caked my ears and trailed down my neck. I grumbled as I grabbed some paper towels and got them wet. Then I went about cleaning my neck and face. I looked into the mirror. How much longer could I do this? How much longer could I keep pushing it like this? Honestly, I looked at my paler than usual face and my less than bright eyes. Not much longer. It was time to face it. I reached into the pocket of my shorts and pulled out my bracelets. I didn't even have a choice anymore. My barriers were going to hell. I needed to pull back. I slipped my beads on, resigned to spending the rest of my life wearing them if I had to. Don't be so dour, Lexi. Start with a day or so. When I felt human again, I headed out into the hallway. People were running. I stayed near the wall, down the hall. Medical personnel were spilling out of a room. I leaned against the wall and watched through the window as the doctor used the defibrillator on Caroline Peters. I closed my eyes as I listened to the sound of a heart monitor flatlining. She was dead. It was her choice. She asked me to. It helped, but it didn't erase the guilt. With a heavy heart, I headed back towards Miles's room. It felt farther than before. I turned the corner and almost ran into Isaac.
Hey, Red. I was coming to look for you.
Isaac told me as his eyes ran over my face.
You okay?
I nodded and gave him a strained smile. Yeah, fine. He frowned at me.
Fine. Don't tell me.
He walked towards Miles's room. Isaac, I called, my voice cracking. He stopped and turned back to me.
What?
He bit out. I want to talk to you, I told him, my voice tired. But you don't even answer the phone anymore. He sighed deeply. He met my eyes.
I need to ask you some questions.
Okay. I had no clue what about. How does tomorrow afternoon sound? He nodded.
Sounds good.
He walked beside me to Miles's hospital room. He simply walked in. I stopped at the closed curtain. Is it clear?
He's dressed beautiful,
Ethan called. I started to pull back the curtain and hesitated. Is he really dressed, or are you fucking with me? The guys chuckled.
He's dressed,
Asher reassured me. I opened the curtain and walked in. Miles was pale and sweating in the bed. I walked over and grabbed a water bottle. Zeke eyed me with a frown.
You okay?
He growled. I gave him the same smile I gave Isaac. Yeah, fine. I moved to the right side of Miles's bed, near Asher, and took a quick drink. Hey, I said softly. He opened his eyes and gave me a small smile. His backup glasses were rimless with narrow rectangular lenses. They looked damn good on him. I bit back a smile.
Do they look that funny?
He asked, his eyes still a bit glazed. No, actually. They look better than the last pair, I admitted. He grinned.
Yeah, but they're easier to break. Hey, we're going to go see about getting chairs for everyone,
Asher announced. Thanks, guys, I said. The guys headed out. I sat carefully on the side of the bed, facing him. So, how are you feeling? He closed his eyes.
Like I was in a car wreck and had surgery.
I smiled. If you need to sleep, sleep. His hand moved to mine. I reached out and held his. He quickly fell asleep after that. When I was sure he was asleep, I sat down in Ethan's chair. Caroline popped back into my head. The ventilator. Being stuck here when there was no hope of recovery. I was deep in thought when Rory came into the room. He was still in his uniform as he moved to Miles's side.
How's he doing?
He had surgery to fix his broken arm. He's banged up and had a hit to the head, I explained. Surgeon said he'd have full use of his arm again.
Good,
he sighed.
Well, his car is totaled.
I doubted Miles would care. Everyone in it was safe and alive.
I need you tomorrow afternoon,
he told me.
I have somewhere to take you.
Sure, I muttered. Rory's eyes ran over me.
Are you okay?
I nodded, my eyes still unfocused. I just crossed a woman she was in a coma on a ventilator. Rory came to my side.
What do you mean? You were able to help her cross when she was alive?
I nodded. She didn't want to stay a vegetable. She asked me to cross her over. My stomach nodded. It killed her. He knelt down to my level.
That's not your fault, kid.
I know. I swallowed hard before meeting his eyes. No ventilator. His eyes narrowed on mine.
What? You mean?
If it comes to it, no ventilator, I told him again. His face softened, his eyes growing shadowed.
All right,
he sighed.
Have you told them yet?
I shook my head. I'm almost ready. Give me a couple more days, until after Miles's birthday. I only needed a little more time. He reached out and squeezed my hand. 2 decisions down. How many more to go? Later that night, I shifted in my chair trying to find a comfortable spot. There was only one sleeper chair, and everyone made sure that Ethan got it for the night, especially when his pain meds stopped working. He was near the door, stretched out in the sleeper chair. Zeke was snoring in his chair in the corner of the room. Asher was out cold with his chin on his chest. Isaac had taken off a couple of hours before sunset. I shifted again. These chairs really did suck, but it was nothing compared to the anxiety running through me. The what could have happened scenarios. They were what was truly keeping me awake. I fingered the beads on my wrist. The nurse came in again. She woke Miles up again. The poor guy wasn't getting any sleep, not with the nurse waking him up every half hour. The nurse left. Miles sighed and met my eyes.
Can't sleep?
I shrugged. He carefully scooted to the left side of the bed and pulled back the covers. Warmth filled my heart as I got to my feet and moved to the side of his bed. I slipped off my sandals and slowly climbed in. Miles lifted his good arm so I could move closer. I moved carefully to lay on my back. The bed was at an angle so that we weren't lying down completely. He turned a bit more so he could look down at me. Those emerald eyes were warm when they met mine.
Why can't you sleep?
He whispered softly. My head won't stop, I admitted just as quietly, relaxing against him. I keep running through everything that could have happened. He blinked at me, his eyes still glazed.
There's something I want to tell you. Something about how worrying now is pointless, but I'm sure it'll come out wrong.
I fought back a grin as he frowned. Your pain meds are pretty strong. He sighed. His brow drew together, his lips frowning.
I hate it, Angel. I hate feeling this way, not being able to think. So I just lie here like a log and do nothing.
Did he just call me Angel? Again? My stomach fluttered at the thought. I reached up and gently touched his chin. You're healing. It's okay to do nothing for a while. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply.
I still don't like not being able to think.
I know, Nemo. I lowered my hand to his chest and rested it there. He opened his eyes and met mine again.
Stay here. Get some sleep.
My body warmed. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you.
The bruising is all on my left side. You won't hit them.
He promised. When I hesitated, he added,
Please?
I grinned as I curled up against him, my bent knees resting against his leg. Winter green filled my lungs. His hand gently ran up and down my back, soothing me. It wasn't long before I fell asleep.
Isaac. The tequila burned as it went down my throat. Maybe this will shut the voice up. The music was blasting and ringing in my ears. I took another drink from the bottle before looking around. I was in the corner of the house of some guy Josh knew. The party was crazy. Everyone was wasted, and it had the feel of a party that wouldn't end until morning. It was my fault. The whole fucking thing was my fault. I closed my eyes and let my head fall back to rest on the back of the chair. If I hadn't taken the car this morning, Ethan wouldn't have been in Miles' car. And Miles wouldn't have been at the intersection. That damn voice. I took a deep drink. Shit. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Fuck. Rage burned in my gut, along with that need again. I looked around me. Everyone was wasted. All it would take was one swing. I pushed myself out of the chair into my feet. The tequila sloshed out of the bottle and onto the carpet. I got to my feet and staggered through the crowd toward the door. The urge to hit someone tore through me. I moved a little faster. My hand shook as I got to the door. Air. I needed air. I walked out onto the grass and leaned against the tree in the middle of the yard. I took several deep breaths. You almost got them killed, just like Sophie. I needed to... Lexi. I reached into the pocket and pulled out my phone. She's with Miles and Ethan. I cursed and tried to stop the shaking. Lexi. I'm gonna see her tomorrow. Tapping my phone with my thumb, I brought up her picture again. She's probably cuddled up with Ethan by now. My heart raced as that urge came back, the urge for pain, to bleed. I took a deep drink from the bottle as I brought up my voicemail and listened to her message again. Tomorrow? She could tell me tomorrow. I swallowed hard. If I did do that to Sophie, Lexi would know. A hole burned in my chest as I took another drink. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing? Josh called from the door. Not now. He needed to stay away. Getting air, I told him as I kept looking at my phone. He came outside. My stomach burned. Couldn't he leave me the fuck alone? Josh stood across from me. What's with you? I shot him a glare. The urge to pound my fist into his face rolled over me. I focused on those green eyes on my phone. You and that Lexi chick broke up, didn't you? Josh asked with a smile. Rage ate at my control. He thinks the worst of her. Always has. He needed to stop talking. Josh knew I didn't like it when he talked about Lexi. The shit always went too far. No, I growled. Don't feel bad. At least you're off the bitch's leash, he offered with a chuckle. The world grew red. Fury crashed through me, making me shake. I looked up from my phone and met his eyes. That motherfucker. Something dark washed over me. I dropped the phone and the bottle before lunging at Josh.
Chapter 11. Wednesday. I woke up slowly. Miles's scent surrounding me. Miles, the wreck, hospital. It came rushing back. I opened my eyes. Miles's eyes were closed, his breathing deep and even. He was all right. As I woke up, I realized the hand of Miles's broken arm was on the inside of my bent knee. His warm fingers rested on sensitive skin. I tried not to feel the tingle running up my thigh. The strange feeling of being watched had me opening my eyes. I turned my head and looked around the hospital room. Zeke was in his chair in the corner. His phone was in his hands, but he wasn't looking at it. He was looking at us with a longing on his face so intense it took my breath away. His eyes met mine, and the look was gone, as if it had never been. He went back to looking at his phone and ignoring me. Was he jealous that I was cuddling with Miles? That didn't feel right. That wasn't jealousy I saw. Carefully, I slipped out of Miles's bed and walked out into the hallway. There was no way I was using the bathroom in the room with Asher in there. Finding the one from yesterday, I went inside. I was walking back down the hall to the room when Asher stepped out into the hall, running his hand through his hair. Asher spotted me.
Hey, I'm heading down to the cafeteria to bring breakfast up. I could use a hand.
Coffee is on the menu, right? I asked, still feeling groggy. He grinned.
First thing.
Good, I muttered as we headed down the hall. Apparently the cafeteria was in the basement, and Asher knew the way. We both grabbed a tray and started pouring coffee. Asher cursed. What? I asked, as I put a lid on a black coffee for Zeke.
I can't remember how everyone likes their coffee.
Asher grumbled. Zeke drinks it black. Miles adds half a packet of sugar and a teaspoon of creamer. Ethan would prefer a mocha, but if you put some cocoa mix in with the coffee, it's close. I listed them off, without having to think about it.
You remember that this early?
Asher asked as he picked up a cocoa packet. Well, it's coffee, I reminded him. He snorted.
Coffee is life,
he said in a droid voice. I chuckled. Coffee get brains started, I countered in my own droid voice. He smiled as we picked up our trays and moved to the hot food table. What are we getting? I asked.
The food here isn't bad, actually.
Asher informed me.
If you get breakfast for Zeke, I'll get breakfast for Ethan.
Oh, yeah. Give me the heavier tray. I grinned up at him. He chuckled. I loaded up 2 plates of eggs, sausage, and toast. For Zeke, I added a couple of waffles before we went to the cashier. I pulled out my wallet and paid for half of breakfast. Then we snuck the trays out of the cafeteria and headed back to Miles's room. We were in the elevator between floors when Asher broke the silence.
We're going to be okay, right?
He asked quietly. My pulse raced. I hope so. I swallowed hard. What do you think? He sighed.
I don't know. Right now, I'm trying to remember why I shouldn't kiss you again.
The butterflies went nuts as heat flashed through me. Ash.
I know,
he whispered. The elevator doors opened. We walked out and down the hall towards Miles's room. After the doctor checked on Miles, she decided he was well enough to be discharged. Asher took Miles while I drove Ethan. Ethan refused to go home. Asher was walking with Miles into Miles's house as I was pulling to a stop in the circular gravel driveway. I quickly shut off the truck and hurried around to the other side. Ethan was already getting out, carefully. "Are you sure you don't want to go home?" I asked for the third time.
"Yeah, this is closer, and I have some of my ibuprofen still here."
He grunted as he started limping towards the door. I followed close behind him into the house.
"I'm going upstairs, beautiful. Can you bring me a bottle of water, please?"
He grit his teeth and put his foot on the first step. "Nuh-uh." I grabbed his arm carefully. "You're going to my room. It's closer and not upstairs." He looked up the stairs and scowled at them.
"Yeah, that's a good idea."
He stepped down and headed for my room. I walked with him. When he sat down on the bed, he was cursing under his breath. "What do you need from your room?" I asked. After taking several deep breaths, he opened his eyes.
"I need both pill bottles in the nightstand, the TENS unit, and some shorts to sleep in. Don't bother with the shirt."
"What's a TENS unit? And where is your room?" I asked.
"It looks like an iPod with cords connected to sticky patches, and my room is down the left side, the first door."
I gave him a small smile. "I'll be right back." I left my room and headed for the stairs. Asher was coming down. "How's Miles?" I asked as I passed.
"Hurting. I'm getting him some water and making him a sandwich to eat with the painkillers,"
he said as he continued down the stairs.
"How's Ethan?"
"Hurting. I'm getting his pain meds now. Can you make him a sandwich too?" I asked as I continued to climb the stairs. He nodded as he stepped off the stairs.
"On it."
I headed down the left and opened the first door. Ethan's bedroom at Miles's house looked a lot like his bedroom at home. The walls were covered in posters. Only here his clothes weren't all over the floor. His bed was simple and lengthwise against the wall, just like at home. I went to the nightstand and pulled out the drawer. I pulled out the 2 pill bottles and dug around to find the TENS unit. It looked exactly like he said, a little iPod. Closing the drawer, I moved to the dresser and found a pair of mesh shorts. It was summer. These would work for sleeping, right? I hurried downstairs and into my room. Ethan was slowly eating a sandwich. I set the bottles and TENS unit on my nightstand, then set the shorts next to him. "Let me go get you some water." I went to the kitchen. I was pulling out a couple of bottles of water when Asher came in.
"Allie, I need you to go upstairs. Miles is at his computer trying to type."
He bit out. "Go tell him if he doesn't get his ass in bed, I'm going to come up there and take his glasses away." I closed the fridge. He grinned.
"I'll try, but you might want to check on him."
"I will." I showed him the bottles. "I've got to get Ethan his water and then I'll head up."
"I'm going to get some sleep,"
Asher told me, his warm eyes running over me. My heartbeat picked up. He looked away from me and started rubbing his neck. He turned away and left the kitchen, leaving my heart aching. I sighed and headed for my bedroom. "We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay, right?" I walked in, looked up, and froze. Ethan was only in his dark red boxer briefs, sitting on the side of the bed with the mesh shorts in his hand. Those muscles, that toned... Holy shit. I swallowed hard. Bruises were here and there. A large one ran down his left side. He lifted his head and raised an eyebrow.
"You peeping on me?"
I rolled my eyes and walked over to him. "Turnabout is fair play. You want a hand?" He smirked.
"You don't want to say that to a guy in his shorts, beautiful."
I chuckled and took the shorts from his hand. I knelt down and got them around his feet before wiggling them up to his knees. He groaned as he got to his feet and pulled them up. I steadied him when he wobbled. He cursed and sat down, wincing.
"Carajo, coño,"
he bit out. "Did you take your meds?" I asked, trying to figure out how to help.
"Yeah, they're going to take a half hour to kick in."
He groaned.
"Lexi, get out of here. I'm just going to be miserable."
There was no way that I was going to leave him here like this. "Get on the bed and roll over," I ordered. He lifted an eyelid.
"Why?"
"'Cause I'm going to give you a massage," I told him, before going into my bathroom and getting my lotion. When I walked back in, he was cursing as he lay down further on the bed. Careful not to bump him, I climbed on the bed and moved to his side. I put some lotion in my hands and warmed it up. Before I could even touch him, he turned his head to look up at me.
"Soft hands, beautiful,"
he warned. I gave him a small smile before gently touching his back. I cursed. His back was locked up tighter than ever. I started with long, soft strokes to loosen his muscles. As they began to let go, he groaned deeply. My hands began working on the smaller knots down his spine. When I got to his lower back, he grunted. I eased up on the pressure, but I wasn't making any headway. "I can't get these, Snoopy. I'm sorry." I leaned back on my heels, trying to massage my hands to get the knots out.
"It's okay. My muscle relaxer is going to kick in soon,"
he muttered.
"Thank you, Lexi. It hurts less already."
I lay down beside him. "So, your doc changed your pain meds?" His eyes opened and met mine.
"Yeah, he did a couple weeks ago. I've been trying not to take them."
"Why not?" I asked, my voice quiet. He sighed.
"Because they're opiates, and there are more side effects than I'd like."
"Is there any other option?" I asked, hoping. He closed his eyes and sighed.
"Surgery. The doc wants me to get a fusion done."
My stomach nodded. That didn't sound good. What does that mean?
"He wants to cut off the part of the bone that is pressing on the nerves in my spine."
His voice was weary.
"And because there is more than one, I'll probably need a spinal fusion to protect my spine."
I thought about it. Yeah, surgery sucked. But Ethan was in more pain lately than ever before. Would it stop the pain? He huffed.
"It would, but there's the risk of paralysis, and of course, the spinal fusion would stop me from doing the stuff I like."
"What do you mean?" I rolled onto my side to face him. His chocolate eyes met mine.
"No more MMA? No more climbing? Shit, I wouldn't even be able to carry a book bag for months."
"How long would it be?"
"Possibly a year,"
he said.
"A year before I could do anything I like."
I reached over and took his hand in mine. "I know you don't want to give up the things you like, but Ethan," I met his eyes, "you're in pain all the time, and it'd only be a year." Ethan gritted his teeth.
"I'm not that desperate yet. These meds might work."
I scooted closer until my head was beside his arm. His spicy cologne filled my nose. "And if they don't?" I asked softly. His lips rose into a sad half grin.
"Let's see if they work first."
His body relaxed into the bed.
"Finally, they're kicking in."
I took my hand from his and brushed his hair out of his face. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His breathing became deep and even. When I was sure he was asleep, I got up and closed the bedroom door behind me. It didn't take me long to get to Miles's room upstairs. I knocked twice and then opened the door. Miles was at his computer, typing with one hand and muttering under his breath. I strode across the room and snatched his glasses off his face.
"Lexi."
"Don't Lexi me. Get your ass in bed," I ordered. He squinted up at me.
"I'm fine. I'm not even tired."
"Not tired?" The guy had bags under his eyes. I knew damn well he hadn't slept last night. "Bullshit. Bed. Now," I stated clearly. He sighed, got up, and moved to the bed. He lay down on the right side of the bed.
"I'm really not tired."
He tried again. I grabbed one of his other pillows and put it under his arm to support it. "I know you're lying, Miles," I told him, as I walked away from him to his bookcase. I quickly ran through his fiction collection and found one that I thought would work. I walked around the bed to the other side and climbed on.
"Can I have my glasses back? I'll stay in bed,"
he asked. I snorted. "Nope." I fluffed the pillow behind me and rested my back against the headboard.
"Lexi."
"Shh." I opened the book to the first page. Close your eyes and listen, I told him, my voice growing raspy. Miles reached over to the nightstand and passed me a bottle of water. I smiled my thanks as I set the book down, opened the bottle and took a sip.
You didn't get much sleep either,
he reminded me with a small smile on his face. I put the lid back on and picked up the book. I got more than you, I countered, as I picked up the book and opened to the first page.
What are you reading?
He asked. We are reading Fahrenheit 451, I told him, as I got comfortable and began to read. It was a pleasure to burn. I read to him for almost an hour before I needed to get a drink again.
It's not working,
he muttered, his voice soft. I smiled. You're almost asleep, I whispered. He rolled onto his side, facing me as I set the book down on my stomach. His left arm, the arm in the cast, moved over the bed, his fingers running over my beads.
You're wearing your beads,
he said quietly.
What happened?
I smiled at him. I'll tell you later. Now, get some sleep. I picked up the book and continued reading. He eventually fell asleep, his fingers still on my wrist. I continued reading until I was sure he was out cold. Sleeping, Miles was a sight to see. He was relaxed, peaceful. I carefully slid my arm out from under his fingers, then leaned over and kissed his cheek. Happy birthday, Miles. I got up and closed his door behind me. I needed some sleep, but Ethan was hurting in my bed. I could sleep in Ethan's, but that didn't feel right. I looked back at Miles's door. No, I'd probably wake up on top of him, hurting him even more, and Asher was out of the question. I should probably go home anyway. If anyone needed anything, Asher would hear them. I headed downstairs and out to my blazer.
Zeke. I don't think I can be what she needs, I finally admitted out loud. Why do you say that? Dr. Shea asked. The image of Lexi waking up next to Miles this morning had haunted me all day. I can't wake up next to her in the morning. I stared at the floor without really seeing it. Well, first, you're a teenager, Dr. Shea reminded me. You shouldn't be sleeping next to her anyway. I lifted my head and met my old shrink's gray eyes. Her kind face had wrinkles where she hadn't before. Well, I had been 8 the first time I met her. She has nightmares, and she can't sleep without someone touching her. We got her a dog to help, but sometimes she still falls asleep on the couch when we're watching movies. She'll start making this small scared noise. If you touch her, she stops. So sometimes the guys nap next to her to help her sleep. I hated explaining Lexi to her. The girl was one of a kind. It was one of the things I loved about her, but that didn't mean I wanted Dr. Shea to judge her. Well, that's understandable, she admitted as she wrote a note on her notepad. Do you want that? To be able to wake up with someone nearby? It never mattered before. It never bothered me, I admitted. It does now. You'll never know unless you try, she offered. My gaze shot to hers. If I try and I'm wrong, I might hurt her. I'd rather spend my life sleeping alone than do that. There's a lot of shit I can take and have, but that isn't one of them. Her gaze ran over me before she looked back through the pages of her notepad. She's woken you up before, she reminded me. When you were sick. You didn't hurt her then. Why do you think you would now? I was sick, I pointed out. She set the notepad down and gave me a look. I knew that look. I'm not going to bullshit you, Zeke. If you did, I wouldn't be here, I told her. Exactly. She grinned. Now, do you want to be alone the rest of your life? It hadn't been the plan, but it seemed to be the way things were going. Then Lexi made that corny joke. No, I don't, I answered quietly. Her eyes were understanding. You did fine with Riley. Riley was different, I countered. She didn't mean as much as Lexi does, right? She asked without really asking. I nodded. I couldn't deny it. She gave me a gentle smile. You're scared, Zeke. You're scared you're going to hurt her. You're scared to let someone that close, to be that vulnerable with someone. That's all this is. It's nothing more. Do you understand that? I nodded. What you're really scared of is if you try and you lose her, she stated. Yeah, I admitted, my voice gruff. But you still want to be with her? You still want that relationship with her? She asked directly. I nodded again. Then you're going to have to grow a pair and try, she told me. Or someone else is going to come along. The doc was right. I was just looking for excuses to keep her away. Sure, at first, putting off talking about our kiss was for her, to give her time to heal and process everything. But it was 6 months later, and she only had 2 therapy sessions left. Now, I was just making excuses for myself. I had to try with her. Something told me that I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't. Zeke. I don't think I can be what she needs, I finally admitted out loud. Why do you say that? Dr. Shea asked. The image of Lexi waking up next to Miles this morning had haunted me all day. I can't wake up next to her in the morning. I stared at the floor without really seeing it. Well, first, you're a teenager, Dr. Shea reminded me. You shouldn't be sleeping next to her anyway. I lifted my head and met my old shrink's gray eyes. Her kind face had wrinkles where she hadn't before. Well, I had been 8 the first time I met her. She has nightmares, and she can't sleep without someone touching her. We got her a dog to help, but sometimes she still falls asleep on the couch when we're watching movies. She'll start making this small scared noise. If you touch her, she stops. So sometimes the guys nap next to her to help her sleep. I hated explaining Lexi to her. The girl was one of a kind. It was one of the things I loved about her, but that didn't mean I wanted Dr. Shea to judge her. Well, that's understandable, she admitted as she wrote a note on her notepad. Do you want that? To be able to wake up with someone nearby? It never mattered before. It never bothered me, I admitted. It does now. You'll never know unless you try, she offered. My gaze shot to hers. If I try and I'm wrong, I might hurt her. I'd rather spend my life sleeping alone than do that. There's a lot of shit I can take and have, but that isn't one of them. Her gaze ran over me before she looked back through the pages of her notepad. She's woken you up before, she reminded me. When you were sick. You didn't hurt her then. Why do you think you would now? I was sick, I pointed out. She set the notepad down and gave me a look. I knew that look. I'm not going to bullshit you, Zeke. If you did, I wouldn't be here, I told her. Exactly. She grinned. Now, do you want to be alone the rest of your life? It hadn't been the plan, but it seemed to be the way things were going. When Lexi made that corny joke. No, I don't, I answered quietly. Her eyes were understanding. You did fine with Riley. Riley was different, I countered. She didn't mean as much as Lexi does, right? She asked without really asking. I nodded. I couldn't deny it. She gave me a gentle smile. You're scared, Zeke. You're scared you're going to hurt her. You're scared to let someone that close, to be that vulnerable with someone. That's all this is. It's nothing more. Do you understand that? I nodded. What you're really scared of is if you try and you lose her, she stated. Yeah, I admitted, my voice gruff. But you still want to be with her? You still want that relationship with her? She asked directly. I nodded again. Then you're going to have to grow a pair and try, she told me. Or someone else is going to come along. The doc was right. I was just looking for excuses to keep her away. Sure, at first, putting off talking about our kiss was for her, to give her time to heal and process everything. But it was 6 months later, and she only had 2 therapy sessions left. Now, I was just making excuses for myself. I had to try with her. Something told me that I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't.
Lexi. I had just stepped out of the bathroom in my robe when the door downstairs opened.
Lexi!
Rory shouted. Shouldn't he be at work? I went to the railing and looked over. Rory was in street clothes, not his uniform. Yeah? I just took a shower. Rory looked up, his face hard.
Get dressed. We're going to see your grandfather.
My eyebrows went up. What? Really? Was he serious? He talked about finding his dad before, but shit, I had plans with Isaac. He nodded.
Hurry up. It's a drive.
I turned and went into my room. Quickly, I pulled my hair back into a ponytail and slipped into a pair of cutoffs and a gray boyfriend shirt. I was downstairs in less than 2 minutes. Rory already had Hades on a leash. I got in the truck and called Isaac.
Hey, what time did you want to meet up?
Isaac asked. I cringed. I can't make it. I'm sorry. Rory's taking me to see his dad.
Yeah, fine.
He hung up on me. My stomach rolled as I put my phone back in my pocket. We had been driving for almost 2 hours. The further we got from Spring Mountain, the more tense Rory became, until I couldn't take it anymore. It feels like you're taking me to stand in front of a firing squad, I told him. He huffed.
Yeah, sorry, kid. My father and I don't have the best relationship.
I looked out the window at the trees going by. Is he just an asshole?
He's a grumpy asshole, yeah.
He agreed, his voice dry. Grandpa sounded fun. Great, I muttered.
He won't be an asshole to you,
he said. Why's that? I turned back to him. His mouth was a hard line, his hands gripping the wheel until his knuckles turned white.
Because you're his biological granddaughter,
he bit out. He hasn't seen Tara since she was born. I gaped at him. Seriously? He nodded.
He yanked me out of Susan's hospital room to tell me Tara wasn't mine.
He shook his head. That's when I told him about my vasectomy and the sperm donor. He hasn't spoken to me since. What an asshole, I stated. Tara's never met him?
I tried around her first birthday. He hung up the phone. I stopped calling,
he admitted as we pulled into a tiny town. If he wanted to see her, he knew where to find us. Rory turned down another street. If he's such an asshole, why do you think he'll help? I asked, watching the town go by.
You're Henry's biological kid,
he reminded me.
You're all that's left of our mom. He'll be as nice to you as he ever is.
I don't remember him, I admitted.
That's because your mother decided that she didn't want him around you, he said. I always thought that Lisa believed if she kept our side of the family away from you, then you wouldn't inherit your abilities.
What did she say when she saw my red hair? I asked, oddly half curious and half dreading his answer.
She was happy you were healthy, he hedged.
I turned my head to look at him. His face was carefully blank. Rory, he sighed.
There's a reason you were an only child. Lexi and your dad didn't get a say.
I turned and looked out the window. That was enough to give me an idea. My chest ached a little. What did I expect? For her to have been happy I was born? How could I still have that hope? For years, she told me she wished I had never been born. Knowing what I know now, I looked back at my life with my mother and saw hints of her true feelings in my memories. She had never been the hugs and cuddles type of mom, but I always thought that was normal. I was wrong.
She's not all there anymore, kid, he reminded me.
I nodded. Yeah, but was she ever?
At one time, yeah. he said softly. I wish I had seen it. I shoved the emotion swamping me back behind their door. Now wasn't the time. Rory took a gravel road. So, how is Susan? I asked. She's doing good. She's on a lecture circuit this week, he said. She still asks about you. I smiled. My memories of Tara's mom had always been good ones. I remembered her playing dolls with Tara and soccer with me. She even handled the ghost issue pretty well. A memory came from the back of my mind. She saved my life once, I said, before turning to look at him. Did you know that? His brow drew down. No, what happened? I looked back out the window. I was 6. You guys had come to visit. Mom was talking with Susan in the family room. I was sitting on the floor drawing when a soul came through the wall and jumped me. Images flooded my mind. Mom's face as I dropped, coming to only long enough to watch Aunt Susan shout at my mom. Then waking up hurting, in the shower with Aunt Susan holding me. Mom just sat there. Susan got me into the shower, scrubbed me down with salt, and made sure I was okay. I remember, he said. Henry and I went fishing. Susan called and told us you were jumped. She never said anything about it, though. She did say she didn't trust your mother after that. Yeah, that sounded like Susan. I shoved everything back behind a door again. A log cabin came into view through the trees, small and charming. There was smoke floating from the gray stone chimney. A small porch with an empty rocking chair. Rory pulled up behind a blue truck and parked. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He really didn't want to do this. I can go in alone, I offered. He shook his head and opened the door. I got out, Hades jumping out after me. By the time I closed the door, Rory was beside me and the front door of the cabin was opening. A tall man who was closer to 70 than 60 stepped out onto the porch. His short silver hair was buzzed almost to his scalp. He looked so much like Rory, I almost did a double take. They could have been brothers. Decades apart, but still. Rory sighed and then led us over to the porch steps. Brown eyes narrowed at me, or more precisely, my hair, before shooting to Rory. How'd you find me? The old man bit out. I'm a cop. It's not that hard. Rory countered. This is Lexi. Lexi, this is your grandfather, Marvin. Hi. I didn't know what else to say. There was no instruction book for this. His eyes ran over me. He turned back to Rory. You got your vasectomy reversed? What was with this guy and his son's junk? No. This is Alexis. She's Henry's daughter. Rory reminded him. Marvin's gaze shot back to me. His frown faded a little. She was wondering if any of the family had left information that has to do with her abilities. Instructions, anything. Marvin's eyes stayed on me as he seemed to be deciding something. Eventually he sighed. Come in. He turned and headed inside. I raised an eyebrow at Rory, who just waved me up the stairs. I followed Marvin into the house. The great room wasn't huge. It didn't need to be, but it was sparse. A recliner, a small 2-seater, couch, a TV, a fireplace, and a bookcase. A stool at a small breakfast counter and a neat kitchen. Marvin turned back to us and crossed his arms. Now, what do you need? I want to see if Grandma left anything about her abilities. Anything she discovered? I explained. His gaze went to Rory. Stay here. Marvin turned. Back here, Lexi. I followed my grandfather down the short hall and into a workroom. Building blueprints hung on the wall. Several lay on a drafting table. There was a hand-drawn picture of a building framed and hanging on the wall. What do you do? I asked as he went to the closet. I was an architect, he muttered. I'm retired now. So you can draw? I asked carefully. He turned and looked down at me. Yeah. I can draw. He turned back to the closet and began pulling out boxes and setting them to the side. These are Amelia's records. She kept track of her family history. Pretty much everything she thought was important. I eyed the boxes. There were a lot. Thanks. I picked up one and sat down on the floor. Hades lay beside me as I opened the lid. Do you know if she kept a journal? He sighed, grabbed a box, and sat down in a desk chair. No, I don't. Is that what you're looking for? I pulled out a large file and set it on the floor. Yeah. Anything about herbs, her abilities, anything at all. She used to surround the house with salt, he muttered. I kept going through the file. That works unless it's winter or windy. Wards work much better. I was looking at a family tree. Down at the bottom was my name under my parents' names. Wait, I had never known my grandmother. I looked at the writing. It was different than the handwriting Dad and Rory's names were in. Marvin must have added them. But there was no Tara. I folded it back up and put it aside. What do you mean, wards? He asked gruffly. I picked up more records in clear cellophane. The date said late 1892. Neat. They're a symbol painted on a surface, with a drop of my blood in the middle. They keep the dead out of the house. Well, that and the betony that Rory planted around the house, I explained absently. Nothing, it was just a will. I moved on. Betony? Marvin asked. Yeah, it's a flower. It keeps the dead away, along with salt, black salt, tar water, some sage to create a barrier. I trailed off as I opened a small book. Inside was scrolling handwriting. And that works? Yeah, so does Hades. I turned the page. Hades? I scratched my baby's ears. He can see the dead and they're scared of him. It's something about his breed. Where did you find this information? He demanded. I looked up and met his eyes. One of my friends is really good at research. I went back to the book in my hand. Huh? He grunted. It seems you're doing better with the sight than anyone so far. I stopped scanning to meet his eyes. Well, that's because it's not the sight. He frowned at me. I was starting to think that was his usual face, like resting bitch face, except he was resting frowny face. What? My abilities? They're not from the sight. It's something else. I put my nose back in the book. What is it? He demanded. I sighed. It's necromancy. The sight is just seeing, being a witness. To interact with the dead, that's necromancy. How did you find that out? He growled. A witch told me. I hedged and kept reading. Nothing. It was one of the men's journals, and he was an only child. I set it down and kept looking through boxes. Basically, they kept having trouble because they were working with the wrong information. And you're sure you're working with the right information? He countered. I raised my head as something occurred to me. Did Amelia ever mention a witches' council? I asked. He scowled at me. No, never. I nodded. So, they might not have killed my grandmother. That was a small relief. She'd never done anything strange, he told me. Except see the dead? I countered as I picked up some photos. Yeah, except see the dead, he said. I started going through photos just because they were in the box. A red-headed woman was standing with a younger Marvin. I held it up. Is that her? Marvin looked up. His face slightly softened. Yeah, that's my Millie. He went back to his stack. How are your grades? Taken back by the question, it took me a minute to answer. Good. I was on honor roll last semester. Good. Got any college plans? He muttered. Art school, At least I'm hoping to get accepted, I said awkwardly. Was he trying to get to know me? I'm planning on being a tattoo artist. You're an artist? He asked, his voice softening around the edges. Yeah. Silence filled the room as we continued searching. I set down the stack of photos and grabbed a fresh stack. I froze. Dad. A younger dad, but still it was him. My eyes burned and filled. I took a shaky breath. What? He demanded. I shook my head. Just found Dad. My voice was small. When we lost the house, my mom wouldn't let me take any pictures of him. I bit the tip of my tongue, forcing the tears back. I flipped to another picture. Take them, he told me gruffly. There's no point in them sitting in a box in the closet. I looked up and met his eyes. Thanks. He nodded. I started sorting Dad's pictures out of the rest. We worked in silence for an hour more before I decided something. You know, Tara is pretty smart, I began. She's on the student council, the dance committee, even the cheerleading squad. He said nothing. I put everything back in that box, closed the lid, and moved on to the next. Screw Settle. You should stop by and meet her. She's not my granddaughter, he stated. I raised my head and watched him. Seriously? She doesn't know that. All she knows is that she's never met her grandfather. His gaze snapped to mine. She doesn't know? No. I started looking again. And I'm sure as hell not going to tell her. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath. What is? I asked directly. Rory. Not even having the stones to tell her she's not his. He closed the box he was working on and opened another. I eyed him. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Wanting to protect your daughter by keeping a secret? Doing everything you can to make sure she's happy, healthy, and doesn't feel different or unwanted? How dare he? My sarcasm was so thick, you could practically see it. He turned to me. It was his choice not to have kids. He has to deal with the consequences. What pisses you off so much about Rory's vasectomy? I asked. I was going to die soon. I had nothing to lose here. His face was dark as he met my eyes. Millie gave everything she had for those boys, and he just threw it away, he said, his voice hard. That's what I can't forgive. He went back to searching. I gaped at him. Yeah, 'cause watching his sister die was so easy. He should have just sucked it up and watched his daughter die too. Who in their right mind would want to avoid that? I shot back. He grew still. I went back to looking. The room was quiet for another hour before he closed his last box, got to his feet, and headed for the door. You know I have an expiration date, I told him without looking up. A lot of things suck about it, but I'm kind of lucky in a way. I know what matters to me. My friends, my family. I don't have the luxury of holding grudges because I can die any day. So I do my best every day to make sure they know I love them. I looked up over my shoulder at him. I know my expiration date. Do you know yours? He walked out of the room. I went back to work. It didn't bother me. I had come here without a grandfather. I'd leave without one. No one needed something like that in a short life. I continued searching and only found more pictures of Dad, so it wasn't a total waste of an afternoon. I put all the boxes back carefully and then started down the hall. Strong kid? Marvin's question had me stopping in my tracks. Yeah, strong as hell, Rory answered, his voice hard. Think she'll get past 30? Marvin asked. There were several heartbeats of silence. If anyone can, she can, Rory said. But she's showing signs already. The roughness in his voice made my heart hurt. She's got Henry's mouth, Marvin pointed out. Rory snorted. Yeah, she curses like a sailor, but she sounds like Mom when she argues. It's uncanny. I noticed, Marvin admitted. Why is she with you? After Henry died, Lisa started drinking, moving them around a lot, Rory explained. She started doing drugs. She was already treating Lexi like dirt, but it only got worse. Lisa beat the crap out of her. She's been charged and is waiting in jail since she can't make bail. You need a lawyer? Marvin asked. No. I've already got one ready to keep her in red tape if I need to, Rory admitted. We've only got a few months left. Silence fell. Hades started moving towards the great room. Rory was on the couch, Marvin in the recliner. I didn't find anything, I admitted, before holding up the stack of photos. Except more photos of Dad. Rory got to his feet. Sorry, kid. We tried. He headed for the door. Thanks for the photos, I said, before Hades and I followed. Marvin took up the rear. On the porch, Rory turned to his dad. Thanks for letting her look. No problem. Listen. Marvin swallowed hard. Keep in touch. Rory looked as if he'd been hit in the back of a head with a board. What? Keep in touch. I want to know how she's doing, Marvin told him. The stunned look disappeared. Yeah, sure. Rory's voice was hard again. I moved down the stairs and towards the truck. Rory followed. Hades was already in the back of the cab when Rory climbed in. He was quiet all of the way home. I pulled up to the twins' house and shut off the truck. Rory had ordered a pizza and wanted to watch sports with Hades. Tonight was Miles's birthday at the twins, and I was starving. I hurried up the steps and went inside. The smell of heaven hit my nose. If I could, I would have floated after the scent to the kitchen like a cartoon character. Zeke was in the living room, spread out on the couch. His eyes were closed, but he wasn't snoring. Grinning, I walked over and carefully dropped my ass on Zeke's stomach. He grunted, opened his eyes, and glared at me. What the fuck, Lexi? He snapped. There's a chair right there. Yeah, but I wanted to sit on the couch. I shot back with a grin. One of his hands went to my lower back. His muscles flexed under my butt, surprising me. I looked at his shirt before reaching down and feeling the thickness. It was thinner than his usual shirts. Did you work today? Yeah, he growled. Now get your ass off me. Are you going to stop hogging the couch? I asked sweetly. I was here first, he countered. I leaned back against the sofa and rested my hands behind my head. Ah, comfy. Zeke's eyes had a small sparkle a second before he grabbed me and pulled me down to lay on him. I was laughing as he moved an arm around my shoulders and locked me against his chest. He closed his eyes again. Now stay still. I lay my head down on his chest and listened to his heart beating under my ear. Okay, I can sleep, I muttered. It had been a long day and I didn't get much sleep last night, and he was pretty comfy. Fingers lifted my chin. I opened my eyes to meet those sky blue ones. You okay? He asked, his voice low. Yeah, just a long day. His eyes were warm as they ran over my face. Let's get some caffeine. I raised an eyebrow. What? No nap? I teased. His arm loosened, allowing me to get up and climb off him. Zeke heaved himself to his feet, and I followed him into the kitchen. It was chaos. Asher and Maria were chatting back and forth as they moved around the kitchen. Ethan and Miles were at the kitchen table watching the show. Hey, Lexi, Ethan said. How was your afternoon? Miles asked as he scratched his arm above the cast. Zeke headed for the fridge. I shrugged. Rory took the afternoon off and he took me to see some family. The guys shared a look before turning back to me. You have more family? Miles asked carefully. Zeke came back to the table and handed me a soda. I took it gratefully. "I'll explain later," I promised, as I popped the top and sat down. "So how are you two feeling?"
"Not bad,"
Miles said.
"Banged up,"
Ethan added.
"Though not as bad as before that back rub. Thanks, beautiful."
I smiled. "No problem." I looked around the kitchen again. "Where's Isaac?"
"Upstairs,"
Ethan stated.
"Something's off with him."
"Well, he does have the fight tomorrow," I pointed out. "He's probably nervous." Ethan shook his head.
"I've seen nervous. This isn't it."
Worried, I got up. "I'll go see if I can talk to him."
"Good luck,"
Ethan called as I left the kitchen. The rest of the house was dead silent as I walked up the stairs and stopped at Isaac's door. I knocked. No answer. I opened the door slowly. Isaac was sitting on the floor, his back against his bed. The evening sunlight glowed against the drawn curtains, giving barely enough light to see. I made my way over and sat next to him. "Hey, Cookie Monster." He didn't say anything. He just continued staring at the wall. I took a closer look. The bags under his eyes were even darker. His face was pale, and his eyes listless. His hair was oily, and the room had the faint stench of body odor. His entire body was practically shaking with tension. In short, he looked like shit. "I'm sorry about today. Are you feeling okay?" I asked quietly as I eyed his face stubble. It looked like he hadn't shaved in days. I noticed his knuckles. They were bruised, and the skin was scraped off a few knuckles. "Where did those come from?"
"Fine,"
he grumbled. "Are you nervous about tomorrow?" I asked, hoping to get him to talk. He didn't answer. "Okay." "Dinner will be ready soon," I offered. If anything could get him out of his room, it was food.
"Can you leave?"
he asked so quietly I barely heard him. I blinked at him. "You want me to leave?" He turned to me, his jaw clenching.
"Yeah, I don't want to talk. Not everyone feels the need to gab like you and Ethan do."
He turned back to stare across the room. I blinked at him. What the hell? Something was wrong. An odd shadow moved over his neck, probably from the light in the hallway. "Okay," I said, stunned. Isaac never spoke to me that way. Something was very wrong. Worry knotted my gut as I sat with him in silence. He turned his head to look at me again. His amber eyes were cold and hard as they met mine.
"Get out."
"I wasn't talking," I pointed out. "I just wanted to be here for you."
"I don't give a fuck what you want,"
he snapped. I was taken aback. His face was like stone, cold and unyielding. It wasn't like him. Yeah, everyone had bad days, but this... "All right, you don't have to be a dick about it," I muttered as I got to my feet and left his room, closing the door behind me. I stood in the hall trying to understand what just happened. He was rude, downright mean. Isaac was many things, but mean wasn't one of them. I started for the stairs. Halfway down, Miles, with his arm in a sling, met me on his way up. His gaze ran over me.
"What's wrong?"
I think something is wrong with Isaac," I whispered. His eyes softened.
"Why's that?"
"He was rude. Not just rude, he was mean when he told me to leave," I said. Yeah, saying it out loud, it seemed like I was overreacting, but a small part of me was telling me I wasn't.
"That's strange,"
he said.
"What did he say?"
I was being ridiculous. I shook my head. "You know, he's probably nervous about tomorrow, and he's not sleeping. That would make anyone cranky." Miles looked up the stairs.
"There was a car accident."
He met my eyes.
It could have brought on flashbacks.
Shit, I hadn't thought about that. Shit. Now I felt like an asshole. I'll talk to him, he assured me. But first, I pulled Miles's present out of my pocket and handed it to him. Miles smiled as his ears turned pink. You didn't have to, he told me as he began to open the wrapping paper. It's your birthday, I reminded him. Yeah, you got in a crash, your car is totaled, but it's still your birthday. Miles pulled off the last of the wrapping paper and smiled. Lexi, it's beautiful. My face grew warm. It's okay. He met my eyes. I love it. Thank you. Everything else faded away. Miles stepped up to my step. I should... He swallowed hard as his gaze ran down my face to my lips, and then back to my eyes. My heart raced. My skin hummed. I'll, head back down to the kitchen, I whispered. He blinked and looked up the stairs. His ears were turning pink. I'll go check on, Isaac. I moved down a step. Thanks. It's probably just me. Miles headed upstairs while I went down. It wasn't long before I was in the kitchen listening to the guys talk about something. I wasn't paying attention. Isaac was probably nervous about his first fight back. It was nothing. Then why couldn't I get the weight in my chest to ease? Miles came down in time for dinner and sat next to me. I talked to him. He was tense, but he seemed all right. He reassured me. Huh. Then I'm probably being too sensitive. I gave him a small smile. Don't worry about it. We went back to dinner. Everyone was talking, laughing, telling jokes, but I was worlds away and playing with my food. Chili rellenos was Isaac's favorite. Stop. Miles said he seemed fine, so he was fine. I forced myself to eat past the knot in my stomach before Zeke noticed I wasn't eating. It was quiet all through dinner and cleanup. It wasn't until we were all out back on the porch, enjoying the cooling air, that someone got my attention. So, what did you do today, Allie? Asher asked from his perch on the porch railing. Well, Rory took me to see my grandfather. He wanted to see if my grandmother left any info around, I announced. I suddenly had everyone's attention. How did that go? Miles asked, carefully. I shrugged. I got some pictures of my dad, but that's about it. That sucks, Ethan said. At least you have more photos now, Miles offered. I'm not really torn up about it, I admitted, but I am a little pissed that he's never met Tara. Why's that? Miles asked. He knows she's not Rory's, and he refuses to be her grandfather because of it. I shrugged. He was an odd piece of work. The guys shared a look. What? I asked. They grinned. You said something, didn't you? Miles asked. I made a point to look anywhere but at them. They chuckled. I turned back to them. I may have said something, I muttered. They kept chuckling. My face warmed. It took a while for them to calm down.
Isaac. The sound of the front door shutting eased the tension in my body. She was gone. I took deep, dragging breaths. I didn't know how much longer I could keep myself here. Sweat soaked my shirt and ran down my face. The second she stepped into the house, I knew she was here. I don't know how, but I did. The urge to rip and pound my fist into something tore through me, just like with Joshua. I looked down at my bruised and scraped knuckles. He'd been bloody and unconscious before I managed to stop myself. I left him bleeding and lying in the grass. What the fuck was wrong with me? And then Lexi came in. Muscles tired, I lay down on my side on the floor. I could have hurt her. I almost did. I closed my eyes as tears ran down my face. What kind of guy wants to hurt the girl he... Someone who is tired of everyone's shit. No. Zeke's dad was like that. Miles' dad. I wasn't like them. Are you sure? You did kill Sophie. Maybe I did. But that didn't mean I wanted to. I'm not that way. But the urge to pound my fist into her face when she wouldn't leave, that wasn't normal. You could have saved Sophie, but you didn't. You held your hand over her face and killed her. I went limp, too tired to even think. It's true. I was a pathetic piece of shit. I'd always known it. Always. Under it all, in the deepest part of me, I knew. I was nothing. Not even worth the air I was breathing. Tears fell faster as the truth settled into me like a burning stone in my chest. Maybe you can change that. That voice kept talking through the night until, finally, dawn came.
Chapter 12. Thursday. I cleaned my brush again and used my palette knife to mix more of the blue shade I needed. We were in Miles's living room, using the coffee table for my project. I had spent the last hour putting the night sky on Miles's cast, complete with stars, gases, and even the moon. Now all I needed was to mix the TARDIS blue and paint in the TARDIS flying through the sky. So, Miles began, looking at me over his glasses. What do you want to talk about? I chewed on the corner of my bottom lip as I mixed the paint. I didn't say I needed to talk. I tried to make my voice light, but it didn't work. No, you didn't. His eyes were warm as I met them. But you usually draw or paint when you have something on your mind, and you usually do it at home. I resisted squirming under his eyes. He was always too observant. Okay, you might be right. I picked up the brush and started working on the little blue box. What is it? He asked gently in his silky, smooth voice that I loved. Let me finish this first, I hedged. I really didn't want to fuck up his cast because of what I was going to tell him. Are you nervous about Isaac's fight today? He asked, as if he couldn't help it. I smiled to myself. Yeah, but that's not it. I started working on the side of the box. Are you worried about Ethan's back? Miles tried again. I shook my head. Yeah, but again, that's not it. Am I in the proximity? He asked. I shook my head as I began cleaning my brush. Knowing Miles, he was just going to keep guessing until I told him. All we need to do is let it dry before I do the white on the TARDIS, I told him as I cleaned my fingers with a paper towel. I stalled as long as I could. I looked up and met his eyes. There is something I need to tell you. His eyes ran over my face before coming back to my eyes. Is this about your scans? I swallowed hard. Yeah, the results came back. I looked down and started tearing the paper towel to pieces. They aren't good. His hand reached out and stopped me from tearing the towel even more. How bad are they? I let out a deep breath and held his hand. Do you remember back in October, Rory had me see every kind of doctor there was? Yes. I looked up and met his emerald eyes. When my Aunt Claire died, the family learned that there was a black spot of dead tissue on her brain. There was no medical reason for it, but the family knew what it was. It was damage from the dead. His eyes narrowed on mine. They found a spot in October, didn't they? I nodded. Yeah. And after getting jumped in April, Rory wanted me to get the scan again. I put it off as long as I could. The amount of dead tissue grew, didn't it? He asked carefully. My eyes burned as I looked down at his hand holding mine. Yeah, and the symptoms are getting worse. Tears fell down my face. We've noticed you've been tired lately, he admitted, his voice rough. I wiped my face and tried to breathe past the tightness in my chest. I'm also getting nosebleeds for no reason now, I admitted. Miles grew tense beside me.
All right. What are our options?
My eyes shot to him. Surgery? Cutting back on crossing the dead? That's it. There's nothing else to do.
All right,
He said carefully, his eyes unfocused as he continued.
I'll have Dr. Zimmer find the best neurosurgeon in the States.
I'm not having the surgery, I told him, my voice soft, his eyes focused on mine.
Lexi, if it could help, if it could buy you more time, isn't it worth it?
Miles's hand tightened on mine. I gave him a small smile. There's no proof it'll work, and I wiped my face again as a fresh wave of tears fell down my face. And I'd rather spend the time I have left with the people I love rather than in pain. The only thing I can do is wear my beads right now and cut back on crossing the dead. Miles's jaw clenched.
Lexi,
he whispered, his voice rough around the edges. I leaned into him. He wrapped his arms around me and hugged me tight while being careful of his cast. I buried my face in his shirt and clung to him.
We'll keep looking,
he promised, his face buried in my hair.
We'll find a way to keep you safe.
I hope so, I breathed. I really hoped we could. I woke up only to realize I was on the couch in the living room at home. Rubbing my eyes, I tried to remember what happened. I got really tired at Miles's house, so I came home and apparently I didn't make it upstairs. I sighed. This whole being tired all the time thing was starting to piss me off. How long did I sleep this time? I pulled my cell out of my pocket and checked the time. It was 2:00. Shit. I grabbed Hades, jumped into the Blazer, and took off for the rec center. I parked, shut off the truck, and ran inside. By the time I reached the payment table, the lobby was empty. One of the fights must have started already. Shit. I got my ticket and hurried in. The MMA cage was in the center of 4 large bleachers full of people. I looked for the guys and spotted Zeke's giant frame in the bleachers on the far side of the ring. Careful to keep Hades beside me, I moved around the ring and officials until I was near the side of their bleachers. Zeke spotted me coming. He said something to Asher, who was by the edge. Zeke was a little further down. Ethan and Miles were sitting behind them. Asher turned and spotted me. I looked up at them and the packed bleachers, wondering how we were going to get up there. Asher moved his feet and reached down to me.
Put your foot on the ledge, Allie.
Getting an idea of what he was doing, I reached up and took his hand, braced my foot, and did a one-leg jump. Asher pulled me up and stepped back a little toward Zeke.
Get your ass out of my face,
Zeke growled. I looked up and met Asher's warm eyes. It was a couple of heartbeats before I could pull away. Thanks, Ash. I moved up the bleachers to sit between Miles and Ethan. It was the only safe thing to do right now. Asher made room. Hades managed to jump up and squeeze between Zeke's knees. So did I miss him? I asked as Asher sat back down in his spot.
Nah, but Jordan got his ass kicked,
Ethan informed me. Ouch. Yeah, Jordan hit on me and couldn't take a hint, but ouch.
What happened?
Miles asked, his voice hushed. I turned to him. I fell asleep. His eyes filled with understanding as a tall man with a microphone moved out into the cage. I recognized Isaac's shoulders, and he walked through the bleachers to the cage. Another guy followed not far behind.
In the red corner, weighing in 173 pounds and standing 5 feet 10 inches tall, Isaac Turner.
We cheered as Isaac moved into the cage. He continued shaking his arms and legs to keep them warm.
In the blue corner, weighing in at 175 pounds and standing 6 feet tall, Michael Bauer.
Everyone applauded. I watched Isaac, my stomach already in knots. I could watch a guy I was in love with get the shit kicked out of him. Right? Oh, fuck. Isaac and his opponent moved to the center of the ring.
They touched gloves and circled each other. I took Ethan's hand and tried not to squeeze it too tight. Bauer moved in first, throwing a series of punches. Isaac blocked, slipped to the side, and got him with a right hook. I winced as Bauer backed off a little. They sized each other up. Bauer moved in again, feinting a blow to the head and then landing a blow to the ribs. They went at it, throwing punches and shooting out kicks. It wasn't long before Bauer got his arms around Isaac. Then he pushed Isaac and took him to the mat. Isaac landed a nice punch to Bauer's jaw. The guy tucked his chin, and it turned into a grappling fight. "Come on, Isaac!" I cheered as loudly as I could, hoping he'd get Bauer in a lock. The ref broke them apart. They got to their feet, and each moved to a side of the cage. A strange shadow crossed Isaac's face. I blinked and looked up at the lights to see what was causing the shadow. I looked back at Isaac again. The shadow was gone. I started bouncing my knee. This time, Isaac went after him. And I mean, went after him. Isaac changed in a second. He knocked Bauer around the cage, landing punch after punch. He didn't miss a kick. He didn't miss an opening. He tore into Bauer. Bauer's right eye swelled. A cut opened on his face. When the ref went to break them apart, Isaac brushed him off and almost looked like he was going in for more. But he got up and turned to go back to the other side. That shadow moved up his throat to his ear, then disappeared. That was strange. When Bauer was good to go, the ref stepped back. There was no circling this time. There was no sizing up. Isaac tore into Bauer, beating him. It went on and on until Isaac got him to the mat. Isaac drove his knee into the guy's gut, then punched him 4 more times before the ref pulled Isaac off an unconscious Bauer. And I mean pulled Isaac. Isaac swung around with his fist raised, as if he was going to clock the ref. The shadow ran over his face again, down his neck and down his chest. Or at least it looked that way. Dread filled my heart as the ref checked on the unconscious Bauer. "Medics!" the ref called. The paramedics hustled into the cage. Isaac walked out and headed for the locker rooms without looking at anyone. I watched the medics work. "Did that feel off for anyone else?" I asked them carefully.
"Yeah, that was fucking off,"
Zeke snapped as he turned to look back at us.
"He was on the verge of illegal."
"That was disturbing," Miles said carefully.
"What the fuck was he thinking?"
Ethan snapped.
"He didn't even check on Bauer,"
Asher pointed out.
"He always checks if he's knocked someone out."
And then there was that shadow. I looked over the ceiling at the lights, for flags, looking for anything that might have caused it. I didn't see shit. That knot of dread in my chest grew bigger. "I think I'm going to go talk to him," I said as I got up. I braced myself on Asher and Zeke's shoulders so I could step down between them to their level.
"I'm knocking his head off,"
Zeke growled as he tried to get Hades out of the way. I turned back to him. "Zeke, give me 5 minutes. I think something's wrong." Zeke met my eyes and we had our usual staring contest. This time he sighed.
5 minutes exactly,
he told me. "Got it," I told him as I started moving sideways on the bleachers. I had to slip by Asher, who was sitting down, his face a little above boob height. Yeah, that wasn't awkward at all. I jumped down as the medics started taking Bauer out on a stretcher. I opened the men's locker room door. "Girl coming in, cover your junk," I called before waiting a second. There were a few chuckles.
"Everyone's already dressed,"
a guy's voice shouted back. The locker room wasn't full, thankfully. A thick silence hung in the air as several muscular guys wrapped their hands and ankles as they got themselves ready for their fights. I looked down the first row. Isaac wasn't there.
"You looking for Turner?"
A guy who looked to be in his 20s with short, dark, cropped hair asked. I nodded. "He's down 2 aisles," a familiar voice offered. Jordan got up from the bench. His face was bruised and cut, at least from what I could see around the ice.
Heard Bauer took a beating. How bad was it?
I met Jordan's one open eye. He's on the way to the hospital, I said quietly. The older man straightened, his brow drawn.
Well, shit.
I walked 2 rows over and found Isaac sitting on a bench in the middle of the wide row, unwrapping his hands. Even from here I could tell he looked like shit. The bags under his eyes were dark. His face was pale.
What do you want?
He growled, his voice boiling. I walked over and stood next to the lockers. Are you okay?
Fine.
His voice was short and clipped. What the hell was that out there? I asked, keeping my voice down.
Fighting.
Isaac, he's going to the hospital, I told him, very clearly. You just put a guy in the hospital.
It's a fight. He lost. I won.
He snapped. That isn't what happened out there, I stated, my voice growing harder. According to Zeke, you came really close to illegal fighting. What is going on? He got to his feet, slammed open his locker, and jerked his gear bag out.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, you need to, because you went apeshit on that guy. You're not hanging out with us, and you're pissed as hell lately, I told him, keeping my voice down. What is wrong? His shoulders became taut with tension as he dropped his bag. Isaac, talk to me, I pleaded. He shoved his feet into his shoes.
Back off.
His voice was deeper than usual. It sent a shiver down my spine. Isaac, I'm your friend.
Some fucking friend. You blew me off yesterday.
He bit out.
Whenever you fucking need something, I'm there. But I need you and you're fucking off with my brother or the guys. I'm so sick of this crap. You're never around. You even fucking kept Sophie a secret. Who fucking does that? So don't give me that I'm your friend bullshit.
He got to his feet, grabbed his bag, and headed for the emergency exit. I'd had enough. I grabbed his arm to turn him. Cookie Monster. Isaac dropped his bag and turned. My heart leaped into my throat. That wasn't Isaac. His face was thickly shadowed. His irises flashed a burning red. He bared his teeth at me.
Why would I want a cunt like you around?
He snarled, his voice dark and deep. It sent cold fingers of fear down my spine. I knew that voice. His hand shot out. I fell backwards into the lockers, hard, the sound echoing through the locker room. I slid to the floor, stunned. I gaped up at him. The red glow disappeared from his eyes. The shadow pulled back from his face. He stared down at his shaking hands as if they had betrayed him. It was only a second before running footsteps came towards us. Isaac grabbed his bag and ran out the emergency door. Jordan and the other guys came around the corner.
What was that?
Jordan spotted me and scowled.
Did he just fucking push you?
I nodded, still staring after Isaac. A door opened and closed somewhere. The dark-haired older man squatted next to me, his eyes concerned.
Did he only push you?
I nodded. He's never... I was struggling to wrap my head around this.
Well, steroids will do that to you, he said. He needs some help. Come on, let's get you off the floor. It's gross in here.
He held his hands out to me. I took them. He helped me to the bench.
Did a redhead come through here?
Ethan asked tearfully. Jordan turned toward the front of the locker room.
Lexi's down here. And if you don't beat the shit out of Isaac, I will.
Footsteps hurried down the aisle. I was still staring at the emergency door when Zeke and Miles came around the corner. The others went back to getting ready as Hades pulled on his leash. Miles squatted down to turn my chin with his good hand.
Lexi, what happened?
I met his eyes. He told me we weren't friends. He called me a cunt. Then he pushed me into the lockers. I still couldn't quite believe it myself. Ethan and Asher joined us. Hades began straining toward the exit. Zeke's face grew murderous.
Where is he?
He ran. I looked up at them. I think something is wrong with him. Zeke's massive frame turned and strode towards the emergency door.
Yeah, he's about to die,
he announced in his deep, gravelly voice. Zeke, I called. He turned back at the door. You don't understand, I tried again. Something is really wrong, like... It finally clicked. Holy fucking shit. Something was in Isaac. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Don't panic, Lexi. Breathe. I got to my feet and headed for the emergency exit. Sweat started to bead on my skin as I led them further away from the door so we couldn't be heard. I turned and looked up at them. I think Isaac is possessed or something. Zeke scowled at me. Asher's eyebrows were sky high. Ethan's face grew pale. And Miles's face? Well, he had his thinking face on.
Why do you say that?
Miles asked, tapping his fingers on his thigh. I saw a black shadow covering his face. I swallowed hard. I saw it during the fight, too. I just thought it was from the lights or something. I shook my head. His eyes turned red, and the voice he used. I looked up at them. That wasn't Isaac. It was deeper than Zeke's voice.
What?
Ethan breathed, his face growing even paler. Miles stopped tapping.
Are you sure?
I looked at him. I don't fucking know.
Okay, well, before we go tell him he's possessed, let's check with someone who would know.
Asher suggested. Serena, I stated, pulling out my phone. Serena and I didn't have the best of relationships. Well, with her threatening to kill me and me wanting to live and all. Serena's phone went straight to voicemail. That was it. I had been leaving this bitch messages all fucking week. Serena, I need you to pick up your fucking phone. I think a friend of mine is possessed. Call me. I hung up. My chest grew tight as panic set in. Hades moved away from Zeke and sat on my foot, only to lean against my leg. Okay, what do I know? I asked myself out loud as I moved away from Hades to pace, trying to stay calm. I knew a bunch of theoretical shit. I covered my face and took a deep breath. Miles stepped closer and pulled one of my hands from my face.
We need someone with experience with this, right?
I nodded, my heart hammering away in my throat. His thumbs stroked the back of my knuckles. My panic pulled back a bit.
All right. You think it's the demon from Kara and Mia's house?
I nodded.
Then maybe we should go to the Catholic Church and talk to a priest.
Miles suggested. A priest? Priest? Shit. I pulled my hand from his and grabbed my phone. Serena gave me the name of a priest months ago. I unlocked my phone with trembling fingers. I found the number and hit the call button. I started chewing on the bottom corner of my lip as it rang. Finally, someone picked up.
Hello, St. Joseph's Church.
A young man's voice answered. I'm looking for Father Francis. I skipped the pleasantries.
One moment. He just came into the office. Let me transfer you.
The man said. I got an earful of elevator music. I started pacing, my hand balling in the hair of my ponytail. Come on.
This is Father Francis. How can I help you?
An older man's voice came on the line. Do you know a woman named Serena? I asked immediately. There was silence.
I'm sorry. I think you have the wrong number.
Fuck it. I didn't have time for subtle. Look, here's the deal. I'm a necromancer. I'm 17 years old, and a witch named Serena gave me this number if there was anything I couldn't handle. Right now, I'm pretty sure one of my best friends is possessed by a demon, hence the phone call. She's not picking up. Now, can you help me or not? There was dead silence on the phone. I held my breath. Don't tell me I just fucked up any hope of helping Isaac. Me and my big...
Yes, I knew a Serena years ago.
He stated.
Why do you think your friend is possessed?
I quickly summed up Kara and Mia's house. Isaac not sleeping, the way he'd been acting, and then, oh yeah, the big shadow and red eyes. I barely managed to keep the sarcasm from being too much.
If that is indeed what is happening, it sounds like your friend is in the advanced stages of possession. It has manifested extraordinarily fast,
he said, his voice clinical.
You'll have to get him here to the church in Boulder, Colorado. Then we'll determine if it's possession or not.
I moved the phone from my mouth to turn to Miles. We need to get him to Boulder. Miles pulled out his phone and was calling before I finished my sentence.
I'll have the jet prepped.
We'll be there today, I told him.
Now listen, if this is the advanced stages of possession, then the entity will try to take over a body permanently, which means killing the soul of the rightful owner of that body. Be on the lookout for it to come to the surface. They have abilities: telekinesis, throwing fire, conjuring hallucinations. You name it, a demon can do it.
Got it. Superpowers. Great, I muttered.
Now listen, this is very important. Do not leave him alone, he stated. If a demon is found out, they'll kill the person instead of the soul, and they'll do as much damage as they can on the way out.
He ran off, I admitted, my stomach knots growing knots.
Find him and get him here. We'll examine him when he arrives,
he told me. We will. I hung up and turned to the others. Not good. We need to find him now. It's going to try to kill him. I turned to Miles. We need something to knock him out. Miles nodded.
I'll take care of the plane, Hades, and the medication. You guys find him.
Everyone split up. When I started the blazer, my hands were trembling. I took deep breaths and let them out slowly. We had to find him. There was no other option. We had to.
Ethan. I didn't even stop for the stop sign at the intersection. There were no cars, so I just drove through. My heart was racing in my chest. My clammy hands gripped the wheel. It was a job just to breathe. Ethan, calm down. We aren't going to help him if we're in another accident, Miles announced, reminding me he was in the car. I cursed as I slowed down to only 5 miles over the speed limit. He's going to... Bile rose in my throat. I couldn't even say it. We'll find him, he reassured me. Yeah? How? I snapped as I turned the wheel. We don't know everyone he knows. I hit the brakes hard. The car screeched to a halt at the stoplight. I couldn't lose him, too. I couldn't seem to breathe. Taking deep breaths, my chest ached, as if it were replaced with a deep, burning pit. My control was paper thin. Everything I was shook. I couldn't do it again. Deep breaths, Miles ordered. I did as he said. Now Zeke and Asher are out looking too. So is Lexi. We'll find him, he promised. I swallowed hard and nodded as my eyes burned. I just couldn't.
Lexi. We spent the next 2 hours looking for him. We were running out of time. The knot in my chest was pulling tighter and tighter. The longer it took, the harder it was to breathe. My phone rang. I looked at it in the holder and hit the button as I pulled off the highway. Cookie Monster? Lexi. Isaac's voice was so strained I couldn't take it. Where are you? I asked, running my hand through my hair. I need you, he whispered, his voice shaking. You got me, I said instantly. Tell me where you are and I'll come to you.
The scenic overlook off 93 North. It's about 3 miles outside of town,
he said absently. I wasn't even a mile away.
Hurry.
The phone went dead. I floored it. My heart raced as I sped out to the overlook. I hit my speed dial.
Did you find him?
Zeke demanded. He called me. He's at the overlook off 93 North, 3 miles outside of town. He asked me to come. I practically shouted into the phone.
Not alone,
Zeke shouted. Then follow. I'm already here. I hit the brakes and skidded to a stop in the almost empty parking lot. My eyes were on Isaac, standing on the other side of the railing, 5 feet out at the edge of the cliff. "Hurry!" I left my phone and jumped out of the truck, not even bothering to shut it off. I ran to the railing, climbed over, and went straight to him. "Isaac," I called gently, as I walked slowly towards him. The black shadow covered him, moving constantly over his skin as he looked down at the floor of the valley, over 300 feet down. I got no response. I moved closer. "Cookie Monster?" I kept my voice soft.
"Lexi."
His voice cracked. My throat grew tight at the sound. "I'm here." I swallowed hard as I eyed the edge. "What are you doing?" He shook his head hard. The shadows moved away from his face.
"I want it over, Lexi,"
he whispered. My heart stopped.
"I can't take it anymore."
"Talk to me," I begged.
"I killed her."
His voice was so quiet I barely heard him.
"It's my fault she's dead."
My heart shattered. "Isaac." "No, you didn't," I told him firmly. He looked at me over his shoulder.
"I could have left the car,"
he growled, his eyes tinged red.
"I could have gotten help."
I shook my head. "The accident was still happening, Isaac. You would have been killed, too," I pointed out. He looked back down at the valley floor. "With her injuries, there was nothing you could have done except be with her."
"I smothered her,"
he growled. His hands moved to his head, his fingers digging into his scalp. He closed his eyes tight and shook his head. Tears fell down his face. "What?" I couldn't believe he said that. "No, you didn't." His tortured eyes met mine.
"I smothered her. I remember doing it."
"No, you didn't, Isaac. You made sure that in her last moments she knew she was loved and treasured," I assured him, my eyes burning. "That's what she told me before she crossed. You made it so she wasn't scared to die. You have no idea how much that meant to her. That was all you did. It was all you could do." The black shadow moved over his head again. This time I heard the whispering. "Don't listen to the voice telling you that it's your fault. That's not you, Isaac." My hand shook.
"Bullshit."
He turned to glare at me, his hands dropping from his head.
"It's been there since the day she died."
"But now there's a new one, right?" I asked, carefully stepping closer. "This one is worse, telling you that you should leave the people who love you?" I looked down at the cliff. "Telling you to do something that you know will kill all of us?" Isaac shook his head, blinking hard.
"It's loud,"
he said softly. "That's not you, Cookie Monster," I told him adamantly. "That's why we've been looking for you since you ran off." The shadow fell back down his neck. "It's the demon from Kara's house. It latched onto you and I didn't see it. It's trying to kill you." He chuckled darkly. The shadow moved up his neck again.
"I've been trying for a long time,"
he admitted, looking down at the valley 1,000 feet below.
"Maybe it's time."
"No." I strode towards him. The shadows darkened. Isaac warned me off with his hand out. I stopped a couple feet away.
"Don't come any closer, Red,"
he snarled.
"I want to hurt you. To pound my fist into your face until you stop talking."
Tears fell down his face faster.
"Don't let me. Please."
Isaac looked like he was listening to the voice again. The black shadow surged over his face.
"It's right,"
he whispered.
"I'm the piece of shit that let her die. I hurt you, and I wanted to do it."
"Isaac, I can't imagine this world without you," I said desperately, my voice cracking. Fresh tears started falling down my face at just the thought.
"I don't deserve to live,"
he said softly, as he looked out at the drop again. I slowly stepped closer. "That's not you, Isaac," I told him vehemently. "You're my Cookie Monster." I stepped even closer. You enjoy the little things. You sing a song every time you have tuna for lunch. The black shadow lightened over his head. You love pranks, silly string, and using me as a shield when you run away from the guys. His entire body went rigid. The shadow surged over his head. Isaac, you don't have to hide from me. You never have to hide from me.
I let her die. I killed her,
he rasped, his entire body shaking. You didn't smother her. You didn't cause the wreck, I told him. He turned back to me, his eyes blinking. Think about it, Cookie Monster. The shadow slipped back down to his neck a little more. Did you do everything you could? It was agonizing waiting as he thought about it.
Yeah.
His whisper was like a breath. You are not God, Isaac. I tried to reach him as I stepped closer. The black shadow swirled faster over his skin as I spoke. You don't have control over who lives and dies. All any of us can do is our best. I was close enough to touch him. You didn't smother her. You didn't kill her. He had to listen. She didn't blame you. She said that you made her feel loved in her last moments of life. She was grateful for those jokes. You made it so she wasn't afraid. I stepped closer until I could smell limes. Tears poured down both our faces. She also said to tell you you're wrong. Isaac finally met my gaze. His eyes were lost in a storm of agony that I couldn't fix. I could only stand beside him and go through it with him, let him know he wasn't alone.
Back up,
he said, his voice pleading. I shook my head as I stepped closer until there was only a breath separating us. No. He was finally hearing me, and I wasn't about to lose Isaac to a fucking demon. You would never hurt me. The shadow spilled over his head and face. His eyes started to burn red. No! I grabbed his shirt and pulled him down. My lips found his. His lips were still, but I didn't care. I kissed him deeper, harder, desperately. He needed to know that he wasn't what he thought, that he was essential to me, to my life. His lips finally moved, and one arm wrapped around me. The other went to the back of my neck, holding me still as he kissed me back. Vaguely, I felt that sick cloud move away from his skin, but I didn't stop. I wanted Isaac in control again, and if I couldn't do it with logic, I'd sure as hell do it with love. My body burned as I pressed against him. He took over the kiss. It grew softer, gentler. His lips slowly eased from mine. He pulled away a little, his breathing heavy. Those amber eyes were warm and wide when they met mine. His hand flexed at my waist as the other moved from my neck to cup my face.
Lexi?
Losing you would kill me, I told him softly, moving my hands to hold his jaw. So fight that fucker back and hold on. We're getting rid of it. The storm in his eyes was calming, but they were still full of shadows. Tires screeched in the parking lot. Car doors slammed. I didn't take my eyes off his. He finally gave me a small nod. I kept eye contact as the others started to run towards us. Isaac looked away from me to them. His eyes flashed red as the shadow surged over him again. I grabbed his face and forced his eyes back to me. Cookie Monster. His eyes flashed back to Amber. Fight it. We love you. Don't let that thing take you from us, I all but growled. Isaac's eyes were desperate as he nodded again. Move slowly, guys, I told the others, my eyes not leaving Isaac's.
Red,
Isaac warned, his voice deeper. The guys stopped moving. Fight, I ordered. This is your body, not his. This is your life, not his. You make your choices, not some fucked up thing from hell. So choose. Tears kept falling down my face again. Choose us. Choose our family and fight like hell. He took several deep, shaking breaths before he nodded. The guys moved slower this time.
Isaac, we're going to put a zip tie on your wrists, all right?
Miles said in his soothing, calm voice.
It's to stop you from hurting yourself or us.
Isaac struggled to fight against the shadow again, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he nodded. I took his hand from my face and moved it to my lower back. Then I held his face again, keeping his eyes on me. The smell of engine grease reached me as I heard a zip tie being closed behind me. Isaac tensed. The red started to come back. I pressed my hands harder into his face. "Cookie Monster, I'm right here," I whispered. "Feel me. I'm right here. You aren't alone in this." The shadow finally pulled back until it almost disappeared completely down his shirt. Isaac nodded.
I'm good,
he said softly.
"Get away before it comes back."
I hesitated.
"Please,"
he pleaded. I nodded. Isaac lifted his arms up over my head and I moved. Zeke and Asher went to both sides of Isaac and started walking him away from the edge of the cliff. I didn't leave Isaac's sight as we got him into the blazer. Asher climbed in back. He turned and helped Isaac get inside. Zeke followed closely. I drove, following Miles and Ethan to the private section of the airport. It was a tense drive.
"We've got your back, man,"
Asher told him firmly. Isaac nodded, his body tense. We got to the airport without any issues. Zeke and Asher got Isaac out of the truck. When he saw the plane, he went white.
No, no,
Isaac began, shaking his head.
"You don't know what this fucker can do. It could probably tear that apart in the air." "We know. That's why we're sedating you."
Miles came over with Dr. Zimmer. Isaac's face filled with relief. Dr. Zimmer's face was serious as he opened his bag.
"Do you agree to sedation, Isaac?"
"No shit, Doc," Isaac snapped. Dr. Zimmer drew up a syringe of medication.
"When you wake up, we'll have landed in Boulder."
Isaac nodded. I watched the shadow on Isaac's neck as Dr. Zimmer gave him the injection. Isaac blinked heavily. It was only a couple minutes before he was out and sagging in Zeke and Asher's arms. The guys carried him to the plane and strapped him in. I followed with Dr. Zimmer. "Thanks for coming," I said.
"I've known Isaac for years,"
Dr. Zimmer answered.
"If something is really wrong, I'm going to make sure he gets through."
My eyes burned. "Thank you." Miles's plane was beautiful and comfy looking, but I couldn't really appreciate it right now. I took the seat next to Isaac, wanting to keep an eye on him. I held his limp hand as everyone stepped into their seats. Ethan sat in the chair across from Isaac. He met my eyes. Neither one of us said a word. We didn't have to. We were both terrified. Hades planted himself in front of Isaac. I eyed him. He was in the guard position, but it wasn't for me. Odd. The pilots closed the outside door, then moved into the cockpit. The cabin was silent, the tension thick. We were waiting to taxi to the runway when I remembered something. Oh, shit. I pulled my phone out of my pocket.
"What's wrong?"
Ethan asked. I dialed Rory. "Rory." I turned to look at them across the aisle as I held the phone to my ear. "Parents." The others cursed and pulled out their phones, too.
"Hey, kid,"
Rory answered. I cringed. Don't kill me." I quickly gave Rory a rundown of events. He immediately started cursing. He told me to take care of Isaac and that I was in deep shit when I got back. All in all, it wasn't bad. The plane took off soon after that. I kept hold of Isaac's hand. For the first time in my life, I felt like praying, but I didn't. I was too worried about Isaac. The others were just as quiet. 2 hours. Just 2 hours, and we'd be there. We were halfway to Boulder when it happened. Hades growled. Isaac's hand suddenly crushed mine. I gasped in pain as I looked up. Isaac's face was in a snarl, his eyes glowing red through the black shadow completely covering him. His hand jerked away from mine. The zip tie broke. His fist snapped out. I felt the hit. tasted blood. I dropped out of my seat to the floor in an effort to get away.
"You fucking bitch!"
A deep, demonic voice filled the cabin as the lights started flickering. There was shouting. I was pulled to my back. Isaac was over me, his weight on my waist, pinning me down.
"You think you can take him from me?"
The demon pulled his fist back.
"He's mine. You've already lost."
Before I could block, a black blur knocked Isaac off me. I scrambled away from the fight between Isaac and Zeke. The plane suddenly plummeted. Asher moved to help. Zeke was hitting Isaac. That wasn't going to work. The plane was in a nosedive. Heart hammering in my chest, I crawled to the wrestling guys. I moved to Isaac's head while Asher got through to Zeke. "Isaac!" I called to him. The demon reached for me. Both Asher and Zeke slammed Isaac's arm to the floor of the plane. "Cookie Monster, help us!" Isaac shook his head hard. The plane suddenly made a hard turn. Everyone was pressed into the floor. I held his face and lowered mine to his until his eyes were all I could see. "Isaac, fight," I whispered. Isaac's amber flickered in his wild red eyes. He was fighting. He was just losing. "No." Something inside me snapped. My chest felt solid, strong. Without thinking, I sent my will searching for him. I focused on sending out that gold thread to grab onto his soul. I watched, as if in slow motion, that golden thread move over Isaac's chest. Then it dove deep into his chest. I was instantly thrown into Isaac. It was like I was skydiving and sliding down a rope at the same time. I held onto that thread and dove past all his memories. I wasn't here for them. I was here for Isaac, and nothing would stop me. Suddenly there was darkness everywhere. I hit the ground hard. I moved to my feet. It was pitch black. Before I even wondered if it was possible, I conjured a light and threw it a few feet above me. The ground was rocky, dry, and covered with red clay. That voice was whispering again. I ran towards it, sending the light ahead of me.
"There is no point in fighting me. They don't want you. They don't care."
The voice was growing louder. Isaac screamed. I increased the light and kept running along a small dirt path towards a craggy outcropping. I threw more lights up to brighten Isaac's center. "Isaac!" I shouted, hoping he'd hear me as I moved along a desert ridge.
"You're not me,"
Isaac repeated over and over.
"Get out, you fucker."
I ran into the middle of an outcropping of stone pillars and found Isaac, pacing, with his hands over his ears.
"You belong in the dark, Isaac. You know you do."
The demon called. Oh, hell no. I instantly conjured a fireball and threw it towards the voice. It hit a boulder and lit it up, not burning, just making light. The demon roared. I sent another and another until there was enough light to see by. Isaac stood still, gaping at me.
"That's not going to do it, girl."
The demon hissed from the darkness. I strode into the middle of the pillars of stone where Isaac was still eyeing me. "You're in my territory now, bitch," I warned the demon. Something in the shadows moved through the formations. I kept my eyes on it. "You may be stronger than me, but you don't rule here." I turned to Isaac. He backed up. "Cookie Monster, it's me," I told him. He blinked.
"Red, how did you get here?"
He asked, confused. "I don't exactly know, but I'm here. We need your help. I don't know how much time I have here, so listen." I pointed at the dirt. "This is your center, Isaac. This is who you are, everything you are. You control this world. Bring in the light and you'll drive it away." I really hoped I wasn't lying. Isaac just stood in the sand.
"I don't have any light left, Lexi."
Tears were running down his weary face.
"I'm tired."
"Then you can have mine." I conjured a golden ball of light from my own energy. I made it grow, made it brighter. I poured more energy into it until my nose started bleeding. It was huge. I sent it up into the sky. The shadows fell back a good 500 feet. There was a scream of pain from the demon as the light burned its flesh. I searched the remaining shadows for it. The shadow was gone for now. When I turned back, Isaac was looking up at the light with hope in his eyes.
"It's not gone, is it?"
he asked wearily. "No, but this will give us time," I admitted. "You can get him to back off. Visualize light. Imagine the heat on your skin, that sting in your eyes, and will it into existence. That's how it works here."
"Really?"
he asked, his voice cracking. "Yeah, that's how it works." I felt that pull. I quickly conjured a pack of road flares for him to use. Shit, I'm being pulled back. "We are with you. We are fighting for you. Hold on." I was jerked back and thrown out. I opened my eyes and the world spun. I groaned and curled up on my side. Pain radiated from my temples and back over my head. It felt like I had broken something in my brain, and the shards were digging in. "What?" Green eyes met mine. Miles gently brushed my hair from my face.
"Lexi?"
Miles's smooth, silky voice was nice on my mind. A tongue licked the back of my hand. "Here, minute," I whispered. I closed my eyes and floated in misery. Someone pressed a napkin to my nose. I held it there and groaned. Nausea had my stomach in my throat. "Kit," I whispered. There was movement. Someone put a nausea tab in my hand. I popped it into my mouth and tasted cherries. When the nausea finally pulled back, I opened my eyes again. "I take it we aren't crashing?" I asked, feeling miserable.
"No. As soon as you closed your eyes, the pilot was able to get control,"
Miles told me.
"What did you do?" "Not now,"
Dr. Zimmer told them. Miles moved so the doctor could kneel next to me. He pulled out a light and checked my eyes. I answered his questions to his satisfaction before he got to his feet.
"She checks out fine. Let's get her in a seat,"
Dr. Zimmer announced. I swallowed hard. "Let me get up." I rolled to my stomach and pushed to my feet. Swaying instantly, Zeke caught me, lifted me off my feet, and moved me to sit in the closest seat.
"What did you do?"
Zeke snapped. I checked my tissues before meeting his eyes. "Well, I kind of grabbed Isaac. I somehow went to his center." Zeke frowned. "I found him in the dark, helped him, told him how his center works. Then I was yanked back out."
"How the hell did you do that?"
Asher demanded, his eyes wide. "I don't know," I admitted. "I was desperate and just kinda did it."
"But you spoke to him?"
Ethan asked, his voice thick. I met Ethan's eyes. "Yeah." A wave of exhaustion crashed over me. I lay back against the seat. I think I'm going to pass out." Miles hit a button and the comfy seat reclined. Oh, that was better. Engine grease filled my lungs as my belt was buckled.
"Rest, Allie,"
Asher whispered. A hand took my left. I recognized the calluses on his fingers. It was Ethan. Darkness washed over me. Chapter 13. Boulder, Colorado. We pulled the rented SUV into the parking lot of St. Joseph's Church. The church was beautiful, built from old, rough stone. The stunning stained glass shone in the fading sunlight. A great place to take your possessed friend. We all agreed to have me go in with Ethan, while everyone else stayed in the car to keep control of Isaac and Hades. I jerked the door open. We rushed through the foyer and stepped into a large chapel. No one. It was empty. Faces looked down from the ceiling. They were probably saints or something. Down the aisle was a simple altar with a white cloth draped over it. I noticed a door off to the left side of the altar and started striding towards it. A door on the right side opened. A man in his 60s came out, dressed as a priest. He had nicely trimmed salt and pepper hair, a pleasant face, wrinkled with age but still likable. That chill ran down my neck. I cursed. There was a ghost here. I saw her a second later. She walked through the door after the priest. She was older. She had to have been in her 80s when she passed. She wore a long, old-fashioned flowered dress and a cardigan with a hummingbird brooch. Her hair was short and thick, falling into a bob just below her ears. She had nice eyes and a happy smile. She stayed with the priest, keeping pace. He looked up and smiled welcomingly. The priest limped over to meet us at the first row of pews.
"Welcome to St. Joseph's."
His voice was just as pleasant as his face. He had the same eyes as the ghost. His mother? A sister? She had stayed back, so I didn't know. Her hands clasped in front of her as she watched us, happy, waiting. I'd never seen a ghost like her before.
"Is there something I can help you with?"
The priest brought my attention back to him.
"We're looking for Father Francis,"
Ethan answered, his voice respectfully low in the church. He smiled bigger.
"I'm Father Francis. How can I help you?"
"I'm Lexi," I told him bluntly. I had no time for subtlety. No, Isaac had no time for subtlety. His eyes ran over me before meeting mine.
"Ah, yes."
He gestured for us to sit. I didn't budge.
"I understand you believe you're a necromancer."
"Huh?" "I am," I told him. That didn't matter right now. "Isaac's in the car with the others. Where do you want him?" Father Francis smiled gently and sat down in the first pew.
"I'm sure you believe you have abilities, and I'm sure you also believe your friend is possessed. However..."
He didn't believe me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. We did not have time for this shit. I looked at the ghost, slipped my beads off, and took several steps closer. For the first time in my life, I didn't fight as her memories slid into my mind. She was his mother. He hadn't called her back. She never left. She never would, not till he passed himself. She was there to protect and watch over him, not to haunt. I felt the love she had for her son. It was enormous and selfless. It was a mother's love. I felt wetness on my face when I opened my eyes again. I turned to meet his eyes, tears falling, my heart bursting with his mother's emotions. "Elise is right here," I told him, my voice shaking. "She's wearing the hummingbird brooch that you and your dad picked out when you were 7. I shook my head, my throat tight. "She never went anywhere. She's been here with you all this time." Father Francis's eyes shone as his jaw clenched. He looked away from me. I couldn't take any more. Her emotions were still pouring into me gently, softly. I had never felt anything like it. I backed away, slipping on my beads and wiping my face until I backed into Ethan. He wrapped his arm around me and squeezed. The pain began to fade. Whether it was Ethan or the distance, I didn't care. It wasn't long before Father Francis was looking at me again. He didn't seem surprised to hear anything I said.
"No one has ever mentioned the brooch before,"
he announced, his eyes bright.
"Okay, you're telling the truth. Why do you think your friend is possessed?"
"Seriously?" I repeated everything that I told him on the phone, then added, "Oh, yeah, and on the way here it made our plane do a nosedive." Father Francis listened to everything. Then he pulled out his phone and started texting someone.
"What kind of car are your friends in?" "The only black SUV in the lot,"
Ethan answered. He hit send, put his phone back in his pocket, and looked up.
"Some of our people will bring them in and get your friend into a room," he said. "We will examine him and determine if he is possessed or mentally ill. True possession is rare."
"He almost killed himself," I reminded him. He nodded with a patient look on his face.
"Which is why we will take every precaution." "Is he going to be okay?"
Ethan asked, his voice lost. I grabbed his hand on my shoulder and held it tight. Father Francis sighed.
"If he's mentally ill, there are treatments. if he's possessed.
Then what? I demanded. Father Francis looked at the two of us.
Depending on the stage, it's a 50-50 chance he'll survive.
It was like a blade was driven into my heart. It became hard to breathe. Ethan gripped my hand tighter. Father Francis continued.
It all depends on the person and how long they've been dealing with it.
It's been a few days, I told him. Francis nodded, his eyes understanding.
Then there's still hope for him.
The door opened. A tall, bald, muscled man strode into the church. He had a distinctive face with sharp cheekbones and a strong jaw. He was wearing black military pants and a black t-shirt, but what held my gaze were his tattoos. Down the outside of his neck were black and bronze scrolling letters in a single line. They ran down his neck and disappeared into his shirt, only to reappear on the outside of his arms and continued to his wrists. They were the same as the tattoos my true self had. What the fuck? The guy moved to the priest before he bent down and whispered in his ear. Father Francis's brow drew down. The man pulled back as the priest got to his feet and turned back to us.
Come with us.
We followed Father Francis as the man led us through the door into a back room.
This is Craig. He's the leader of this unit of Templars.
Templars? I asked as we were led outside and across a large garden courtyard to an even bigger building behind the church.
Yes, the Templars are the world's first line of defense,
the priest explained as Craig opened the door and led us out into a large hallway.
Templars all have the same full body tattoo you can see on Craig here. Anyone wearing these tattoos is a Templar.
Craig opened a large door across from the front door. We started down the wide stone steps. The air temperature dropped 20 degrees. It seemed like we were going into a basement. The walls were blocks of rock. Lights hung from the ceiling. What do the tattoos do? I asked carefully. There has to be a reason.
It's a spell tattooed into the skin for the sight, and also protection against possession from ghosts and demons.
Craig explained.
Which is why it's so large.
They could do that? My mind raced with possibilities. I shoved them away. We had bigger problems right now. When we reached the basement, there was another long hall branching off to the left and right. We turned right and were led to a door with a crowd of people standing around it. All of them were in black and bearing the same tattoos. I needed to ask about it, but right now Isaac was what mattered.
Make a hole,
Craig barked. People began walking out of the door. There had to have been 12 people in that room. All of them said some form of, "Sorry, Captain," or "Sorry, sir." I put it out of my mind for later and followed them into the room. It was a medium-sized bedroom. There was a desk, a chair, even a bookcase. Isaac was there in a hospital bed against the middle of the far wall. There were two more of those tattooed guys inside, standing like guards beside Isaac's bed. Dr. Zimmer, Zeke, and Asher were standing near the right wall next to the bookcase. Father Francis moved to the left side of the bed, past the desk. Ethan moved to the foot of the bed next to Miles and Hades, while I stayed where I was in the doorway. There wasn't much more room. Isaac came into sight. His eyes were glowing red. The shadow slithered over his face. Does anyone else see that? I asked the room.
Yes,
Craig and the other Templars said in unison. Oh, good. I wasn't nuts. The demon smiled wickedly, its eyes on the priest.
Father Francis of the Templars, I've heard of you.
The voice coming out of Isaac was the same as before, deep, dark, and chilling.
How's the family? What's your name, demon?
Francis demanded. The demon cackled as he looked around the room. His eyes found Ethan.
Hermano, tú lo que eres un idiota. Eres un imbécil. No te preocupes, yo me encargo de él.
He taunted. Ethan's hands balled into fists at his side. Those demon eyes moved to me, and his smile grew.
Ah, Red. We need to talk.
Go fuck yourself, I growled. His eyes flared red, faster than I thought possible. He was on his knees and lunging for me. The Templars and Zeke tackled Isaac to the bed before he could reach me. Hades jumped onto the bed. Francis shouted for backup. Someone shoved me. I stumbled and fell. My head hit something. Pain exploded through my head, making my vision grow dark. There was more shouting, but it seemed far away. Nausea rolled through me. Where was I? Hard wood pressed against my face. What? There were voices I knew, shouting. I opened my eyes and the world tilted. I closed them again with a groan.
Lexi. Lexi.
Someone was saying my name. Ow, I muttered. My head hurt so much it felt like it was going to pop. The sound suddenly came back. Miles was kneeling next to me, his eyes worried.
Lexi, look at me.
There was shouting elsewhere, barking. Zeke's voice was among them. I looked up at Miles. What happened?
You were shoved and hit the desk with your head, and you're bleeding.
He informed me. Yeah, that felt about right.
Zeke,
Ethan shouted.
Let them take care of Isaac. Lexi's still down. You have to move her.
A man ordered. Miles looked up. The look he gave the man sent a chill down my spine.
She hit her head.
Miles shot back, his voice chilly.
We need to move him now.
The man shouted. Isaac.
Lexi.
Zeke yelled.
Get the fuck out of my way.
I started pushing up off the floor only for my arms to give out. I need a hand, I admitted, still a bit foggy.
Asher, I can't carry her.
Miles called. Isaac, they need to move him, I said as I pushed myself up again on trembling arms. Large arms helped me to my feet before they lifted me. The smell of cinnamon filled my lungs. I lay limp against Asher as he carried me into the hall. I opened my eyes to watch as the Templars rolled Isaac's bed out of the room. Handcuffs held him to the railing. Hades was on the bed as they ran down the hall, growling. Ethan ran after them. Things were a bit blurry as Asher set me down against the wall. I rested the back of my head against the cool stone. That felt good. Cold good.
Lexi, how are you feeling?
Miles asked as he knelt in front of me.
You're bleeding.
Miles was surrounded by stars, and he looked up at the door.
Dr. Zimmer.
Cloth was pressed against my forehead. The world was still spinning as my stomach rolled. Oh, this wasn't good. I closed my eyes.
What the fuck happened?
Zeke snapped. I whimpered and covered my ears. Too loud. Go with Isaac, I told them as I dropped my hands. I swallowed hard against the bile rising in the back of my throat.
Allie.
Go, I ordered. I'm fine. Doc is coming. Go. Asher cursed as a pair of footsteps walked off. Footsteps came out of the room.
Miles, let me in,
Dr. Zimmer stated.
Hey, sorry about running into you. I've called a medic for you.
A man's voice said. Zeke growled. Something hit stone.
Lexi.
It was all Miles had to say. Zeke, don't, I ordered weakly. Zeke cursed over and over. I opened my eyes to look up at them. Go with Isaac.
Lexi.
Zeke warned. Zimmer's here, I pointed out. And no one is with the twins. Stay with them. The guys shared a look. Cursing, everyone but Miles headed down the hallway. Miles eyed me, clearly torn. He turned to Dr. Zimmer.
Take care of her.
Of course, Dr. Zimmer reassured him. Miles headed down the hallway. A woman in the Templar black clothes and tattoos came up carrying a large pack. "Someone called for a medic?" she said, her voice cheerful. I shook my head. "Zimmer's got me." Dr. Zimmer looked up over his shoulder.
"Stay. I need to know about your facilities."
He turned back to me. She nodded.
"What happened?"
Dr. Zimmer asked. "Miles said I hit my head on a desk," I told him.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked as he slipped on a pair of gloves. I closed my eyes and tried to think. "I'm dizzy, nauseous, and I feel like my head is going to explode. The dizziness is starting to slow down, though."
"You also have a cut on your hairline,"
Dr. Zimmer announced as he pulled a pen light from his pocket. He turned it on.
"All right. Look at my finger."
I did. He shone the light into my eyes, then took it away. He did this several more times.
"Well, your pupils are sluggish."
He put the light away and tore open a small package.
"This is going to sting,"
the doctor warned. He started cleaning the cut on my forehead. Shit, I snapped. When he was done, he put a small butterfly bandage on my forehead, then put the trash and his gloves into a small Ziploc bag. Zimmer looked up at the medic.
"What kind of facilities do you have?"
"We have a full hospital in the med wing," she announced. "We're equipped to treat everything and do anything." He nodded.
"Good."
He turned back to me.
"I think you have a concussion. Your pupils are reacting slowly, which means you probably have some pressure on your optic nerve. You need to go to the med wing and get a CT scan."
I shook my head slowly. "No way. I'm not going anywhere until I know Isaac is going to be okay." He sighed.
"I expected that. Listen, I don't know if I believe what's happening here, but something is wrong with Isaac. You seem to have an idea about how to fix that, so I won't force you to go," he said. "But if you don't go, any damage this causes can be permanent."
I met his eyes. "I'm not going anywhere except to wherever they have Isaac." He gave me a small smile as if he expected it.
"Okay, but if the headache gets worse, you get dizzy again, or you vomit, I'm making the Templars take you to the medical wing because that means it's gotten worse."
"I will. If it got worse, yeah, I'd get help." He picked up his bag and helped me to my feet. "They probably took him to the wardroom. It's the door at the very end of the hall," the medic told me with a smile. Dr. Zimmer turned to her.
"Show me the medical wing."
She nodded, and they began walking down the hallway to the stairs. It took a moment to take a breath, and then I was moving down the hall. When I reached the only door at the end of the hall, I didn't bother knocking. I stepped into a small room where the priest, Templars in black, and my guys were standing. Across from the door was a large window. Isaac was in the center of a large, empty stone room. Ruins written in white paint circled the bed. Isaac's face was completely shadowed. Those glowing red eyes glared at Hades. Hades lay on Isaac's body, his front paws resting on his chest, his eyes on the demon. "What the—"
"So that's it?"
Ethan asked, drawing my attention.
"An exorcism?"
My stomach nodded.
"Yes,"
Francis said.
"It's that or nothing."
I looked back out the window at Isaac. The demon was smiling. "Do it," I ordered before turning back to them. Francis nodded.
"I'll need an hour to prepare."
He looked at one of his men.
"Assign them rooms and give them the tour."
Craig nodded.
"Follow me."
The others started to follow. I didn't budge. Neither did Ethan.
"What did the doctor say?"
Zeke asked. "I'm fine." I didn't even turn away from the window.
"What did he say?"
Zeke demanded. "Leave it, Zeke." I wasn't asking.
"I will carry your ass back out to Zimmer if I have to,"
Zeke warned. I looked up and met his eyes. I saw the doc. I'm fine. He kept staring into my eyes.
Lexi.
His voice was hard and sharp. I can't, I said, my voice growing raspy. I winced at the sound and then looked back at the glass.
I'll get some water.
Zeke growled. If you can find some aspirin, you'd be my hero for the day, I said absently. He cursed under his breath the whole way out the door. Then it was just Ethan, me, and 2 Templars.
Ethan. My chest was tight. It was hard to breathe. Isaac was possessed by a demon. Lexi slipped her hand into mine. I clung to her warmth as I watched my brother through the glass. Why didn't I see this? How did I miss it? He'd been off for days, not sleeping, not eating. That should have fucking tipped me off. I took a deep breath, trying to ease the tightness in my lungs. My stomach rolled with bone-deep fear. It clawed at me, made me want to scream and pound something into the ground. I can't lose him, I breathed, my voice cracking. She held my hand tighter. That's not going to happen. Her own voice was cracking and rough. That thing. He's trapped inside his own body with that thing, I said, because I had to say it out loud. Yes, and no. Her voice was soft and soothing. He's in his center. I told him how to bring in light and how it works, how to defend himself. I don't know if he understood. There wasn't time. I slipped my arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer. Her arm slid around my waist as she leaned against me. Her warmth and the scent of rosemary helped me take a deep breath. You tried. I swallowed hard. I wish I could talk to him, just for a minute. You will, when we get that thing out of him, she said. Isaac's body jerked at the handcuffs. Hades growled, baring his teeth until the demon settled down. What is Hades doing? I asked. I don't know, but he seems to be keeping him in place. I held her tighter against me. I'm scared, Lexi. She carefully squeezed me back. Me too.
Lexi. It was a little more than an hour later when Zeke had come back with aspirin and water bottles. He was my hero for the day. Now if only my damn head would stop hurting. The guys were back in the small, dim room, sitting in a few chairs while we waited. The door opened. Father Francis came in, wearing a white stole with gold embroidery. His eyes looked around the group. He gave us a warm smile.
I'm going to have to ask you guys to wait in the hall. This is going to be very tiring on Isaac as it is.
We exchanged looks. No one was happy about it, but everyone got to their feet and moved out into the hall. Everyone but me. I stepped in front of the priest and met his eyes. I'm not leaving. In fact, I'm going in with you.
Lexi.
Ethan stopped before going out the door. I kept my eyes on Father Francis's. You said the demon will destroy his soul. I'm guessing if you start this, it's going to get angry and probably take it out on Isaac, right? The Templar behind Francis narrowed his eyes and eyed me.
That usually occurs,
he admitted. Well, I can feel Isaac. I can tell you if he starts to have trouble. I didn't even want to think it. Father Francis thought about it before he met my eyes again.
This is extremely dangerous. Do you understand that?
I looked at Isaac through the window, pinned under my dog. The demon was growling at Hades. I turned back to the priest. Yeah, I do. Father Francis sighed.
You do not say a word. You will ignore anything it says. It will do everything possible to get an emotional reaction, including using Isaac's knowledge of you. Do not fall for it. You will follow orders in there. Understood?
Got it, I agreed.
This is Father Andrew. He's the head priest for the Templars," Francis announced. "Nice to meet you,"
Andrew greeted. "Lexi, you too," I said. Francis went through the door into the room with Isaac.
"Lexi."
Ethan's worried voice had me turning back to him. He was frowning.
"Are you sure?"
I met Ethan's eyes and nodded before he closed the door behind him. I followed Father Francis and Father Andrew into the room. It was bright as hell. There was not a single shadow in that room, not to mention that it was cold, but I doubted it was from the air conditioning. They stood at the end of the bed. I moved to the side and out of the way. That window was a two-way mirror. Everyone was standing inside the circle of ruins. Hades didn't take his gaze off Isaac as the room grew even colder. Isaac's face twisted into a creepy smile.
"Red, we need to talk."
I rolled my eyes and placed my hand on Isaac's wrist. The demon tried to bite me. Hades gave a low growl. I smacked it on the forehead. "Knock it off, or I'll put a muzzle on you." It smiled at me. I looked up in time to watch Father Andrew biting back a laugh. I put my hand back on Isaac's wrist. I could feel him there, like a pocket of hot air. You couldn't see it, you just felt it. Father Francis began to speak in Latin. Honestly, I didn't understand a word of it, but apparently the demon did. It started laughing. Then Francis splashed it with holy water, and it writhed in pain under Hades' weight. It cursed, growled, promised to hurt us in many different and inventive ways. It was rather strange to hear from the demon handcuffed to a bed. Father Francis continued. The two men got into a rhythm with their prayers. It was rather nice, except for the hate-spewing demon in the bed. Time went on. I focused on feeling Isaac's soul in his body. I fell into a calm space where there was only Isaac's soul and the sound of prayers. It went on until Isaac's soul flickered. I focused completely on it as Hades whined. There was a shift under his skin, the feel of Isaac fading. "Stop," I ordered. Father Francis and Father Andrew looked at me. "He's starting to fade." Father Francis seemed to struggle with something as he looked at Isaac. Isaac's body was pale and sweating. He was taking deep breaths, as if he had just run a marathon. Father Francis closed his Bible with a sigh before he turned and headed for the door. Leaving Hades to watch Isaac, I followed them through the dim outer room and into the hallway. The guys got to their feet.
"Did it work?"
Ethan demanded. Francis sighed.
"No. He started to fade, so we stopped."
He ran his hand down his face.
"Come with me to the cafeteria. I'll explain what's going on."
Everyone followed the priest down the hall and up the stairs. Ethan fell into step next to me.
"How was he?"
He whispered. "He's sweating and pale, but he seems okay," I answered. Ethan nodded. I took his hand and squeezed. He squeezed back. We walked into a large, empty cafeteria. Francis led us over to a big coffee maker and cold display fridges.
"Please, grab whatever you'd like,"
Francis instructed as he picked up a mug and poured a cup of coffee. Everyone grabbed something. I grabbed a water bottle and sat down with everyone at the nearest table. Father Andrew took a sip of coffee before looking at us.
"Here's the situation,"
he began.
"If we can't get the demon out through a standard exorcism, then we need to be able to name the demon so we can do a focused exorcism." "A name?"
Asher asked, his face full of disbelief.
"Yes,"
Andrew told us.
"Demons like to talk and torment their victims' friends and family. In doing that, they sometimes slip, which means we need to find out who it will talk to. It also serves as a distraction to give Isaac a break."
"And if that doesn't work?" I asked bluntly. Francis sighed.
"I'm going to make a call to some people. I'll see if they can send help. But if they can't, we need that name."
A thought occurred to me. They weren't the only one with people. I got to my feet. Restroom? Father Andrew pointed to the hallway we came from.
First door on the right,
he said. I headed that way without another word. It was a small one-person bathroom, and it was perfect. I locked the door, put the lid down, and sat down. I took a deep breath. I let it out and closed my eyes. Then I dropped. I landed in the veil almost instantly. "Zahur!" I shouted as I straightened. Nothing. "Zahur! I need you now!" A figure shimmered into form in front of me, exactly like me in every way. Zahur frowned at me. The foghorn alarm blared, shaking me down to my bones. When it was done, Zahur was scowling at me. "What?" I was finally making progress on a fucking mountain of paperwork. She snapped. Paperwork? Oh, fuck it. No time. Listen, my friend is possessed by a demon. I need fucking help because this priest and some group called the Templars can't get it out of him. She eyed me. Seriously? Yeah, I snapped. Her frown disappeared. Where are you? St. Joseph's in Boulder, Colorado. It's in the States, I said. She nodded. I'll send the best to help you. There's also another thing. I explained to her what happened on the plane, how I jumped into Isaac's center. She was rubbing the bridge of her nose when she was done. That is not great. Her hand dropped. It's interesting that you can do it, but that it is extremely dangerous, especially with a demon possessing your friend. If you do it again, that demon can get to you. It could shift to you. I nodded. She tilted her head. Then again, the energy in someone's center works like the veil, and you can get to that demon too. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. She shook her head, her eyes focusing on me again. Never mind. Forget about that. Just don't do it again unless your friend is getting weaker. And be careful. Demons like this will eat your soul if they get a chance. Well, shit, I grumbled. She met my eyes. I'm sending help. Get your ass back there. Got it. I closed my eyes and pulled myself back out. It took a moment for me to get my bearings, and then I was out the door and heading back into the cafeteria. Francis was on the phone a few feet away. What did I miss? I asked.
He explained the options for Isaac in more detail.
Miles answered before changing the subject.
I talked to Rory. He'll back up the twins' cover story to their mom.
I nodded. And Zeke? Asher? I looked at them.
Already done,
Zeke announced.
Sylvie thinks I'm crashing at Miles's for a while. My dad doesn't give a damn,
Asher explained. Well, that covered everyone. Francis came back.
I couldn't get through to them,
he announced.
We need that name.
Everyone got to their feet and followed Francis downstairs to Isaac's room. We had just reached the door when Francis's phone went off.
Hello?
The priest answered. His face grew pale as he straightened.
Yes, sir.
His eyes found me as he listened to whoever was on the line.
Understood. We look forward to their arrival.
Francis hung up and eyed me for a second before turning to the rest of the group.
Well, that was our higher-ups. They're sending their best team to come help with Isaac, but they are going to be a couple of days. A couple of days?
Ethan snapped.
Yes, they have to move slowly for one of their members' health.
He explained.
In the meantime, we'll try to get the demon to talk. It'll distract the demon from Isaac and buy him time. And how are we going to do that?
Asher asked. Francis sighed.
Each of you will go into the room with the demon alone. It will either start talking to you or it won't. Then you'll come out and the next will go in. It's rather straightforward,
Craig told us as he came out into the hall.
The demon wants to torment you, taunt you. It will help us decide who will sit with Isaac. Who will begin?
Francis asked. I was about to step forward when Ethan headed for the door.
Let's get this over with.
Ethan bit out as he jerked the door open. Craig and Father Francis followed. The door closed behind them, and tense silence fell. I crossed my arms and chewed the corner of my lower lip. Zeke began pacing. Asher began massaging the back of his neck as Miles began tapping his fingers against his thigh in a staccato rhythm. Zeke continued pacing the width of the hall, my eyes unfocused on the floor. Why did Francis look at me that way? Who was on the other end of that call? Did Zahur have anything to do with it? It hit me. I really didn't know that much about Zahur. Shit. It was 5 minutes before Ethan came out cursing under his breath.
Next.
He walked further down the hallway, taking deep breaths. Asher was at the door before I could go. After the door closed, I went to Ethan and put my hands on his shoulders.
That is not my brother.
His voice cracked. I wrapped my arms around his waist, rested my cheek just above his shoulder blades, and hugged him. No, it's not. But we'll get him back, even if I had to die trying. We were not going to lose Isaac. He held my arms to him and squeezed me back. We stood that way for several long minutes while he got himself under control. When he patted my arms, I let go. We walked back to the others and waited in silence. It was a few more minutes of waiting before the door opened and Asher came out. This time I made it to the door before anyone else. Francis and Craig were at the two-way mirror. I stopped with my hand on the handle to Isaac's room. Anything it says does not get repeated or leave this room, I told them. They turned to me, each wearing looks of surprise. Right?
Of course,
Francis said. I met Craig's eyes.
Naturally.
Craig offered. He handed me a small mic and a battery pack. Right. They needed to listen. I took a deep breath and walked into the room with the demon. It smiled at me. I walked to the end of the bed, crossed my arms over my chest, and waited.
Red. So much to talk about,
he said, his voice low. Fine. It was going to talk to me. Oh, really? I said with sarcasm. He giggled.
I see the way you feel for your friends,
he taunted, his smiling growing bigger.
Naughty, naughty, naughty.
I said nothing.
You're a bad girl for feeling this way for all of them,
he continued. I tilted my head to the side and smiled my not-so-pleasant smile. Well, then, I'm a bad girl. There was no way I was going to let this shit from hell try and make me feel bad for loving my guys. I knew who I was, and I sure as hell could own my shit.
You agree?
He asked, perplexed, his smile disappearing. Yeah, sure, I shrugged. It is what it is. His smile came back.
Oh, we're going to have a good time.
I rolled my eyes and walked back out of the room. Craig and Francis looked at me with questions in their eyes. So, I take it that's what you're looking for? I asked, without emotion, as I handed back the microphone.
Yes, it is,
Craig admitted, his eyes running over me. Good. I'll send in the next one. I turned and left the room and their judging eyes. The guys turned around. Next? I stepped out and moved to lean against the wall of the hallway next to Asher. It talked.
It didn't say a word to me,
Asher muttered.
Lucky.
I looked up from the floor to meet Ethan's gaze. We shared a look full of secrets. Zeke started for the door.
Wait, let's go together,
Miles suggested as he moved to the door. Zeke didn't say a word as they went in.
What did it say?
Asher asked softly. Personal stuff, I hedged. He didn't ask again. We waited in silence. It was 8 minutes later when Miles and Zeke came out. Zeke's jaw was clenched, his eyes burning.
It didn't talk to either of us, Miles announced. Surprised, I pushed away from the wall as Craig and Francis came out the door. It only spoke to two of you, Francis announced. I hate to say this, but we're going to need one of you in that room at all times. We want it to talk, so you're going to have to talk to it, Craig explained. The more it talks, the bigger chance it has of making a slip. Also, the more you distract him, the less time he's wearing down Isaac. Francis came to stand next to me and Ethan. It will want to keep the power in the conversation. It wants control so it can hurt everyone around Isaac. Francis warned, be prepared for it to play games with you. You cannot react emotionally. Otherwise, you give the demon exactly what it wants, and it has no reason to talk. He looked at both of us. Do you understand? Ethan and I both nodded. A small flame sparked in my heart. I'll go in and set up the recording equipment, Craig told us before going back into the room. I checked the time. It was almost midnight. I'll take the first shift, I announced. Beautiful. Ethan looked at me. No. I met Ethan's eyes. Ethan, I got this. You take a shift during the day. I'll take at night. We are going to have to split up, Miles announced. One of us with them at all times. Miles turned to Asher and Zeke. We need to make sure they eat, sleep, and take care of themselves, right? Right. I'll take Ethan, Asher said. I'll take Lexi. Miles agreed. I'll run between both and take care of Hades, Zeke stated. Tomorrow we'll change it up so everyone gets enough rest, Miles told them. They nodded. Ethan was still looking into my eyes. Lexi. It'll get tired by the time you come in. It probably won't be great, but it should be better, I explained. He's my brother, Ethan reminded me. I stepped closer and put my hand on his chest. That's why I'm going first. His hand came up and held mine against him. This is what we're doing. Ethan took a shaky breath. Okay. I pulled away and looked up at Asher. Take care of him. Asher nodded, his face somber. Be careful, Lexi, Miles warned. Promise, I replied. I turned and headed for the door. As I started to walk past Zeke, his arm shot out, stopping me. I looked up and met struggling blue eyes. Poor tough guy. Ethan and I were going to walk in there to get torn apart, and all he could do was wait. Zeke was going to be in his own hell. I gave him a smirk and winked. He let out the breath he was holding, then dropped his arm. I gave his arm a squeeze as I walked by. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it. Okay, I'm going to get a demon to talk. It liked games. It wanted to hurt me. A wicked idea slipped through my mind. I grinned. Oh, this should be interesting. Lexi, are you ready? Craig asked as he sat at a laptop on a small desk. Yeah. He got to his feet and held up the small microphone again. This is how I'll hear you, he explained as he pinned it to the inside of my neckline. I'll be the only one listening. I nodded, my mind still running over my idea. Once he got the microphone clipped on, he handed me the battery pack. I slipped that into my pocket. Craig eyed me. It's not going to be easy. I snorted. Nothing in life worth doing ever is. I didn't bother to wait around for him to answer. I opened the door and walked through. The head of Isaac's bed was raised, so he was almost sitting up. His red eyes were on me, his smile growing with every step I took toward him. Hades was still sitting directly in front of him, his face only inches from the demon. What was he doing? I strolled to the folding chair that sat to the left of the bed and sat down. Making a point, I stretched my legs out, crossed my ankles, and then crossed my arms over my chest. Once I got comfy, I met those crimson eyes. Then I said nothing. Because what is the worst thing you can do to a demon who wants to tear into you and control the conversation? Ignore it and not say a word. I sat there, relaxed. As the minutes ticked by, its smile went away. I still said nothing. It locked its jaw, its eyes becoming sharp. Still, I said nothing. In fact, I was counting seconds in my head. At 14 minutes, it broke.
So tell me, how was kissing Isaac and Asher and Zeke?
Here we go.
Chapter 14. Early Friday morning. Zeke. I sat on the floor outside in the hall and watched the door. Stupid fucking moron. I closed my eyes and let my head fall back against the stone wall. Miles and the priest had lied. They had lied for me. The demon had talked to me. Somehow it knew my worst memories and tried to taunt me with them. Francis Craig and the other Templars had been amazed at how vehemently it went after me. Shit, they had yanked me out of the room after 3 sentences from the thing. We can't allow someone with this much trauma to spend so much time with the demon, Francis had told us. The damage it can cause? The records show thousands of people with traumatic pasts have killed themselves after putting themselves in this situation. I opened my eyes and looked at the door again. Lexi was in there right now, being torn apart. I gritted my teeth and slammed my head against the stone. And I'm sitting out here. This was beyond fucked up. I checked the time. 4:30 in the morning. She'd been in there for 4 hours. Trying to distract myself, I looked down the empty hallway. Asher had taken Ethan off to eat hours ago. Each of us had a room to sleep in, though Asher was crashing on the floor in Ethan's tonight. One of the Templars had driven Miles to a store to buy everyone a few days' worth of clothes. It wasn't as if we came prepared. I checked the time again. 4:35. Fuck. Needing to see that she was okay, I moved to my feet and walked into the small, dim observation room. Isaac's mouth was talking, but I couldn't hear anything. Hades was still watching the demon intently. I turned to the Templars. Craig was at a desk with a laptop and had headphones on. He looked up in surprise. Walking over, I asked, "How's she holding up?" Craig sighed, took off one earbud, and looked up at me. "So far, that girl is solid as a rock." "What's it saying?" I demanded. "Same thing it did to you. It's bringing up her bad memories, taunting her with them." Craig shook his head. "She's damn good at this." "What?" I crossed my arms over my chest. He pointed at Lexi through the window. "That thing is fishing for a reaction, and she's giving him nothing. She's not playing his game. She has all the control right now. She's a natural." "That's my girl," I muttered under my breath as I watched her. If anyone could annoy the fuck out of a demon, it was Lexi. "But we didn't realize how much trauma she's experienced," Craig stated. "If she hadn't had therapy, then we'd be yanking her out." "How the fuck do you know that?" I growled. Craig looked up at me and tapped his earbud. "Like I said, it's fishing, casting a wide net trying to find what hurts." He turned back to the laptop. "As it is, I'm going to have to station a Templar in her room when she goes to sleep." My temper snapped. "The fuck you will." Craig met my eyes. "I don't have a choice," he told me. "If I don't and she hurts herself, I have to live with that." I shook my head. Lexi would never be able to sleep with some asshole she didn't know in her room. One of us will stay with her. "Is she going to go for that?" he asked, typing something into the computer. "She'll be fine," I stated simply, before turning and walking out of the room. Craig was listening to every dark secret of hers, every traumatic memory. I didn't know how she was dealing with that. I sat back down in the hallway and checked the time. 4:40. It was going to be a long night.
Lexi. The demon kept droning on and on and on, and he was zeroing in on my fears and what hurt. I was hoping it would take longer. I started to feel beaten and bruised. I'd live, but Isaac, I was worried about him.
His face was even paler than before, his skin clammy and shining under the lights. An odd rattle started coming from his chest every time he breathed.
"Do you want to hear about what you'll become?"
It asked. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 7:32 a.m. Where was Ethan? I needed to hold out a little longer.
"Do you know why necromancers are usually killed?"
It asked cheerfully. When I didn't answer, it didn't faze it.
"It's their connection to the dead. They have one foot in this world and one foot out."
It tilted its head to the side and grinned.
"That foot that's out is always pulling the rest of you into the dark. Necromancers love death. They enjoy being surrounded by it."
I took a breath and let it out as I tried not to let him get to me.
"You'll end up like everyone else has, killing to have more dead under your command."
Yeah, I was a real fan of the decaying and rotting crowd. Well, I was, as long as it was in a movie.
"That darkness will build and grow inside you, that fascination with the dead,"
he said,
"until it touches everything about you and everyone in your life."
The door to the room opened, and I looked over my shoulder. Craig gave me the cut gesture. I turned back to the demon and smiled. "That will be all for your session. I'll see you next week. Please pay your copay at the front desk," I said in a cheerful voice. It growled at me as I got to my feet and walked out. Hades didn't even budge from his spot. In the dim observation room, I groaned loudly and rubbed my hands down my face. That thing can talk. We should call it the Jabberer. Craig chuckled as he took the microphone off me.
"You did amazing in there," he announced. "You shattered the old record of 3 hours. You managed just over 7.5 hours with the demon."
"Think I can sell the movie rights?" I asked, my voice raspy. He chuckled again, and I handed him the battery pack.
"Not really, but go get some sleep. Ethan is outside, and so is my replacement for the day. And, there's a situation out in the hallway for you."
Not wanting to ask, I opened the door and looked out. The souls of the dead filled the hallway almost wall to wall. I stumbled in the doorway as their energy hit me. My beads began to heat against my skin. The guys seemed to know something was wrong. The corridor was freezing, their breath steaming as they exhaled. The guys turned to me. Miles was the first to speak up.
"Lexi, is there?"
"Yeah, it's packed with ghosts," I admitted. The others cursed. I was about to tell all the souls to get out when Father Andrew made his way through the mass of souls.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Andrew demanded as he finished buttoning his shirt. It wasn't even tucked in. He must have just woken up. I raised my hand. "Yeah, this is my fault. I kind of look like a light to the dead."
"They follow her,"
Asher added. Father Andrew ran his hand over the stubble on his jaw.
"We can't have this many souls hanging around. We can't even get down the corridor."
I grumbled to myself as I stepped out into the hallway and cupped my hands. "Hey, dead people," I shouted, my voice straining. "Get your asses upstairs and out to the courtyard, or no one is crossing over." Father Andrew eyed me as if I had done something truly offensive. But the dead didn't think so, as they started making their way up the stairs and out of the hallway. My beads continued to burn my skin until they were gone. I let out a deep breath and turned to the guys. Ethan's eyes ran over me as he moved towards me. I hugged him, careful of his bruises.
"You okay?"
He whispered into my hair. I squeezed. "Yeah, I'll live." I pulled back. "Look, it's gonna talk and it won't shut up. The beautiful part is you can sing songs in your head and not pay attention because you'll be wired and someone will be listening so you don't have to."
"What did you sing?"
Ethan asked. I grinned. "Everything from Pink to DeBarge."
The guys grinned. The point is, don't listen. And don't say a word, it irritates the fuck out of it, I offered. Ethan smirked.
I'm all for that.
My grin faded. Isaac, he's paler, clammy. It's like he's got a fever, so just be prepared for it. He nodded and leaned down to kiss my cheek.
Thank you for being here,
he whispered against my skin. Always, I answered before he walked around me and inside. I rubbed my temples. My head was pounding again, and I just wanted quiet. But that wasn't going to happen yet. Off to Ghostland, I muttered as I started down the hallway.
Asher, will you stay with Ethan for now?
Zeke asked. I didn't hear his answer. When I reached the stairs, I cursed before starting to climb. I was exhausted, and the last fucking thing I wanted was to deal with the dead. But I didn't really get a choice anymore. At least it felt that way. Father Andrew walked beside me.
What exactly are you doing with the dead?
I'm crossing them over, I stated. I'm sure you've noticed the dead aren't crossing on their own anymore.
We have noticed an increase in souls as well as disfigured ones,
the priest admitted. I sighed. Yeah, here's the Cliff's Notes version. The veil is closed and souls can't cross. I have to cross them myself. It wasn't nearly the whole story, but it was enough to get him to understand what he was going to see. We reached the first floor and headed for the courtyard. The courtyard was packed with the living and the dead. Templars were everywhere, scattered amongst the souls. They seemed to be waiting just as much as the dead were. Why are they here? I turned to Father Andrew.
Well, this is a rare opportunity to observe what you do,
Father Andrew explained.
Word probably spread you were doing something in the courtyard.
And as the resident witch, I thought it best if I make sure you aren't doing more harm than good. A woman walked forward wearing the Templar uniform. Her brown eyes watched me carefully. I know all about necromancers and their perverse powers. I raised an eyebrow. It was all I had the energy to do. Normally I'd say something, fire back. Right now, I didn't give a fuck. I turned to the courtyard. Templars, get your asses to the edges of the courtyard. Dead, get into the center of the courtyard and start deciding which 25 are going. Start with those who have the most rot damage. Then come back the same time tomorrow and we'll do it again. My voice cracked. I winced. No yelling, damn it. Why only 25? Witch woman asked. Because I like living, I bit out and rubbed my eyes with one hand. But surely, I'm not about to explain shit to you right now, I snapped, dropping my hand to turn and meet her eyes. You said you know necromancers and their perverse powers, which I call bullshit too, since we're so rare. She opened her mouth again, but I steamrolled right over her. I've been up for almost 24 hours sitting in a room with a demon who enjoyed throwing painful parts of my life in my face for over 7 of those hours. Do you really think I'm going to stand here and give a flying fuck about what you think or want? Her eyes grew wide. Her mouth gaped. The Templars around her actually put hands on their weapons. Seriously. I turned back around to find the courtyard was sorted out. Finally. I strode into the courtyard and straight to the dead. All right, line up and hold hands. Do not let go of the soul next to you or you will not make it over. They began to make a line. I slipped off my beads as I went to the first person in the line. Their energy hit me hard. My nose started bleeding immediately. Fuck. Got to do this fast. My barriers were shit right now. I didn't ask for names. I didn't even say hi. I just grabbed the 25 of them and dropped. I didn't even open my eyes. I just crumbled to the ground. My head was pounding with my pulse. My face felt like I'd been punched, and my energy was gone. Large arms sat me up to lean against a wide, heavy chest. A big hand lifted my chin to tilt my head back.
his fingers hot on my skin. Cloth moved to my nose.
This is a lot of blood,
Miles observed. I blinked up at Zeke, trying to get my eyes to focus.
Damn it, Lexi,
Zeke bit out before turning to the priests.
You want to clear the fucking courtyard?
Father Andrew ordered everyone back to their posts. I closed my eyes again, feeling miserable.
Can we get some tissues over here?
Miles demanded, his voice cold.
She's never dropped like this before,
Zeke pointed out.
She's exhausted.
Miles covered for me.
What the? Her ears are bleeding this time, too.
Zeke cursed.
Just from crossing? That's new.
Miles didn't say anything about it.
Thank you.
Plastic was torn. Soft tissues began cleaning my ears and neck, while the large hand kept the cloth on my still pouring nose. Footsteps moved toward us. The witch made an odd sound. So, she uses her own body as a gateway.
Does it look like she's in any condition to speak to you?
Miles snapped, his voice glacial.
Back off. Is she all right?
Father Andrew's voice asked. There was a heavy silence.
This is new,
Miles explained.
She doesn't usually drop like this, and there usually isn't this much blood.
Everything fucking hurt, but my energy was coming back. Well, what there was of it. I cracked open my eyes to find worried emerald eyes watching me.
Hey,
Miles said softly. I reached up and held the handkerchief so Zeke didn't have to. I owe you so many hankies. Zeke gave an exasperated grumble that vibrated through his chest and into me. It made me smile a little.
How are you feeling?
Miles asked, in that silky, smooth voice that seemed to soothe some of the ragged parts of my brain. Like watered-down shit, I muttered, as I pulled the hanky away. My nosebleed had finally stopped. I forced myself to pull away from Zeke and sat up. The world spun. I braced myself with my hands on the grass. Big hands went to my shoulders. It took a little while longer, but eventually I got to my feet. Zeke steadied me. I looked up at the guys. I just need some sleep. Miles moved to me and took my arm.
Come on, we'll take you to your room.
His voice was soothing to my heart. I nodded.
Zeke, can you grab her something to eat? Can you keep her awake for 15 minutes?
Zeke muttered, as Miles led me back into the building. I didn't really notice what was happening as we walked down the stairs. I wasn't paying attention to which door was mine in the hallway. All I knew was that we were stepping into a room. It was large. There was a queen-sized bed, a desk, a bookcase, a dresser, and a door, and lots of space.
There's a bathroom through that door,
Miles offered. I nodded and headed for it.
Lexi.
I turned back. Miles's ears were turning pink as he gestured to several shopping bags on the bed.
I picked you up some clothes. I had to guess the size of... I had the saleswoman get several sizes.
He was tapping on his leg again. Thanks, Miles, I said quietly. I appreciate it. I wasn't even thinking of clothes. His cheeks were pink when he met my eyes.
The Templars want to post one of their people in your room.
Fuck no, I said before I even thought about it.
That's what Zeke told them,
Miles admitted.
But they want someone with you today, so...
He couldn't seem to say whatever it was. It finally clicked. Miles, are you trying to say you're sleeping in here? I asked, confused. He looked over my shoulder.
I can sleep on the floor or go get Asher or even Zeke if you'd prefer.
I gave him a small smile. Miles, you were just in a car wreck and you have a broken arm. You're not sleeping on the floor. His ears and cheeks started to turn back to normal, but he still wasn't looking at me.
Then I'll go change.
While you do that, I'll take a shower, I muttered as I started going through the bags. Miles stopped, then turned back around.
Lexi, you lost a lot of blood. You might get dizzy. I'm worried about you taking a shower.
I gave him a small smile. I'll take a bath, okay? He thought about it for several heartbeats.
That should be all right.
His shoulders were tense as he hurried out of the room. After the door closed behind him, I smiled to myself. Poor Miles. He never quite knew how to talk to me, though most of the time he did just fine. Putting it out of my mind, I went into the bathroom and started the water and looked at what was in there. The bathroom was stocked, from aspirin to the shampoo and conditioner I used at Miles's house. I smiled to myself. He was sweet. Needing to wash the feel of that room off, I stripped down and slid into the water. When I stepped out, I felt better. I wrapped a towel around me and went into the bedroom. I started going through the bags, looking at what Miles had bought, when I found the underwear. I raised an eyebrow. Black lace cheeky panties. Oh, yeah. Miles must have asked the saleswoman to pick out what I would need. I shook my head as I put those back in the bag and found a pair of simple, dark blue cotton hipster panties. I set them aside and kept looking for something to wear to bed. The door opened. I looked up in time to watch Zeke come in carrying a plate. He lifted his gaze and stopped cold. His eyes ran over me a second before he cursed and turned around.
"Damn it, Lexi!"
he practically bellowed. I looked down at my towel. I was covered. "Zeke, you've seen me in less," I reminded him. "Hell, my swimsuit covers less." He continued cursing under his breath.
"Not the same."
I bit back a grin as I found pajamas. "I'll be out in a second." I headed for the bathroom.
"Dressed this time,"
he grumbled. I shook my head as I closed the door. Miles had picked out a cotton cami and short set. I slipped them on and felt the urge to pull the shorts down further. They were a little too short for me. They didn't even reach mid-thigh. Oh well, at least the cami covered everything, mostly. I did like the PJs, though. They were a wine color and surprisingly comfy. I ran a comb through my hair before I came out with my dirty clothes in my arms. I tossed them into a corner before I moved to the bed and started putting the bags of clothes onto the dresser. Zeke cursed as he came over and put a plate into my hands.
"Sit. Eat,"
he growled. I didn't even argue. I just sat down with my legs crossed under me and looked down. I smiled. Chicken noodle soup and what looked like a turkey sandwich. Soup. It was exactly what I needed for my knotted stomach. He started moving the shopping bags to the dresser for me.
"I raided the cafeteria kitchen,"
he grumbled.
"I figured something hot would be good."
I looked back down at the food and smiled. "Thanks."
"Eat,"
he ordered again. I started with the soup. My stomach was still knotted from dealing with that thing and crossing the dead. I ate slowly, seeing how my stomach was doing. When I felt sure, I started on the sandwich. He even remembered that I liked sourdough and tomato. Zeke sat down on the bed, facing me. Those sky-blue eyes watched me carefully. His entire body was tense as he ran his hand through his hair. He was on edge. The bags under his eyes were dark. I looked up at him. "What's wrong?" I asked softly. His eyes ran over me before looking at the nightstand.
"Are you sure Miles picked those pajamas out?"
His voice was strained. I looked down at what I was wearing again. Okay, yeah, the bottoms were showing more leg than usual, but Miles was a gentleman. It wasn't like Zeke to say anything about what I was wearing, usually. I looked up to find his eyes shadowed, his jaw clenched. "What's wrong, tough guy?" He turned back to me. He sighed deeply.
"What happened in the courtyard?"
My pulse picked up. "I got really dizzy and I'm exhausted," I offered. I wasn't exactly lying.
But right now we couldn't talk about this. His eyes ran over me.
How was it in there?
I set my plate aside, pulled my knees to my chest, and wrapped my arms around them. Not fun, I offered, hoping he'd let it go. His eyes were warm when they met mine.
Baby.
I sighed. It was okay at first. It was just poking at me. I looked down at my knees. Then later it started making hits.
I'm sorry,
he said, in that gentle voice he used with me sometimes. Not your fault, I told him. If I had been paying attention, I might have seen what was happening sooner.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard you say.
He snapped at me. My eyes shot to his. What? He scowled down at me.
It's not your fucking fault.
He growled.
There are 5 of us, and no one noticed.
The only reason he was at that house was...
Because he chose to be.
He pointed out, his eyes hard.
This isn't your fault, you hear me?
I let out a deep breath and looked up into his eyes. I hear ya, I answered softly.
Now finish eating so you can go to sleep,
he ordered. I picked up my soup and started eating again.
Miles. I walked down the hall, tapping the fingers of my good hand against the book cover. That crossing was different than usual. And bleeding from her ears? That was entirely new when it came to crossing souls. Lexi had just dropped. She'd never done that before. At least, not in front of us. It must be one of the symptoms that she said were getting worse. My tapping increased. At least I'd managed to hire more graduate students to do more research before we had to leave. Hopefully there would be some information waiting for us when we got back. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly as my heart burned in my chest. The signs had all been there. She'd been exhausted lately, frighteningly so. When was the last time anyone went with her to the cemetery? My stomach dropped. It had been months. God damn it. My body grew tense as I didn't move a muscle. How the hell could we be so careless? We all knew she was tired. Everyone knew she was running herself ragged. And we did nothing. I cursed myself and the others. We should have seen the signs. I should have seen the signs. My lungs were tight as it finally hit me. She was getting worse. I took a deep breath and tried to find a calm center in the chaos that erupted in my mind. Now that I had seen it with my own eyes, there was no way I could deny it. Maybe she just needed a break from the dead. She'd been wearing her beads again. She might just need to strengthen her barriers. Buy us time. Even I knew I was full of it. But I didn't want to be. I stared at the door and thought about the girl beyond it. Right now she was exhausted. She'd spent hours with that demon. She's been crossing the dead left and right. Isaac was possessed by a demon. Ethan was slowly falling apart. Zeke was going to lose his mind. And Asher seemed to be avoiding her. She didn't need me going in there and grilling her while I tried to find answers. It wouldn't be helpful. What would be? Sleep. Angel needed to sleep to get back to where she was okay. She needed to eat right, too. Okay, that we could do. And Zeke wouldn't question it too much right now. Zeke. Shit. I took another deep breath and let it out slowly. When he found out, it wouldn't be good. Stop it, Miles. You can't deal with the future. You can only work with what's in front of you. And right now, she needed to sleep. Having control of myself, I tucked my book in my sling, raised my good hand, and knocked on her door. Come in, Miles, Lexi called. I stepped inside and went still. Zeke was still sitting on the side of the bed in front of her. He took a plate from her and got to his feet. Get some sleep, he muttered, before turning and coming toward the door. I moved out of his way. Zeke didn't look at me as he left. Did he suspect something was wrong with her? He did see her drop in the courtyard. I'd have to find out later today. Worried, I turned back. My heart stopped. The pajamas I had picked out were... Damn. The shorts were... The top was... everything. She was showing a lot of skin as she scooted over to the left side of the bed. Thankfully, she didn't notice my stunned expression. Why did I get the shorts? She usually wore pants to bed. I couldn't find it in me to be sorry about her pajamas. Forcing myself to focus, I walked across the room to the right side of the bed and paused. Deep, bruise-like bags hung under her bloodshot eyes. She was even paler than normal. "What did you bring?" Lexi asked as she slipped under the blankets. I looked down at the book in my sling. My ears warmed. "Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy." I pulled the blankets back and carefully got into the bed, making sure not to touch her. Why was this so awkward? She slept in my room at home. I carefully pulled the sling off and set it on the nightstand. "Can't go wrong with Douglas Adams," she said with a small smile. I lay down and shifted to get comfortable. She moved to her side to face me. "Are you going to read to me?" I grinned a little. "If you like." She smiled and scooted close enough that I could feel her body heat. I focused on opening the book and started reading. Far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. I made my voice the one she seemed to like. I continued reading to her, noticing that she was only half asleep. I made my voice quieter. Her breathing grew deep and even. I kept reading just in case. I knew she was asleep when she shifted closer, her head moving to my shoulder, her legs slipping over mine as she pressed against my unbruised side. She moved her hand to my chest and left it there. The scent of rosemary filled my nose, coaxing me to relax. I closed the book, set it carefully on the nightstand with my glasses, and pulled the lamp's chain to dim the light to a soft glow. I held her against my chest and took a deep breath. What did she go through in that room? I ran my thumb over her palm and looked at her. If we couldn't find the answer, how much longer did we have with her? My eyes burned as I pressed my lips against her forehead and just felt her against me. Eventually, my eyelids grew heavy. I fell into a deep sleep with her touch and smell soothing me. Chapter 15. Friday, late afternoon. Zeke. What time was it? I checked my phone. 3:44 p.m. I took another drink of coffee. I was going to need to get some sleep soon, but I didn't want to. There would probably be nightmares. There always were when I hadn't slept for a few days. I leaned my head back and took a deep breath. I was just going to have to. The door to Isaac's room burst open. Ethan strode out, his face furious. I got to my feet as he walked by, muttering in Spanish under his breath. "Ethan!" He turned around and shot me a look. "No," he snapped. "I can't fucking sit in there anymore." His voice shook, his hands clenched into fists. "You have to," I growled. "You can't leave it alone to torture Isaac." "That's my brother," he shouted. "I know," I shot back. "And you need to get back in there and cover his ass." He let out a deep breath. "It won't shut up." He seemed to deflate. It used her voice. It told me how much he wanted to die. His eyes watered. "Fuck," I growled, guilt eating at me. Ethan's face was ragged, his eyes tortured. He'd been in there for hours. I couldn't make him go back inside. If he couldn't do it, he couldn't. "Go. Take a walk and come back," I told him. Ethan turned back to me. "What?" "Take a break," I said again. "He'll be okay for a few minutes." Ethan's face was dark, his eyes storming, as he walked away with his head down. I looked back at the door. Someone had to stay in there and distract it. Fuck. I walked into the small room. Andrew, that priest for the Templars, was doing the recording today. He looked up. I didn't bother to stop. I continued into the room with the demon. It grinned as I walked to the chair. "Zeke," he greeted me in his voice. Isaac didn't look good. His eyes were becoming sunken, his skin extremely pale. "Let's talk about that day."
Lexi. I woke up slowly, warm and comfortable. A heartbeat sounded under my ear. Wintergreen surrounded me along with strong, lean arms and a bulky cast. "Sorry, Nemo," I muttered into his undershirt. He chuckled softly.
"It's all right."
I lifted my head and opened my eyes to look up at him. I was lying on him again, my body between his knees, my arms around his neck.
"How'd you sleep?"
He practically whispered. "Good," I said. "You?" He grinned.
"Better than I have in a while."
"You must be a cuddler, too," I teased as I pulled my arms from around his neck. He lowered his leg and moved his arms so I could shift off him and back to the side of the bed. "What time is it?" Miles reached over to the nightstand, turned on the light. He picked up his phone to check.
"It's only 4. You still have 3 hours."
"Good." I got to my feet and went to the bags of clothes on the dresser. I wanted to check on Ethan and Isaac, then talk to Father Francis about the tattoos the Templars had. I grabbed some clothes and hurried to the bathroom. I quickly pulled on the blue jeans and a black boyfriend shirt. Whoever Miles got to pick out the bra was amazing because it fit perfectly. I rushed my morning routine and hurried back out. Miles was just getting out of bed when I was putting on my sandals.
"Why are you in such a rush?"
he asked, rubbing his eyes. "I want to check on the twins. Then I have some questions for Francis," I told him. He nodded. "What are your plans for the evening?" I asked.
"Sitting outside that room,"
he said, his voice still half asleep. "I'll meet you there," I offered as I got to my feet.
"How about I meet you in the cafeteria?"
he suggested.
"For breakfast or dinner, to get something to eat."
"Oh, yeah. Food. Yeah, you're probably right. I'll meet you there." He grinned at me as I closed the door behind me. First, Isaac. I hurried down the hallway. When I reached the door, I was surprised that Zeke wasn't there. Maybe he had finally gone off to get some sleep. I opened the door, stepped in, and my heart stopped. Hades was lying on Isaac again. Zeke was inside with the demon, and it was talking. Memories from yesterday surged through my mind as I rushed through the inner door. The demon stopped talking immediately. I didn't stop. Furious, I reached Zeke as he got to his feet, grabbed the neckline of his shirt, and dragged him out of the room. I slammed the outer door open and dragged him further into the hall. I turned back to him and let him go. "What the fuck?" I shouted. "It was talking to you." Zeke's face was hard and pale. His haunted eyes met mine.
"Yeah."
His voice was strained. "Why didn't you say something?" I couldn't seem to stop shouting.
"Miles and that priest told me not to,"
he snapped back.
"After it talked to me, they said I couldn't stay with Isaac."
His jaw clenched and unclenched.
"Not with my history."
I closed my eyes as my heart broke. Zeke had more trauma than I did. An extremely abusive father, finding his parents dead. That would just be a field trip for the demon. My eyes shot open. "Why the hell were you in there? Where's Ethan?" I demanded.
"He needed a break,"
he bit out between clenched teeth. "You should have woken me up," I snapped. His eyes narrowed on mine.
"Why? So you can be tortured even more?"
he growled.
"It's perfectly fine for you and Ethan to get torn apart, but not me."
My eyes burned as I looked up at him. "We don't have the shit you do." My voice came out raspy. My throat hurt and I didn't care. I kept yelling, "It isn't that bad."
"Bullshit,"
he shot back. He stepped closer until I had to look up at him.
His voice was hard as it grew quieter.
I know you, baby. When you came out of there yesterday, you were hurting. So don't give me that crap about how it didn't hurt. Don't fucking lie to me and tell me you walked out of there fine.
I can fucking take it, Zeke, I growled as I clenched my fists. That's Isaac. It can fucking talk all it wants, 'cause that's all it fucking is. Talk.
That is Isaac.
He shot at me.
One of my best friends since I was 4. His brother, another of my best friends, needed a fucking break because it was tearing him apart. So yeah, I went in and it tore into me for a while.
His eyes met mine.
That shit has taken a lot from me. I'm not going to let it take Isaac, too.
He strode past me. I wiped tears from my face. Are you okay? I didn't turn around to face him. Zeke hated it when I cried anyway, and I was still too angry.
I'll survive.
He snorted in disdain.
I always fucking do.
His footsteps faded as he walked away. I took a deep breath and wiped my face.
I seemed to have missed something.
Ethan's voice had me turning around. Zeke continued walking down the hall. Ethan's chocolate eyes ran over me as he stepped in front of me.
What happened?
Zeke went in, I said, my voice raspy. His face grew pale, his eyes wide.
What?
Zeke went in, I repeated. Apparently it fucking talked to him too, but Francis and Miles refused to let him sit with Isaac. Ethan's face grew dark.
Yeah, I can see why.
I met his eyes. How long were you gone?
30, maybe 40 minutes.
He swallowed hard.
It used Sophie's voice. I needed a break.
I nodded. Next time, send a Templar for me first. His eyes were shadowed as he looked down the hall at Zeke's retreating back.
You got it.
He turned back to me.
Now go get some tea. It sounds like you just fucked up your voice.
I nodded and walked down the hall, already knowing what was wrong with my voice. The therapist and the doctor had warned me, don't strain your voice until you're completely healed. I had a nagging feeling I had just fucked it up even more. I went upstairs and into the cafeteria. Thankfully, the cold cases usually had sandwiches for between meals. I grabbed one and made some hot tea. I ate my sandwich quickly, trying not to think of what that thing could have said to Zeke. I was sipping tea when Miles came in. He got a sandwich and coffee before he came and sat across from me. He eyed me as he sat down.
What's wrong?
Zeke sat with Isaac, I told him, my voice rougher than usual. His face grew white. I agree completely that Zeke shouldn't have sat with him. What I'm struggling with is that neither one of you told us that it spoke to him. I took another sip of tea. My hand trembled around the mug.
I didn't want to embarrass him,
he explained, his voice quiet. That's the second time in the last week one of you have hidden something important from me, I told him as I met his eyes. What the fuck? His gaze ran over my face.
Do you believe this is a good time for that conversation?
My eyes snapped to his as my heart dropped.
After all, we haven't told the others about your health situation.
His eyes were shadowed and refusing to leave mine, demanding an answer. Shit. He was right. I had no room to bitch. I was doing the exact same thing. I shook my head.
Sometimes we don't tell people things to protect the ones we love and end up hurting others in the process, he said patiently. I didn't want anyone to judge Zeke for not staying with the demon. But yes, perhaps we should have told everyone.
His calm voice struck me right in the heart. I finally realized how the guys felt all this time when I didn't tell them what was going on. And that was only twice. I'd done it so many times. Shit. I'm sorry, Miles. I shook my head. It's not fair for me to say that. His eyes found mine.
You have every right to be upset about this, just as they have the right to be upset about any important news being withheld.
I looked back down at my tea. He was right. I didn't even think about why Zeke would keep it a secret. I just yelled, "Fuck." He leaned forward.
Now, what happened to your voice?
I snorted. I was an idiot, I admitted. Zeke and I had a yelling match outside Isaac's room. His face grew somber.
So, you just damaged your voice even more?
My own fault. I never could shut up. I tried for a joke. It fell flat.
Well, try resting your voice for a few days. It might just be temporary,
he suggested. I nodded. The ache in my throat told me it wasn't, but I let him believe it. When I finished my tea, I went and found the church office. Father Francis was at the front desk talking to another young priest. When I walked in, he looked up.
"Ah, Lexi, how can I help you?"
"I have some questions for you, if that's all right," I asked. He smiled and waved me back to his office. His office was small and cluttered. He moved behind the desk and sat down. I took the chair across from it.
"What can I do for you?"
"Do you know where that help is for Isaac?" I asked.
"Yes, they called a couple hours ago. They're halfway and making good time. They should be here tomorrow,"
he said with a smile. Thank God. I took a breath before meeting his gaze again. "Now, the Templar's tattoos, you said they prevent possession?" He narrowed his eyes at me.
"Yes, they do, but they won't work on someone already possessed."
I wasn't asking for Isaac. I was asking for me. I swallowed hard as I began to explain. The most dangerous part of being a necromancer is getting jumped by the dead. I went on to explain what happened, the damage it caused. I even went so far as to explain the black dot on my brain. I told him everything.
"So, you would like the ward tattoo?"
he asked. I think so," I said. I would actually have a good chance of reaching 30 years old." He pressed his lips together before answering.
"The ward tattoo is an important step in a Templar's training. It's a commitment to the church and this world. I can't just give it to you."
My heart sank. Great. Thanks. I got to my feet and headed for the door.
"But if you worked for us, I could see that you received the wards,"
he offered. I turned around and eyed him. "What?"
"If you joined us after high school and went through training, then we could give you the ward tattoo,"
he said. He looked like a priest, but he sounded like a dick. I turned around and walked over to his desk. "Let me get this straight. In order for you to let me get this ward tattoo and ensure that I won't die before I turn 30, I have to join and work for you? Is that right?"
"Well, it's not that simple."
He tried.
"We're fighting a war against demons. We're working to keep other species in line."
"So you're bribing me with something that could save my life." I tilted my head to the side. "Is that correct, Father? Isn't that blackmail, or is it extortion?"
"Your skills would be extremely useful."
He tried again. "I bet," I bit out. "If a priest is pulling this type of shit, you must be desperate or an asshole. Which is it?" His face turned red.
"Well, I've always endeavored not to be an asshole."
"Would you keep chemo from a cancer patient?" I asked, trying to make him understand what he was doing. He swallowed hard.
"Sadly, if it meant the safety of thousands, yes."
I shook my head. "Work for the Templars? Seriously? I can't give you an answer right now." He gave me an understanding smile.
"That's understandable. If you decide you do want to, then we'll be here."
I turned and walked out of the office, fuming. That fucker. I headed back to the living quarters. Work for the Templars? I headed down the stairs to the basement. Yeah, I could probably do it, but that would mean giving up on tattooing. It would be trading my dream for a life. I turned into the hallway and headed for Isaac's room. Well,
It wasn't like I didn't have options. I fingered my beads. I sat down on the floor outside the door with Asher and Miles. I could wear my bracelets the rest of my life. That would have the same effect. But they could break. They almost did with Mary Summers. Hell, they had heated up in this hallway just yesterday. My mind ran in circles as I sat there in the hallway. It was a long couple of hours. Isaac looked like shit. It was almost as if he was disappearing before my eyes. Dr. Zimmer had put a catheter in, along with a nutrient IV. My poor Cookie Monster looked like death. Hades seemed to be keeping him warm at least. The dog wasn't on him anymore, but pressed along his side. It was around 2 a.m. when the fucking demon changed tactics. It started using my father's voice. I gritted my teeth and managed to keep from crying. Barely. It smiled that creepy smile.
"I've missed you, my love."
Clay Orden's voice came from his lips. I shuddered, unable to stop myself.
"Would you like to know what I was thinking that night?"
I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth as my stomach rolled. Memories broke through their door and swamped me. My pulse picked up.
"Touching you wasn't the only thing I was going to do,"
it taunted.
"You were my fiancé. You would have enjoyed it."
Rage tore through me. My eyes shot open as I met those cold, lifeless eyes. It grinned. A slash formed over the skin on his chest, and blood welled from the cut. My eyes snapped back to his. A smile formed on his face, as if he was wearing it like a cheap Halloween mask. Another cut, and another. That's it. I reached out with my will before I even thought about it. I drove that gold ribbon into Isaac's chest and followed it down. I landed in the dark again, still raging. I threw up a light and went looking for Isaac.
"You're not going to save him,"
the demon hissed from the dark.
"He's mine."
"Go fuck yourself," I growled as I kept going. I finally found him where I had left him, standing in the clearing between pillars, gasping for breath, his arms up defensively, his eyes frantically searching the dark. Blood trickled down his chest. I ran through the pillars of stone. "Cookie Monster?" He spun, his eyes finding me. It was like a blow to my heart. He was thin, his muscles wasted away to almost nothing. His amber eyes were dull. His blue hair had patchy bald spots. My eyes burned as he dropped to the sand. I slid to my knees in front of him.
"Red?"
He breathed, his eyes wide, his entire body shaking.
"Tell me that's you."
"It's me," I whispered, my throat tight. He leaned against me. Tears fell down my face as I held him in my arms. "Hold on, please. Help is coming." His body shuddered against me.
"I don't know if I can. You all left me."
I sniffed. "We're with you, Isaac. You haven't been alone since I last saw you." I ran my fingers over his cheek. "Ethan sits with you. I sit with you. Everyone is here."
"I can't hear you guys,"
he muttered.
"Hades. I hear Hades."
"We're here," I told him. "We're not going anywhere." I rested my forehead against his as tears continued to fall.
"When you're gone, it's cold, dark,"
he whispered. Tears fell from his eyes.
"All I hear is her voice, talking, always talking."
"You didn't kill her. You didn't smother her," I told him. "It was a car wreck. You aren't God." I closed my eyes as my own tears fell on his face. "Please, stay and fight with us."
"Trying. I'm so tired."
"I know, but help is almost here," I reminded him. "Help should be here tomorrow."
"Really?"
He opened his eyes and met mine. I nodded, my throat tight. "Yeah. Help is coming, I swear."
"How did a piece of shit like me find you?"
he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I met his eyes again. "You're not shit.
I don't love shit. I sniffed again. So please hold on for me, for Ethan. Please, don't leave us, please. His eyes met mine.
I lied to you,
he whispered. What? When? I asked gently. What was he talking about?
The night at the farmer's market, I lied. I hate myself, Lexi,
he admitted.
for letting her die. I hate me for it. I can't even look in the fucking mirror anymore.
He shook his head.
It's why I do those stunts. I want to get hurt. I want the pain. I deserve it and worse.
She never blamed you, I told him. His gaze went to the dirt.
I know,
he admitted. His eyes met mine.
I pushed you. I called you.
That wasn't you, Isaac. That was the demon out there. I wiped the tears from his face. That's when I realized something was wrong. You'd never say that to me or push me. I was too wrapped up in my own crap to see it. He shook his head.
I should have tried to talk to you sooner.
I swallowed hard. I lied to you, too. His shadowed eyes met mine.
About what?
I got news from the doctor, I said quietly. He lifted his hand and took mine.
Lexi?
I'm wearing out. I'm crossing 30 souls a day, sometimes even more, I told him. His eyes narrowed on mine. I'm getting nosebleeds for no reason. I can't ever seem to get enough sleep. My barriers are getting weaker. I'm even wearing my beads again.
When did this start?
He breathed. Over the last couple months, I admitted. Since Davis jumped me, I just had a scan done. I got the results a few days ago.
What does that mean?
He asked. It means things are going to get worse, I said. I explained about the dot on the first scan and the size of the dot on the second, what was causing it and what my options were.
Red.
So, I fought back tears. You need to stick around. You need to get through this because they can't lose both of us.
They can't lose either of us. I'm trying, but you need to try too.
His voice was thin, tired. You are stronger than you know, I told him. You're my Isaac. You chase me, you pick me up, you even smack my ass. He chuckled softly. It was tired, but it was there.
I never thought I'd like that. I love getting even with you. I love how you make me laugh, how you always manage to get me to smile no matter how bad it is.
He grinned a little.
I love pranking you and watching you pull pranks on Zeke. It's always hilarious when you piss him off.
I am good at that. A little color came back into his cheeks. His eyes met mine. I kept talking to him, telling him what I loved about him, how he irritated me, how we couldn't lose him. The more I talked, the more color came back to his face, the more his eyes looked like his. I felt the first pull telling me I was about to go back. I helped him sit up again, threw up a bigger ball of light than before, and conjured more flares for him. I met his eyes again. I'm going to be yanked out, but I think I know how to do this now. I'll be back as soon as possible. You will not be alone. He nodded. He looked better than he had when I arrived. I was thankful as I was pulled back and thrown out. I opened my eyes to find the demon glaring at me. I looked it in the eye and wiped the blood from under my nose. You were saying, motherfucker? Its eyes narrowed at me as it started talking again, still in Clay's voice. I gritted my teeth and fought to stay there. I had promised him.
Asher. Ethan was asleep in the bed, his face pale and sweating. He was probably having a nightmare. I couldn't blame him. Hell, no one was sleeping well right now. Allie hadn't looked good either. I closed my eyes and rubbed my temple. Allie. What the hell was that thing saying to her? Ethan never said a word about it. That alone told me it was bad. I wanted nothing more than to talk to her, ask her how she was holding up. But I had to stay away from her. My chest grew tight. I took a slow, deep breath. God, why the hell was I worrying about Allie? I should be worrying about Isaac. He's the one wasting away in front of us. Disgusted at myself, I started rubbing the back of my neck. It was Isaac. I closed my eyes, remembering the day we lost Mom. I had told the others that Mom wasn't smiling much the night before, so Isaac had hurried over early in the morning to be there to make Mom laugh as soon as she woke up. Only that day, she didn't wake up. My eyes burned. I took slow, deep breaths. He had stood beside me as I checked her pulse, felt her cold skin, and found nothing. He even made the call to Mom's doctor to ask what to do while I went downstairs to tell Jessica. He called the others. He was there for me, for Jess, for all of us. And I couldn't even be bothered to notice that he was struggling. Guilt ate me alive as I ran around in circles in my mind.
Lexi. What felt like an eternity later, I walked out of that room. I barely stopped long enough to take the microphone and battery pack off and hand it to Craig. Craig's eyes ran over me, his gaze assessing.
Are you all right? That was brutal.
I scoffed. Yeah, nothing like listening to a detailed account of your stalker's plans for you if you never got away. I didn't know if it was true or not, but it didn't matter. It got the reaction the demon wanted. I had thrown up. Thankfully, there had been a trash can next to the bed.
I'm stationing a Templar in your room tonight,
he told me. I snorted. No fucking way.
Look, I was only listening to that shit and I had to take a fucking break.
He snapped.
I want someone in your room tonight.
One of the guys will be there, I told him, as I looked through the glass at Isaac and Hades. How's he holding up? Craig sighed.
He's struggling, but your dog seems to help somehow. Anyway, the team should arrive today.
And if they don't? My voice was just above a whisper.
Then our options are extremely limited,
Craig admitted.
Short of getting the demon to go after someone else, we can only keep his body alive.
I couldn't say anything. My heart was hurting too much. I just turned and walked out into the hallway. Everyone was waiting. Ethan's eyes grew wide as he looked at me.
What the fuck happened?
Zeke demanded. I saw Isaac again, I announced, as I met Ethan's eyes. He's struggling. Today, talk to him. He might be able to hear you.
You jumped into his center again?
Asher asked. I nodded. The fucker is on a roll today, so be warned. Ethan came closer and pulled me into a hug. I took a deep breath of spicy cologne and fought back tears. Not now. Not now. Ethan kissed my cheek.
Love you,
he whispered. Love you too, I muttered, before he stepped back and headed into the room of hell. I need to get some sleep. I started down the hall, not caring who was coming with me, or even if anyone was coming with me.
I've got her,
Zeke stated. I stopped walking and looked up at him. There were lines on his face, dark bags under his eyes, and his skin was pale. He looked how I felt, like shit.
Are you sure about that?
Miles asked in his careful way. Zeke didn't say a word. He just turned and started down the hallway. I fell in step beside him. When we reached the stairs, I remembered. The dead were waiting for me out in the courtyard. Cursing, I headed up the stairs with Zeke keeping pace. Today the courtyard was just as full as the day before. More so, in fact. At least this time the dead were in the center of the courtyard, while the Templars were to the sides. Both Father Francis and Father Andrew were there. I ignored them all as I moved out to the center. Same as yesterday. Pick 25, give me your worst off. I tried to raise my voice, but it didn't work. It only came out scratchy. Get a line, hold hands, and hold on. They did as I said, quickly and without a fuss.
No one bitched that it wasn't their turn. No one complained. It was a nice change. Once they lined up and held hands, I didn't waste time. I grabbed all of them and dropped.
Lexi, come on.
Zeke's voice was hard and rough.
Open your fucking eyes.
Oh, that voice wasn't good. I forced my eyes open. Zeke's harsh face came into focus. His ice blue eyes were narrowed on mine, his face pale. He was holding me against his chest, one hand keeping his hanky to my face. I'm okay, I muttered, as I weakly held the hanky to my face. He let go only to wipe his thumb down the side of my neck. He held up the blood-covered finger.
Bullshit,
he bit out. I didn't have the energy to argue.
Does she need to go to the med wing?
Francis asked. Zeke shot a glare at someone before he looked down at me again.
Can you be moved?
I nodded. His other arm moved under my knees. He lifted me off the grass and stood.
Get the door,
he barked. I rested my head on his shoulder as he carried me down to the hallway in the basement. Somehow he got my bedroom door opened and set me down on the side of the bed. He disappeared into the bathroom, then came back and squatted in front of me. One large, calloused hand held my chin and jaw as he carefully cleaned the blood from my neck and ears. By the time he was done, my nose had stopped bleeding. He handed me the washcloth to wash my face as he watched me closely. When I finished, he held my face again and checked my eyes.
What the hell was that, Lexi?
He growled. I patted his hand. I need a shower. His eyes began to glow as they held mine. He clenched and unclenched his jaw.
No, Miles warned me. Take a bath. I'll go get you some food.
He let go of me and all but slammed the door behind him. Shit. Zeke was suspicious, and once he thought something was wrong, he was like a dog with a bone, gnawing on it until he got the answer. Sighing, I got to my feet, went to the dresser where I pulled out underwear and my pajamas from the night before. After starting the water, I set my clothes down on the closed toilet lid. I caught my reflection. My skin was white as snow. My eyes were bloodshot, and the bags under my eyes looked like bruises. Dried blood was here and there on my face. Great. Now I looked like the dead. When the tub was full enough, I slid into the water and tried to think. Isaac might die. Everything inside me shook. We couldn't lose him. I lowered myself into the water to wash away the tears and dried blood. I sat up and I tried to stop crying, but once I started, I couldn't. I took deep breaths as I tried to get control. What were our options? Get the demon's name? Help arrives? Or the demon goes after someone else? My head grew quiet. In Isaac's center, I could reach the demon. Isaac was getting weaker. I stopped crying. There was a solution if they didn't make it in time for Isaac. I was going to die anyway. Might as well die for a good reason. At the very least, it would buy us time. I couldn't let him die. Peace filled me as my decision was made. I wasn't going to let Isaac die. With that decided, a numbness washed through me. It was actually a relief. There was a knock on the bathroom door.
Lexi, you okay?
Zeke's voice helped pull me back. Yeah, I'll be out in a minute. I quickly washed up. I got out, dried off, and pulled on my pajamas. I was still combing the knots out of my hair when I stepped out of the bathroom. Zeke was plugging in his phone at the desk in his usual pajamas, a pair of black mesh shorts and a sleeveless black shirt. He looked up, his eyes running over my face. Whatever he saw he didn't like, because he started frowning. I made a point to sit down on the edge of the bed with my back to him. Another sandwich, chips, and a bottle of water waited for me on the nightstand. I was getting tired of sandwiches, but I kept missing meal times in the cafeteria. It was this or nothing. After I was done brushing my hair, I pulled it into a messy braid before picking up the sandwich.
I sat back against the headboard, and I tried to eat past the knot in my chest. I only managed half the sandwich. I put the rest back in the wrapper and set it on the nightstand. It had used Clay's voice, and Dad's. I couldn't even get upset about it. Yeah, it was sick, but demons lie. They twist. They manipulate. That wasn't Orden, and it sure as hell wasn't my dad.
What happened in the courtyard?
Zeke asked, getting my attention. His voice an odd mix of gruff and gentle. Well, gentle for him. I bit the corner of my bottom lip and shook my head. He didn't need to know. Not now. But he wasn't going to take that for an answer. He moved to stand near the bathroom door so he wasn't looming over me.
Lexi.
I met his eyes. Not now. His eyes narrowed on mine. His jaw clenched.
Tell me.
Wanting to just get away from the conversation, I got to my feet. Not now. Zeke stepped as close as he could without towering over me, his face hard, his eyes boiling.
What the fuck is going on?
This wasn't the place or the time to have this talk. I turned to walk away.
Lexi.
His low voice shook around the edges. It stopped me in my tracks. Don't ask, I whispered as I turned back, my eyes burning. His eyes grew wide, his face pale. No, Zeke, my voice cracked.
Not you too.
He ran his hand through his hair roughly before turning away from me and bracing his hands on the dresser. He took deep, shaking breaths. His massive frame shook. Wiping my face, I walked back to him and rested my hand on his arm.
Don't tell me,
he begged in a whisper.
Just don't.
He looked down at me, his eyes lost. He pushed away from the dresser, turned away from me to go back to the bed and drop onto the side. He buried his face in his hands as he continued to tremble. My heart breaking, I went to him and stepped between his knees, forcing him to drop his hands and look up at me. The agony in his eyes made it hard to breathe. I held his face in my hands and kissed his forehead. His arms wrapped around me, crushing me to him. I slipped my arms around his head and hugged him tight. He rested his forehead against me, over my heart as he took deep, shaking breaths. It took a while, but eventually we both got control over ourselves again. He pulled back, his hands dropping before finding the backs of my thighs. My body warmed as his calloused fingers stroked my skin. Deeply shadowed eyes met mine.
You need to get some sleep,
he told me, as one of his hands dropped from me and one moved to my hip.
Come on.
I stepped out from beneath his knees and began to climb into bed. Are you sure you want to stay? I asked, my voice raspy.
I'm not going anywhere,
he told me, as he covered me with the blankets. He straightened and wiped his face as he moved around the bed to the side. He climbed in on the other side of the bed. He seemed to take up the entire thing. He turned the light on to the lowest setting as I curled up on my side and watched as he shifted to get comfortable. His eyes met mine in the dim light. His gaze ran over my face as if he were memorizing it. He reached over and held my face in his large hand. His thumb moved over my cheek, wiping my tear tracks away.
Come here,
he breathed. I slid closer and closer until I was using his arm as a pillow. When I hesitated to move closer, his fingers stroked my shoulder.
I need to hear you breathing,
he admitted in a whisper. I moved closer until a breath separated us. My hands rested on his chest. Engine grease and leather surrounded me, making me relax. He moved his arm around me. He hesitated before slowly resting the heavy weight on me. His warm hand spread over the back of my ribs.
Do you feel pinned down?
He asked, his voice full of warmth. Nope, it's you. I rested my forehead against his chest and breathed in the scent that was uniquely Zeke. Safe. You make me feel safe. Lips touched the top of my head.
Night, baby.
Night, tough guy. Chapter 16. Saturday evening. I woke up slowly from a deep sleep. The smell of engine grease and leather surrounded me. Oh, what? I opened my eyes carefully. His face was buried in the hair at the top of my head. His breathing was still deep and even. Zeke? I woke up a little more and realized how carefully he was holding me to him. My knee was over his hip, his thick leg between my thighs, flush against me. One arm was still under my head, while the other was wrapped around me. My cami had ridden up my ribs. His forearm was around my back, holding me to him. His fingers were spread wide, as if to take in as much skin on my ribs as he could. I smiled. It felt good. Really good. One of my arms was up around his neck. The other was around his waist, under the back of his shirt. I closed my eyes as my fingers ran over the hard lines of his back. My fingers found a thick, raised line. I stopped, then ran over it again. Scar tissue? My fingers moved up his back and found a thick, deep round scar, almost the size of the tip of my finger. My heart ached as I found another long, thick scar not far from it. Did his dad do this to him? I slipped my fingers back down to the smooth skin of his lower back. I moved my other hand to the back of his neck and absently began massaging lightly. I floated there, content to simply be held by him. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His fingers moved over my back, sending warmth through me. His body stiffened against me. He pulled his head back so he could look down at me.
I didn't try to hurt you?
He asked, his voice still thick with sleep. I pulled my hand from his lower back and ran my fingertips over his chin. No, you didn't, I whispered. He dropped his head back to the pillow and relaxed into the bed. Then his arms pulled me harder against him, his face buried into my hair. I relaxed against him and enjoyed his touch. Eventually his grip eased, allowing me to breathe a bit easier. One arm stayed around me. The other hand ran down my arm, over my ribs to rest on my hip.
How'd you sleep?
Those sky-blue eyes ran over my face. No nightmares. I gave him a small smile. How about you? His lips twitched.
Better than I have in a long time.
Good, I whispered, as I became very aware of where his thigh was and where it pressed. Tough guy? Your leg... He cursed. He pulled away, carefully moving his thigh from between mine.
Sorry, you kept scooting down. I didn't want to trigger you in your sleep.
I pulled my leg off his hip and scooted to give him more room. He rolled over and turned the light on to its normal setting. I rolled onto my back and stretched with a small groan. Cold air brushed across my stomach. Looking down, I realized my cami was bunched up around my ribs. I pulled the hem down quickly and moved to sit on my side of the bed. I ran my hands over my face before getting up and going to the dresser to find something to wear today.
I'll come back to take you to breakfast,
Zeke told me. Okay, I said, not really paying attention. I grabbed a new bra and clothes and hurried into the bathroom. I quickly pulled on jeans and a slouchy hunter green shirt after running through my morning routine. By the time Zeke was knocking on my door, I was slipping my sandals on. I stepped out into the hall and started moving. My mind was already on Isaac when Zeke grabbed my arm.
Food first,
he ordered as he steered me to the stairs. But what about Isaac? I asked. Those people were supposed to show today.
Eat first,
he repeated. He didn't ease his grip until we reached the cafeteria. Asher and Miles's faces were dark when we reached Isaac's door. My heart dropped. What happened? I asked. Miles came over to me and met my eyes.
He's worse, he said gently. Dr. Zimmer has him on a heart monitor and oxygen now.
My lungs grew tight. Did those people show up yet? Miles shook his head. My eyes burned as I ran my hand down my face. Fuck. I took a shaky breath and tried to keep it together. I had to. Then they should be here soon, I offered, trying to stay positive. Get Francis to call them again. Miles nodded. His eyes were dark as they met mine.
Lexi, we need to understand that he might not make it.
No, I growled, my heart hammering. We are not losing Isaac. I stepped around him and walked through the door into the smaller room. Craig was already there. I didn't need his help to put on the microphone today as I fastened it, then met his eyes. If I suddenly look like I'm sleeping, don't worry about it, but don't let me leave without splashing me with holy water. It was the only warning I gave before walking into Isaac's room. My eyes immediately went to the bed and the machines. Isaac's body looked wilted, as if he was empty. The demon grinned between hard breaths. Hades was staring at Isaac again. Ethan looked like shit. His eyes were red, his face pale. He looked dejected. I squeezed his shoulder. I've got him, Ethan. He just nodded, got to his feet, and headed for the door. I picked up the chair and moved it closer before I sat down next to the bed.
Oh, getting cocky, are we?
He taunted. I met his eyes and said nothing. He cackled. His heart rate was a steady beat in the room.
I was waiting for you,
he said.
You out of all of them. It would hit you the most to watch him die.
Isaac isn't going anywhere, I growled. He laughed, then coughed and gasped for air. The beeping continued. Tonight, he didn't taunt me. Tonight, he just watched me and smiled. The beep of the heart monitor became loud in the room. I started tapping my foot to the beat. Help was going to be here any minute. I started talking to Isaac, hoping he'd hear me. I started with gossip, then moved on to fairy tales. They'd be coming through that door any minute. My throat hurt. My voice began cracking. Any minute. We sat there for I don't know how long, before he smiled a big smile. The beeping skipped a beat. My stomach knotted. I kept the rhythm with my foot. The monitor was slowing.
Enjoy watching him die,
it told me, before closing his eyes. Isaac's body became covered in ribbons of blood. No. I reached out with my will and drove that gold ribbon into his chest. I followed it down, and my inside shook. I landed in the dark and threw a light into the air. Isaac! I screamed as I started to run. My heart was pounding in my ears when a scream shot through the dark. I changed direction and followed the sound. I wasn't going to lose him. We weren't going to lose him. I broke into the outcropping. Isaac was lying in the dirt, a large shadow creature standing over him. I threw a fireball. It hit. The demon roared as it was forced back off of Isaac. I threw another and another, shoving the fucker back into the trees. I lit a ring of fire around us and threw my light into the air. It screeched as it retreated.
You won't be here long,
it hissed. I rushed to Isaac. His body was a network of slashes and blood. I dropped to my knees and brushed the hair from his face. Hold on, Cookie Monster. His eyes met mine. They were dark and so empty it made me catch my breath.
Is it even worth it?
He rasped. What? I asked gently, my fingers cleaning the blood from his face.
Life.
My heart shattered. You haven't lived your life, Isaac, I told him. You've been in the shadows so long that you've forgotten the good things. Ethan, your mom, your friends. He shook his head.
You'd all be better off without me anyway,
he mumbled. No, we wouldn't. Losing you would break us, I whispered, tears filling my eyes. We're all here, with you, fighting for you, I said. But even I could see he was tired. He was bone and tendon now, his hair almost gone. His cheekbones stood out on his face in harsh contrast. He was so tired. He really didn't have anything left. This was it. Resolve filled my heart. I held his face and forced him to look at me. I love you, and I'm not about to lose you to this fucker. I'm sorry. I kissed him before getting to my feet and running into the tree line.
Lexi?
Isaac called out to me. I ignored him and went hunting. I ran through the stone outcroppings, over the desert ridges, looking for the darkest parts and heading for them. It began to rain. The clay turned to mud. The rain plastered my clothes to me. Lightning flashed somewhere off in the distance. You want a soul? Come on, fresh meat, I shouted as I ran further into the darkness. Chilling laughter came from every direction, reverberating off the rocks. I conjured a small light, just enough to see by, as I stepped into a large, flat clearing. It finally came out of a dark cave, tall and long-limbed with a grotesque face and pointed ears, and I wanted its blood. It stalked towards me slowly, a frightening grin on its face.
Oh, so the necro wants to play.
It licked its lips.
I wonder how your soul will taste.
I gave him my not pleasant grin and dead eyes. You might eat it, but I'll make damn sure you choke on it, I growled as I dropped my barriers. Energy rolled through me, brushing every part of my mind. Limes surrounded me as I focused that energy into my hands. Let's dance, motherfucker. I conjured gold light around my fists, a heartbeat before I ran at it. It cackled and ran to meet me. A moment before we would have hit, I kicked out one leg and slid under the demon, the light around my hands changing to a pair of short swords as I slid in the mud. I struck as it missed me, slicing the blades along the inner thighs of the demon. It roared. I kept sliding until I dug a foot into the mud, hard, my momentum popping me back up to my feet. I turned back to the creature as he snarled and swiped at me. I blocked with one blade, dissolved the other, and blasted the fucker back with fire. It screeched, the scent of burnt hair filling the clearing. It didn't stop. I pushed after it, throwing fire, lightning, everything I had at it. As the fight went on, my focus broke. My blade disappeared as I went to block. There wasn't enough time to move. I ducked one claw only for the other to catch my ribs. I hissed and tried to back up as blood ran down my side. It wouldn't let me. It bore down on me. I dodged and struggled to focus enough to make a weapon. I was hit again and again, each blow more painful than the last. A surprise kick from his clawed foot sent me flying. I dropped in the mud and slid several feet as I tried to relearn how to breathe. Its large foot pressed down on my chest, keeping me pinned in the mud. Weary, I lay limp under its clawed foot. I tried to focus as the jaws came closer, but pain racked me as it continued pressing me into the ground. This was it. I was done. I was so tired of hurting, so tired of being exhausted.
Too bad,
it taunted. Its jaws opened. Wouldn't you rather possess a necro than an ordinary human? I pointed out as he pressed down even more, making it harder to breathe. It paused. Think of the damage you could do with my body.
Is that an offer?
It eyed me. I was going to die anyway. Might as well do it for a good reason. If you leave Isaac alone, I muttered as raindrops landed on my face. Its eyes glowed.
Deal,
it hissed. One of the talons on its foot lifted and then drove through my shoulder. I cried out as the talon dug into the mud under me. I gasped as pain flooded every nerve of my body. Its face moved closer. Smoke moved over its skin and ran into my body through the talon. That boiling, tar-like goo ran through my mind as smoke moved through me, spreading along my veins, infecting me. I shook as it seemed like blades were dragging through my veins. That blackness drew closer to my center. Everything grew darker. Sorry, Isaac. That ice-cold black surrounded my center. My vision faded. Everything slowed. Images of my life flashed before me. As if a movie was on fast forward, I saw it all again, felt it all again. Dad, Rory, the guys, my true self. No, this wasn't me. I wasn't done yet. Half conscious, I blasted that fucker off me. It flew across the clearing and slammed into the rock face. Pain racked me as I somersaulted backwards to my knees, but I didn't care. I wasn't done. I wanted my life, no matter how little I had left. Adrenaline surged through me, pushing the pain back as I got to my feet. I was still bleeding, still tired, still outmatched, but I wasn't done fighting. I wasn't going to die here. My will burned strong and solid in my chest.
"We had a deal,"
it hissed as it got to its feet again. I smirked. If you want a necro body, you're gonna have to earn it. I pulled energy into my hands again, forming a long blade. I brought it up. It charged. I ran to meet it. It swiped. I dropped to my knee and swung. My blade sliced through its leg as I slid through the mud. I scrambled to my feet and brought the blade up just in time to block. It wasn't long before my adrenaline was gone. I was gasping, my arms shaking, the pain coming back. Its face twisted. It reached for me again, and I dodged, only for its other claw to get me. Fire burned up my back as I was knocked across the clearing. I slid across the clearing, face down through the mud. I struggled to breathe without whimpering as I stopped. Gritting my teeth, I tried to push myself to my feet. My arms gave out, dropping me back into the mud. Fuck! I managed to move to my side to watch the demon stalk toward me. Shit. Before it could reach me, a bolt of lime green light blasted the demon away from me. I scrambled back out of reach before I turned. Isaac strode into the clearing, still bleeding but no longer looking near death.
"You don't touch Red,"
he growled, his body tense as green light moved around him. I pulled myself out of the way as much as I could. The demon turned to bolt. I threw up a barrier of gold light that circled the area, blocking him from escape. "Oh, you're not going anywhere, motherfucker!" I had nothing left to help Isaac, but I could stop the fucker from running. Isaac grinned a heartbeat before he went after it. I'd seen Isaac fight in the ring, but this was a totally new and different Isaac I was seeing. This one was relentless and patient. Isaac landed blow after blow with the light covering him. The demon howled and snarled. It tried to hit Isaac, but Isaac simply wasn't there anymore.
"You cut them off. You kept throwing the past in my face. You lied,"
Isaac shouted as he landed strikes against the demon. He lasted longer than I did, but eventually the demon got through to him. He dropped to his hands and knees. Blood poured from slashes across his chest. The demon cackled before coming towards me. Isaac crawled to me, placing himself between me and the demon. "Isaac, don't." I tried to move around him, but his arm kept me where I was. The demon towered over us.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered. An explosion of light ripped through the sky. I closed my eyes against it. The demon screeched and burst into flame. When my eyes adjusted, it looked like day. The faint scent of lime and flowers drifted on the breeze. The sky turned blue. The mud turned to grass. A swath of desert turned to ocean. The transformation was breathtaking. Isaac turned around and started to look at my injuries. He pulled up my bloody shirt and cursed. 3 long gashes ran from the back of my hip up to the front of my ribs, along with other smaller gashes. But I didn't care. Isaac was alive. My eyes burned as I examined every inch of his face. The shadows were gone. His cheeks were filled out again. His wounds were disappearing. Tears poured out of me. He pulled me against him and hugged me tight.
"You're fucking crazy,"
he snapped. "Just figuring that out?" I countered dryly, ignoring the blood and pain. He smiled as he pulled back to look down at me. His chocolate eyes glowed with light, making them an amber that was distinctly Isaac. But I wasn't done. No more blaming yourself. No more stupid risks. This wasn't up for negotiation. I wasn't going to put up with this shit anymore. His smile faded.
I've been doing it so long. His eyes met mine. I can't tell the difference between a challenge and a stupid risk anymore.
I reached up and held his face. Then ask. Ask me. Ask one of the guys until you can tell the difference again. Trust us. His eyes grew shadowed again. I knew exactly what he was thinking. She did not blame you, I growled. She wanted you to be happy, and if that doesn't convince you that it wasn't your fault, I don't know what will. His eyes were filling when he nodded. He lifted my upper body off the ground.
What happens now?
I smiled. You wake up and heal. I kept my voice soft.
How?
He still sounded lost. I think you have to want to live again. You have to want to come back. I swallowed hard, and I can't help you with that. His eyes ran over my face.
Yeah, you can.
Before I could blink, his lips were on mine, one of his hands holding my face as he kissed me gently. Light burst through me as I kissed him back. I was jerked from him and thrown out. I woke up, struggling to breathe through the pain. My clothes were soaked with blood, and it wasn't getting any better. I took deep breaths as I slowly turned to Isaac. He still didn't look great, but he wasn't bleeding anymore. In fact, there were only scars remaining.
That was impressive,
a woman's gentle voice announced. I tore my eyes from Isaac to look at the woman standing over him. Her dark chestnut hair was back in a braid. Cognac eyes watched me from a stunning oval face. Her frame wasn't large, but she had to be taller than me by a few inches. Her rather pregnant belly pushed against the fabric of her white sundress as she scratched Hades' ears.
You two put up quite a fight, she said, her voice impressed. But you almost got yourselves killed.
Who the hell are you? I snapped, my hands going to my side to try and stop the bleeding. It wasn't working. Pain continued to roll over me. Her eyes ran over me, growing concerned.
I'm Evelyn. I'm the backup you've been waiting on.
Chapter 17. Huh? Before I could answer, the door slammed open, making me jump. Pain had me doubling over as a tall, white-haired man in an immaculate suit came in. His elfin features were furious as he strode straight to the woman.
You are supposed to be sitting,
he growled as he snapped open the chair he carried and put it behind her. She sighed before she let him help her sit down.
That was the agreement for coming.
It sounded like this wasn't the first time they'd had this conversation. She rolled her eyes before looking up at him.
Addie, this is Lexi,
she said patiently, before she turned to me.
Lexi, this is my husband, Atticus.
His gold eyes snapped to me and ran over me, assessing.
You're the one working on the veil, and you're bleeding.
My jaw all but dropped. How do you...
Zahor sent us,
she explained quickly before she turned to Atticus.
I need to heal her wounds, or she's going to bleed out.
Atticus growled.
Stay here.
He strode toward me. My heart slammed. Who the fuck was this? Don't touch me, I growled. Atticus ignored me. He grabbed the folding chair I was sitting on and lifted it with me still in it. What the fuck? A new wave of pain washed over me, dotting my vision with black. He carefully set me down in front of Evelyn. I whimpered in pain.
Atticus, she chided.
I didn't touch her,
he replied. She smiled at me as she lifted the hem of my shirt so she could see my slashed ribs and bruises.
I'm sorry. We're still training him in how to interact with humans.
I'm almost 500. I believe I know how to interact with humans,
he countered. Her brow drew down as she examined the slashes up the side of my thigh.
You'd think.
She set her hand on my stomach and closed her eyes. I was confused as my wounds grew hot. I looked down in time to watch the skin close. Long scars took their place. Holy shit, I stated. I pulled my neckline down my shoulder. A large puncture wound scar sat under my collarbone. "You'll scar, but they might fade in time. I also took care of that concussion. You had some pressure that needed to be relieved," she said as she opened her eyes and dropped her hand. "We'll have a doctor look at Isaac, but he should be fine in a few hours. Physically, at least. Emotionally, he's going to struggle for some time." She winced and rubbed the side of her stomach.
"Evelyn."
Atticus's voice tried to sound firm, but it came out warm.
"You need some sleep. You're still on bed rest. Walking down here was ridiculous."
She looked up at him. "It's not my fault you started to talk with the Templars and got distracted from the entire reason we came here."
"Eve,"
he bit out, clearly exasperated. I walked from the door to the bed. She answered with a smile. "Ranulph carried me the rest of the way down here." He closed his eyes and sighed.
"The three of you are going to be the death of me."
The door to the room opened. A muscled giant in black leather with long, dark blonde hair poked his head in.
"The lass's friends are getting restless,"
he announced in a deep voice with a thick Scottish accent. Evelyn turned back to me. "We'll be here for a few days checking up on everything. Just ask one of the Templars to find me and we'll talk later." I just nodded, too stunned to say anything. Evelyn moved to get to her feet. Atticus gave her his hands and helped pull her up. She grumbled under her breath. "All your fault, silly pregnant body." Atticus just looked down at her with warm eyes. She shot him a look before turning to me. "We'll let your friends come in and see Isaac. I'm sure they're worried sick."
"All right, Evelyn. Time to go,"
Atticus announced. She turned around and looked up at him. The back of her dress was low enough to show two large, thick scars that ran down from her shoulder blades and disappeared into her dress. "What the—" "All right, Addie," she said, her voice softening.
"That's not going to work this time,"
Atticus warned. She giggled as he bent down and swept her up into his arms. He began carrying her toward the door and the large blonde man. "Of course it will," Evelyn teased, the smile clear in her voice. "Can we stop by the cafeteria? I'm dying for some pickles and ice cream." Atticus sighed.
"You need some rest."
As Atticus carried her through the door, Evelyn looked up at the blonde man who was holding the door open.
"Ranulph?"
The blonde man chuckled.
"Aye, I'll get you your pickles and ice cream."
He followed them out of the room.
"What flavor this time?" "I'm getting the damn pickles and ice cream. I just want you in bed first,"
Atticus growled. Evelyn and Ranulph were laughing as the door closed behind. The steady sound of the heart monitor filled my ears as I turned back to watch Isaac. The blood on him was dry, the cuts scarred over. I got to my feet and moved to the bed. Isaac looked like himself again. I reached over and held his hand. It was warm. Isaac was going to be okay. Hades moved off Isaac and lay against his side. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. I was crying when the guys came in with Dr. Zimmer. His gaze went straight to me and assessed. I shook my head. Understanding I was fine, he went straight to Isaac. Ethan saw me crying first.
"They said he was fine."
I wiped my face quickly as everyone ran in. "He is," I sniffed. Everyone surrounded the bed while Dr. Zimmer examined Isaac.
"Then why the hell are you crying?"
Zeke snapped. I wiped my face again. "Happy crying. The demon is dead. Isaac is going to be okay." Deep, relieved sighs went around the room, at least until Zeke noticed the blood.
"Why the fuck are you both covered in blood?"
he demanded at the top of his lungs as he came around the bed. I looked up at his furious face and started laughing. "It's a long story. He was so going to kill us."
Asher. Allie's room was quiet. Well, except for Zeke snoring from the chair in the corner. When Dr. Zimmer had decided to move Isaac to a more comfortable room, we agreed immediately to send him to Allie's. Then none of us left. Isaac was pale and out cold in the middle of Allie's bed, lying on his side. His arms held her to him, as if she was his security blanket. Allie was on his left, while Ethan lay on the right with his back against his brother's. Hades was curled up at the end of the bed. The dog had refused to leave Isaac's side. Dr. Zimmer had suggested that everyone be sedated for a good, long, dreamless sleep. Well, except me and Miles. I caught Miles's eye in the dim room and tilted my head to the door. He nodded and got to his feet. We silently left the room and headed upstairs to the cafeteria. I grabbed an orange juice while Miles poured coffee. We sat down at the closest table. We had our choice. The damn cafeteria was empty this time of night. "Coffee?" I asked. "Yes, I need to do some thinking," he admitted. "Yeah," I muttered. "A lot has happened. Did you see those scars?" "Isaac's? Yes. Lexi's." He met my eyes. "I saw her leg." I shook my head. A demon cut them up. Where do we even start trying to understand this? "How about with questions?" a woman's voice asked. We both turned to watch a tall woman with red streaks in her blonde hair come over with the giant man from earlier. "I'm Astrid." Her eyes ran over us. "And you boys are friends of that poor kid and the necro, right?" "Yeah." I didn't know what else to say. She smiled, grabbed a soda, and sat down next to the tall blonde. She turned towards us. "So, what do you know? Or want to know?" I met Miles's gaze, both of us stunned. We'd been trying to get info out of the Templars, but they hadn't been willing to explain much. "First," Miles turned back to them, "what else exists out there?" She smirked. The man behind her started laughing. "Tell him, goddess." "Goddess? What?" "Well, I'm a werewolf. My mate, Ranulph here, is a gargoyle, the same as Evelyn, Atticus, and Falk." She set her soda down and started listing off on her fingers. "Okay, here's the big groups that exist. Vampires, shapeshifters like werewolves, witches, demons, angels, and pretty much another few thousand species of creatures that have lived in secret for thousands of years." Stunned, all I could do was stare. She chuckled. "Okay, too fast." She opened her soda and took a drink. "Look, what you need to take away from this is that demons are real. They are extremely powerful and not to be messed with by humans unless they are properly trained." She took another drink. Ranulph nodded. "Aye, what that last did took guts, and it worked, but—" "It was stupid," Astrid stated. "They're both lucky to be alive, and from what Evie told me, it was damn close." I shared a look with Miles. Miles turned back to them. "What did she do?" he asked carefully. Her eyebrows went up as she slowly put down the soda can. She turned to Ranulph. "It seems she didn't share." "Aye, it does," Ranulph chuckled. "You said it. You clean it up." He got to his feet and headed into the kitchen. Astrid sighed. "Evie explained it like this. Your friend Lexi, she went into Isaac's center." She eyed us. "Do you know what that is?" "Yes, we know about a person's center," Miles said carefully. "Okay, that'll save time," she explained. "Your friend Isaac was dying. His center was being filled with the demon. It was wiping him out. She jumped in to help fight off the demon. They both took heavy injuries. Luckily, Evie was there to heal them both, so they just walked away with scars." "And with that lass's injuries, it was obvious what she'd been doing." Ranulph came back in with a couple beer bottles and handed her one before sitting down beside her again, facing the outside of the table. I shared another look with Miles. He didn't have a clue either. "What do you mean? What had she been doing?" Miles asked. Ranulph went still. Astrid smirked at Ranulph. "That one's on you." "Shite," he muttered as he set down his beer before looking at us. "That puncture on her shoulder? Evie told us it meant Lexi started making a deal with the demon. Probably trading herself for your friend." My stomach dropped. No, she wouldn't. Shit, I knew damn well that she would do that. I started to rub the tension out of my neck and tried to stay calm. "Let's put that to the side for now. What can we do to help her deal with these things?" Miles asked. Astrid gave him an understanding smile. "You can't." She said it like it was obvious. "You can't see these creatures, and even if one was standing in front of you, you wouldn't be able to tell it wasn't human." "Shit," I muttered. We had almost lost them both, and I propped my elbows on the table and rubbed my face. How are we going to be able to help her if we can't? I dropped my hand and looked at Miles. His eyes were unfocused on the table, a wrinkle in between his eyebrows. His eyes refocused before he turned back to Astrid. "Astrid, Ranulph, you obviously know more than we do. Is there a way to keep the dead from attacking Lexi, or to let us help her?" Ranulph was suddenly smirking at Miles. He eyed Miles with approval. "Smart lad." Astrid grinned. "There could be."
Chapter 18. Sunday. I woke up slowly. Arms were wrapped around me tightly. The scent of limes filled my lungs, relaxing me even more. I reached down and ran my hand over Isaac's arm around my waist. His face was buried against the back of my neck, his breathing deep and even. I smiled. Isaac was okay. I was tempted to just stay there all day, but I couldn't. Evelyn was here, and I had questions I needed answers to. Carefully, I slipped Isaac's arm from around me and moved out of bed. The lamp was on low near Zeke, who was still out cold. Asher was spread out on the floor. Miles was sleeping deeply in another chair, with his arm resting in its sling. Hades was stretched out at the end of the bed. I shook my head and moved quietly through the room to the dresser. I pulled out some clothes, snuck into the bathroom, and closed the door behind me, hoping not to wake anyone up. I cleaned the blood off me and got dressed. When I peeked out the bathroom door, everyone was still asleep. Hades had moved to Isaac's side and didn't look like he'd be moving any time soon. I loved my baby. I put my dirty clothes away and snuck across the room, amazed that no one woke up. I slipped out of the bedroom. I asked the first Templar I saw on the stairs where Evelyn was. She used her radio to find out she was in the flower garden. I thanked her and hurried outside, following her directions. Evelyn was sitting on a stone bench next to the rose bushes with a leggy brunette who looked like she should be on a runway. I hesitated at the archway. If she was busy. Evelyn turned towards me and smiled. "Come on over, Lexi. We're just having a gripe session." The brunette sent a welcoming smile. I headed over. The brunette got prettier as I got closer. "We have a bitch session every few days. We can pick it up later. Lexi, this is Rena. She's a human telepath and a friend of mine." Evelyn introduced us. "Nice to meet you," I said. "Same." She took a sip of the ginger ale in her hand. "I know you must have questions," Evelyn said politely. "That's one of the reasons we're still here. Zahur said you were getting to the point you'd need some answers, and he doesn't have the expertise that you need." "Yeah. Wait, what? He?" I asked, not sure I heard her correctly as I sat down on the bench across from them. "Zahur's a guy?" Rena chuckled. Evelyn sighed. "Let me guess. He appeared to you looking like you?" "Yeah, I actually thought Zahur was a girl or something," I admitted. This was so strange. "That's Zahur. He'll take the most efficient path every time." She shook her head. "All right, let's see. Where to start?" "How about with I'm not human?" Rena offered as she picked up a saltine from the pack between them and carefully took a small bite out of the corner. Evelyn nodded. "That's a good starting point." She turned to me. I'm a member of a guardian race of gargoyles. We've protected humans from supernatural predators, as well as kept those species in line for, thousands of years. My eyebrows shot up. Guardians? Serena had mentioned something. Wait, are you the ones who made a deal with the Witches' Council? Evelyn grinned with approval. Yes, we are. Though our role has changed in the last year. But that's another story. So you've met the Witches' Council? I scoffed. I met a witch who said she'd help me figure things out, but hasn't. Her eyes narrowed, her lips pressed together. Really, she sighed. We'll come back to that. But first, I'll be happy to clear up anything that's confusing you. Only 1,000 things confused me, but I couldn't seem to remember them at the moment. Isaac, how'd the demon get in? We were only in that house for 30 minutes tops. Her eyes grew soft. When I help someone the way I did with Isaac, I tend to get a feel for their personality. Her hand started rubbing her stomach gently. Isaac is self-destructive. It's like he's hated himself for years. When you do that, it creates a weakness in your natural barriers. He's torn himself down enough to create it. Demons use that weakness to slip in. I chewed the corner of my lip. There was one thing I wanted to ask. You healed us both. I watched those cuts heal right in front of me. Can you heal something else? She gave me a small smile. You mean the lesion of dead tissue in your brain? I'm sorry. I couldn't help but notice when I was working on your wounds. I let out the breath I was holding. Yeah. Can you heal that? Her face was soft when she shook her head. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm able to heal almost anything. I can repair a shattered spine, work down scar tissue, even heal brain injuries. But what I'm working with has to be alive. I can't bring dead tissue back to life. I sighed. It figured. I knew there was no point in hoping. Can you get Francis to give me the Templar tattoos to keep it from growing? I half expected a no. She sat up straighter. Her eyes narrowed on mine. He refused? I nodded. He said they are sacred, and if I wanted them, then I had to work for the Templars. Pardon? She said, her voice hard. He said that? I nodded. Uh-oh, Rena chimed with a grin. Evelyn muttered under her breath. Atticus will bring him here in a few minutes, she said cryptically, before meeting my eyes again. Now, what happened to your voice? I noticed some damage to your throat. I explained the abduction and attack to her, glossing over some of the details. Her eyes were watering by the time I was done. Sorry, hormones. I cry at the drop of a hat these days. She wiped under her eyes carefully. Rena pulled tissues out of her jeans and handed them to her. Evelyn dabbed her eyes. I'm sorry to say I can't fix your voice. If I had been there before the nerves died off from the damage, then I could have fixed it. But that's something I can't heal. I wish I could fix it. And when you can raise the dead, don't even think about trying it on your vocal cords. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. I shrugged. Wait, she just said... And she didn't sound judgmental. She was matter of fact. But I can protect your vocal cords so there won't be further damage, she offered. Though... What? Anything she could do I'd be thrilled with. Though your voice will probably stay as it is now, she explained. It just won't get worse. I'll take it, I told her. I just wanted to stop having to watch my volume level all the time. I'm a shouter. I shout. She leaned forward and held my throat in her hands as she closed her eyes. My throat grew warm, just like my injuries had earlier. It wasn't long before she opened her eyes and let go. That should do it. Try it out. I swallowed hard. Testing. For the first time since January, I didn't have to use a slight force to make my voice work. My throat felt fine. It was fucking amazing. Thank God. That was annoying as hell. They chuckled. Questions finally started coming to me. There's this one thing that happened in April. I was in class when a bunch of souls found me. I swallowed hard. I did something. I sent out a blast of light that shoved them out of the room. They both stared at me. Did any of the other humans see it? Evelyn asked quietly. No, just me. I took a breath. I also blew every bulb in the room and fried the backup generator. Evelyn started to rub the locket around her neck. That's interesting. She met my eyes. Like I said, when I heal people, I tend to get more information than I'd like. You do seem to have more ability than I would have expected. What did I do? I asked, scared of the answer. It could be that your connection with the veil is having a few side effects, Evelyn began. No one has had this much interaction with it before, but necromancers don't normally have that kind of ability, not to that degree. The fact that you do, it can only be because of your connection. That didn't sound good. What you did, I believe, was use your own energy to throw the souls out of the room. Most necromancers have it to some degree, but what you're describing is a level I've never heard of. You need to be careful with that. As a necromancer, any energy you use comes from you. If you overdo it... Shit. I rubbed my eyes with one hand. Let me guess. It can cause damage. It'll kill you, Rena said directly. I sighed. Figured. So I'm screwed no matter what. Not quite, Evelyn said with a gentle smile. There was something I had to know. You said when you raise the dead. Yes. Someone has told you that you will eventually, right? She cringed awkwardly. Yeah, that's not it, I said. It's that you said it without being rude. Understanding filled her eyes. Oh, let me guess. The witches are being snotty about your abilities. Yeah, snotty to downright hostile, I admitted. She shook her head. That's just nonsense. You see, you're a magic user, but you didn't get a choice in your abilities, so that makes you a different breed of magic user, so to speak. Most witches have worked a long time to get their skills, Rena began. You'll reach their level and surpass them very quickly, probably before you're 25 years old. I raised an eyebrow. Is that why they kill us off? Because we're stronger than them? I suddenly had their undivided attention. What do you mean, kill you off? Rena asked, her brow drawn. I turned to Evelyn. That's what Serena said. Once a necromancer raises the dead, they usually have to be dealt with. Evelyn grew still, her face serious. There are specific circumstances set for the execution of a necromancer, and not one of them includes raising the dead for the first time. She shook her head. I wish I knew more about necromancy, but I know the laws, and that is... She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The church office opened. Atticus walked out, closely followed by Father Francis. Evelyn shook her head. One thing at a time. We will have a longer discussion about this subject. Atticus came straight to us and stood beside Evelyn. Francis stopped next to my bench.
Evelyn, it's wonderful to have you.
You denied her the ward tattoos? Evelyn snapped as she looked up at him, her eyes burning. Is that correct? Atticus's lips lifted into a slight grin. Francis frowned.
I offered her a job.
And if she didn't take it? She demanded. I almost felt guilty. Almost.
The word tattoos are sacred,
Francis said.
They can't just be handed out.
Oh, sacred my foot, she snapped as she began to get to her feet. They're spells tattooed into the skin. Atticus set his hand on her shoulder. She stopped trying to get to her feet. Francis straightened his shoulders.
That may be, but her skills would be beneficial to the Templars.
Evelyn scowled at Francis. Atticus's face was hard as he handed Evelyn the notepad he was carrying. He pulled a pen from the inside breast pocket of his suit jacket and passed it to her. Evelyn took it while shaking her head. "So you're trying to take advantage of her," Evelyn stated clearly as she began drawing something.
"Respectfully, it's none of your concern anymore,"
Francis stated. Evelyn huffed, clearly angry at his response.
"The Templars still work for us, or have you found other funding?"
Atticus demanded, his voice hard and dark.
"Blackmailing a teenager with something that could save her life is despicable, especially when that same teenager is risking her life to save this world."
"The world?" I asked, stunned. Atticus closed his eyes and let out a long sigh.
"What do you mean?"
Francis asked, clearly as confused as I was. Evelyn answered as she continued to draw. "Lexi here is the only way to cross the dead at the moment. If that energy kept building, well, the barriers would have been destroyed." She looked up and sent a look at the priest. "Heaven and hell would pour into this world, and we all know we don't want that." My head swam. Heaven? Hell? Barriers? "What the fuck?" I said. Atticus raised an eyebrow and turned to me.
"You didn't know?"
I gaped at him. "That I was saving the world? No?" I snapped sarcastically. His eyebrow dropped.
"I need to have a word with Zahur,"
he muttered to himself.
"And this girl, this teenager, is doing this alone?"
Francis asked, shocked. "Yes, she is," Evelyn stated as she clicked the pen shut. "Which is why I'm angry that you wouldn't give her the ward tattoos." The priest smiled.
"Then all the more reason to have her working with us."
The look Evelyn shot him would have made me back up. "I'd stop talking, Francis," Rena told him. Evelyn turned to me and handed me the drawing. "Lexi, take that to the Templar's tattoo artist. Tell him to use the same ink as the ward tattoos and have this written down your spine. It's similar to the ward spell, and it will work the same way. Only you'll have control of it. It'll strengthen your barriers to the point nothing can touch you unless you lower them, which will stop any further brain damage." The world came to a screeching halt. "It will?" "Yes. This is tailored to you, so you can continue to cross the dead without hurting yourself. Once the veil issue is dealt with, we'll talk about a better one," Evelyn said. I was speechless, but no one seemed to notice.
"And you will give her the shop address,"
Atticus ordered.
"Of course,"
Francis said, his voice quiet. Evelyn sighed. "And now I need a nap." Rena chuckled. "Go take a nap. I'm going to raid the kitchen." She picked up her ginger ale and crackers. Atticus helped Evelyn to her feet. "We'll have a longer talk soon," Evelyn assured me. "I also want to peek at that dog of yours when he decides it's safe to leave your friend's side." Atticus picked her up and carried her back inside. Rena followed. Francis went back to the office, leaving me in silence. I looked down at the paper in my trembling hand. Fuck. The enormity of what that piece of paper meant. I had to sit down. I was sitting down. I took deep breaths. Tears filled my eyes as I looked at the design. I swallowed hard as tears fell down my face. I could live past 30. I took deep breaths as relief destroyed any control I had and left me shaking. I could have a life. I could get married if I wanted. I had a chance to grow old for the first time in my life. I had the chance for a real life. I wasn't going to die. I pulled out my phone and called home.
"How's Isaac?"
Rory answered his phone. I smiled, tears still streaming down my face. "Fine.
He's fine.
What's wrong?
Rory demanded. I swallowed hard. There are some people here that know a lot of magic and stuff. One of them, I was struggling just to form the words. This woman, Evelyn, she gave me a design for a ward. Rory, I took a breath. It'll stop me from getting jumped. Silence met my ear.
Are you sure?
He asked, his voice hopeful. Yeah, she killed the fucking demon inside Isaac, so yeah, she's probably sure. I wiped my face.
Holy shit!
His voice was thick. He took several deep breaths. There's just one catch, I admitted. I have to have it tattooed on.
I don't give a fuck. Get it today,
Rory all but shouted. I smiled and wiped my face as a fresh wave of tears fell down my face.
I mean it. I want that on you now.
That feeling of being loved washed over me. Okay, I'll get it before I come home. My voice was quiet and thick.
Good.
He let out a deep shaking breath.
Love you, kid.
My throat grew tight. Love you too. I hung up and wiped my face again.
Allie?
Asher's voice had me looking up. He stood at the end of the bench, his ocean eyes worried. I had to tell them. It was time. I took a breath and tried again. There's something I need to tell you guys. 30 minutes later, everyone was sitting in Asher's room, which was the closest to mine. We had left a Templar to watch over Isaac in my bedroom. I had just finished telling them everything about the spot on my brain, the problems I had been having, and what the ward would do. The room was silent as a cemetery. Zeke was oddly still, while the others started asking questions.
Why didn't you tell us?
Ethan asked, his fingers twirling his silver rings. I tried, I admitted. At first, I didn't even believe it, but I tried several times and I just couldn't manage to... I stopped and wiped my face again. And then Isaac was possessed, and I couldn't tell anyone with that going on. I didn't want to add to it. Asher let out a hard scoff.
Fuck, Allie. You were dying and you didn't tell us.
He shook his head, clearly angry with me. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to say. Ethan turned to Miles and Zeke.
How the hell are you two so calm?
She told me the morning of Isaac's fight. Miles admitted.
And you fucking kept it to yourself?
Ethan shouted, his face turning red. He got to his feet, his eyes storming.
She told me in confidence,
Miles said calmly, his voice growing colder.
Should I have gone straight to everyone and given you the news? Would you want that the next time you confide in me?
Ethan cursed under his breath and walked away from us. Asher turned to Zeke.
Why are we more upset about this than you? You knew too?
Zeke's burning gaze moved to Asher.
Fuck you,
he bit out as Asher walked toward him.
You have no idea what's going on in my head.
You should be yelling your head off, Asher countered, his voice hard.
You fucking knew.
Zeke squared off with Asher.
I figured something was wrong after she kept dropping from crossing the dead.
He growled, getting in Asher's face.
Last night she hinted that it was bad. I just didn't want to know it was that bad.
My stomach nodded. This wasn't good. Knock it off, I snapped. The guys stopped glaring at each other and turned to me. I'm the one who didn't say anything. If you want to be pissed with someone, be pissed at me.
Believe me, I am.
Asher shot back. My heart ached, but I accepted it.
Why the hell didn't you tell the rest of us?
Ethan demanded. I turned to him. Because of Isaac. The room grew silent. With the way things were going, I had time. Isaac didn't. It was more important to take care of him. Asher moved away from Zeke and leaned against the wall.
You still should have told us sooner,
Zeke announced. I shot him a look. Oh, you mean when I hadn't even processed the news? I shook my head.
I couldn't tell you because I couldn't believe it myself."
"Everyone has a right to be upset about this,"
Miles announced, his voice patient.
"However, Lexi needed time before she could tell us. There's nothing wrong with that."
He looked around the room at the guys.
"Be angry if you're angry, but you can't blame her for taking some time to wrap her head around the situation." "Whatever."
Ethan dropped down on the bed. He looked tired already.
"However, there's something else you're not telling us,"
Miles announced. My eyes snapped to his.
"We heard from a woman named Astrid. She gave us some information. She's part of the team with Evelyn. I also had a talk with Craig."
Miles began. My heart slammed in my chest. "Oh, yeah? What did they say?" I asked, half afraid of the answer.
"Did you mean to trade yourself to the demon for Isaac?"
Miles asked calmly. The silence was deafening. I looked him in the eye and told the truth. "Yeah." Everyone but Miles cursed.
"What the fuck?"
Zeke snapped. My eyes shot to him. "Isaac was going to die in front of me," I snapped. "I was going to die anyway."
"That's not a good enough reason,"
Zeke growled. "Yes, it is," I shouted back, anger filling my chest. "What would you have done? 'Cause I'm damn sure you would have done the same fucking thing if you could." Zeke clenched his fists together.
"It's not the same."
"Yeah, it fucking is," I yelled. "Would you rather have lost 2 friends or just 1?
"Damn it, Lexi,"
he snarled. "It was my fucking choice," I stated simply. Isaac had nothing left. It's done. I bought enough time for help to get here. It's over. Miles straightened from the wall.
"Zeke, you misunderstood the reason I brought it up."
Zeke's head snapped around.
"It wasn't to yell at her."
He met Zeke's gaze.
"It was to thank her."
Stunned silence filled the room.
"She's right. I don't like admitting it, but she was right. We were going to lose Isaac, and her. I would have done the exact same thing, and so would you. So would Asher. So would Ethan. You can't blame her for making the same choice we would."
Zeke roughly ran his hand through his hair as he began pacing again.
"Fine."
Miles turned back to me.
"Is there anything else?"
"No." I raised an eyebrow. "How about you?" Miles sighed.
"The demon spoke to Zeke."
Asher's head whipped around.
With the nature of what the demon was saying, both Father Francis and I agreed that Zeke shouldn't sit with the demon. "That's fine. I just don't know why you kept it a secret,"
Ethan stated, crossing his arms.
"Look, we're all run down and exhausted. We've all made mistakes lately,"
Asher declared. My heart took a hit. Did he mean kissing me? But Asher wasn't done.
"Let's just let it go. Let's start fresh and work on our communication."
"Seconded," Miles announced.
"Third,"
Zeke grumbled. "Motion passed," I stated. Chapter 19. Tuesday. I was lying on my stomach as a needle pierced the skin over my spine. Because of the location, it was painful as hell. I focused on taking deep breaths and letting them out slowly. Trying to distract myself, I thought over the last 3 days since Isaac had almost died. Since the big conversation in Asher's room, everyone had finally started to relax. It helped when Isaac woke up and asked for food. Since then, Isaac had been mostly sleeping and eating. The poor guy had had little energy for anything else until this morning. When we filled him in on the ward tattoo and what it could do, he demanded we go to the tattoo shop immediately. The needle hit a more sensitive spot. I grunted but held still. The curtain opened, and Zeke came in, frowning. He really didn't like that I had a string bikini top on, or that the back was undone. Of course, it might also have been combined with the fact the artist was a man. He sat on a stool near my head.
"How are you doing?"
he asked. I smiled. Fine. It just hurts.
You need anything?
He asked, his voice gruff. Nope, I hissed, as the needle hit another sensitive spot.
I can't fucking watch this,
he growled as he got to his feet and left. I was snickering when Asher came in and took Zeke's place.
Zeke freaked?
Asher asked. I grinned. Zeke freaked. He chuckled.
The plane is being prepped now, so as soon as you're done, we'll head home.
Good. I want my house and my bed, I stated. Asher chuckled.
It's been a long few days,
he admitted. A long, hellish few days, I added.
Yeah.
He gestured to my back.
How much does that hurt? The spine is one of the most painful places to get a tattoo.
Mike, the tattoo artist, answered. So it hurts, I told him. Asher shook his head. Miles came to the doorway.
Asher.
Asher got to his feet and left the room. Miles took his place.
How are you?
He asked gently. I'm going to start charging every time someone asks, I teased. He grinned, his ears turning pink as his gaze went to my back.
How does it feel not having to worry about your barriers anymore?
Freeing, I smiled. I have a life. I have a future. I'm going to live long enough to enjoy student loan debt. Miles chuckled.
And you're happy about debt?
Yep, I said. I'm happy that I'll be alive to pay it back.
I'm glad you'll be around,
he said quietly. I'm sorry Asher and Ethan were mad at you, I said. They shouldn't have been.
They weren't really angry with me, he said. They were upset at the situation and didn't know what to do.
Still, I muttered.
It's all right.
His eyes met mine.
What's important is that you were going to tell us before everything went wrong with Isaac.
I gave him a smile.
Miles,
Ethan called from the door. Miles got out of the chair and headed back out the door. Ethan came in and took his place. What was going on? Are you guys playing musical chairs? I teased. Ethan chuckled as he moved closer and took my hand.
I know I didn't say this before, but thank you, Lexi,
he whispered. I squeezed his hand.
You saved his ass.
Evelyn saved both our asses, actually, I reminded him.
Yeah, but he would have been done for if you didn't go in after him,
he countered. His chocolate eyes were warm as they met mine.
Thank you.
No problem, I said softly. The needle hit another spot. I hissed and grunted. He squeezed my hand. Isaac moved into the doorway.
Ethan,
Isaac called. Ethan squeezed my hand, got up, and left the room. Okay, seriously, what is with the musical chairs? I asked again.
Nothing. Everyone is just antsy to get home,
Isaac said as he took my hand. Hades came in and put himself under my hand. Apparently, I existed to him again. Ever since the demon died, he'd stayed with Isaac and ignored me. What changed? I started scratching his ears.
That looks painful.
I smiled. Yeah, but worth it. He took a deep breath and met my eyes.
Hey, when we get home, I want to talk to you.
My heart hammered in my chest. Talk? Oh, God. Okay? My mouth went dry. I have something I need to do first, but after that... The needle hit a bad spot. I squeaked. Isaac leaned closer.
Squeeze my hand, Red.
I did. Isaac stayed with me until the artist was done. When the gun shut off, he let go of my hand and got up.
I'm going to tell the others you were done.
He hurried out the door. Seriously, what was going on? Hades stayed with me as Mike carefully cleaned my back and then handed me a mirror. I held the towel to my chest as I went to stand with my back to the mirror and used the hand mirror to see the tattoo. It was beautiful. Black and bronze, the scrolling Latin ran down my spine, starting just below my neck and ending almost on my butt. I smiled. No more getting jumped for this necromancer. I handed him the mirror and sat back down. He bandaged the tattoo all the way down my spine and gave me aftercare instructions before he left me to get dressed. I tied my suit top lightly and pulled on my cami. When I came out, no one was in the waiting area. Okay. I went to the front desk to ask where the guys were, but no one was there. Figuring they would be back in a few minutes, I sat down to wait with Hades and picked up a magazine. The writing was oddly blurry. I moved it further away until I could see it better. Weird. A curtain leading to one of the tattoo rooms opened, and Isaac came out into the waiting area. Before the curtain closed, I spotted Ethan in the chair getting a tattoo. What the... I got up and met Isaac halfway across the shop. What the hell is Ethan doing? I looked up and, for the first time, saw the tape on his neck. Isaac? His eyes met mine.
That chick, Evie, she gave us a design to give the tattoo artists here for us.
My mouth dropped. What? You got a tattoo? He grinned.
Yeah.
He turned and carefully pulled the bandage off the back of his neck. It was a symbol of some kind. I could figure that much out, but I had no clue what it meant. There were several parts to it, and the detail was intricate. I put the bandage back in place and walked around to meet his eyes. Your mom is going to kill you, I told him quietly. What does it do? He swallowed hard.
2 things. Protection from demon possession.
Okay, that I could get behind. He continued reluctantly.
And to give the sight.
Huh? What? I think I heard you wrong. The sight? He smirked down at me.
Yeah, Red. We'll be able to see what you see now.
My chest warmed even as fear tore through me. We?
Yeah.
A curtain opened. Zeke walked out and spotted us. He came over as if nothing strange was happening. You guys gave yourselves the sight? I said again, just to be clear. They exchanged a look, then turned back to me.
Yeah,
Zeke said. A curtain to another room opened. Miles walked out, still pulling his shirt down. A patch of gauze riding low on his hip caught my eye. What? Why? Do you guys understand what you've done? I asked, as my chest grew tight. Do you have any idea what this is going to do to your lives? My voice was getting louder.
Our choice,
Zeke told me gruffly. I stared at them, stunned. As Miles joined us, Asher stepped out of another room.
I see you told her,
Asher said lightly. You're all insane, I stated. They chuckled as Asher reached us. The curtain to Ethan's room moved. Ethan came out with a bandage on the inside of his left wrist. His eyes found me.
So she knows already?
Ethan asked. Yeah, the guys answered in unison. You don't know what your lives... Why? I couldn't seem to manage an entire question.
It's the only way we can possibly help you,
Miles explained.
If we don't see what you do, then we're useless, and we don't want you dealing with this alone anymore.
I shook my head as tears filled my eyes. My voice was warm when I said, You fucking idiots.
Ethan. I looked out the window at the cloudless sky. The seats in Miles's plane were nice, but no one was ever comfortable on a plane. I turned away from the window. Well, Lexi was. She had curled up in the seat next to Isaac and passed out before we took off. Not 5 minutes later, Isaac fell asleep too. Hades had stretched out on the floor between them. I eyed my brother. He was still so exhausted. Isaac. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Lexi went into Isaac's center. I leaned my head back against the chair and cursed myself. If he remembered any of it and told Lexi, she might figure out that I lied about not remembering our kiss. Shit. My mind went back to that kiss in the veil, reminding me of the way she felt against me, the way her ass fit in my hands. I sighed. I never should have lied about our kiss. I should have just kissed her again. If I had, I wouldn't have been cursing myself since Boulder. Lexi whimpered in her sleep. My eyes snapped open as I lifted my head to check on her. Her face twisted in pain. Before I could get up, Isaac reached over and found her hand while still asleep. Her face relaxed and she squeezed my brother's hand. I started twirling my rings. Even if I told her I remembered, there was still that stupid agreement with the others. No dating Lexi. I cursed under my breath as I looked away from her and out the window again. Why the hell had I agreed to that? I could raise the issue again, but if she didn't feel the same way, there was no point. I sighed wearily. I was tired. Tired of holding back with her. Tired of not touching her. Tired of not kissing her. I had to fucking tell her, or I'd never know.
Epilogue. I strode into Serena's store and slammed the door behind me. Serena looked up from the computer on the counter. She scowled at me. "What are you angry about now?" Serena snapped. I slammed the book down on the counter, hard. "Why the fuck didn't you answer the phone? Or call me back?" I shouted. Serena's eyes narrowed at me. "If you did your research, I'm sure you could find the answer to whatever question you have." "Did you even listen to my messages?" I snapped. She gave me a patient smile. "The first two. Then I stopped listening." I gave her a smile, and it wasn't my nice one. "Well, let me fill you in. My friend Isaac was possessed by a fucking demon." Her smile disappeared. "I just got back from Boulder. Francis says hi." I slid the book towards her. "I'm done. I'm done trying to learn from someone who isn't willing to teach me. I'm done trying to jump through your hoops. I'm done with you." I turned to walk out. Her voice stopped me. "You're a magic user, Lexi. You have to follow our policies." I turned on her. "Which are?" I snapped. I held my arms open, waiting. When she didn't answer, I dropped my arms. "If you won't tell me what they are, I don't have to follow shit." "Whether you know the laws or not, you still have to abide by them. We are the ultimate authority on this matter," Serena stated. I tilted my head at the blatant lie. "Oh, no, you're not. You see, in Boulder, I met an interesting group of gargoyles. Had a nice long chat with a female named Evelyn." Serena's face turned white. "Evelyn Dulka?" she asked, her voice almost cracking. "Yeah, mated to a white-haired guy with gold eyes," I told her cheerfully. Serena swallowed hard. "Anyway, she gave me some interesting information about the Witches' Council. Apparently, if I'm not actually a part of your group, then I don't answer to you. I answer to her. She'll also be looking into the necromancer deaths over the last 200 years. She swallowed hard. Lucky for her, Atticus is great at research. I turned and headed for the door again, slamming it behind me as I left. God, that felt good.
Asher. I tossed the baseball into the air and caught it as it came down. I was at Miles' house since Dad was still here. Almost a week. A new record for him. I threw the ball again and caught it. Allie. I stared up at the ceiling, remembering the way she slept on the flight home. She'd curled up and passed out almost immediately. She had been exhausted. Our kiss ran through my mind again. I closed my eyes and sighed. I couldn't do it. I finally admitted it to myself. I couldn't step back for Zeke. I had tried in Boulder, taking care of Ethan instead of her, but the entire time I was worrying about her. Well, worrying about everyone. I ran my hand over my face and let out a deep breath. Zeke. It looked like Zeke had slept in her room the other night. I didn't know for sure, but it looked like it. And if it was true, Zeke had to be crazy about her. I should step back. My heart ached. I was in love with her, and I didn't want to walk away from that. I sighed. I still had to step aside, didn't I? Zeke. I closed the front door and walked through the kitchen to open the back door for the dogs. Tank immediately jumped on me, his foot stabbing into my gut. "Tank, down!" I grunted. He dropped back down to all 4 feet before returning further into the house. I closed the door and headed back into the small dining room. I picked up my bag and walked back to my bedroom. Everything was the same as I had left it. Even my bed was still messy. Then again, it would be messy even if I'd made it. Tank and Keita loved to tear the blankets off. I dropped my bag and sat down on the side of the bed. Everything was the same. Except I had slept next to Lexi. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and brought up a picture of her. Her brown eyes were sparkling as she looked up at the camera with a smile. She was lying on her back in bed, smiling up at her phone as she took the selfie. My chest grew warm, my head quiet. It went okay. I didn't hurt her. I didn't even have a bad dream. There had just been sleep and peace. Holding her all night had been... I flipped to the next photo. Everyone had been at her house. The twins were doing dishes while Asher and Rory watched baseball. Miles had been at the table still doing homework. She had her chemistry book in her lap as she sat at the other end of the couch, her notebook sitting on the arm. Her hair was in a messy bun. Several long strands had already fallen out. Her sweater had fallen down her shoulder, showing her porcelain skin. She had been concentrating on something while chewing on the corner of her bottom lip. With her sweats and mismatched socks, she had looked too good for me to pass on taking a picture. It was still my favorite one. The others might like the ones Dylan had taken, but this one? This was Lexi. I grinned. Not 2 minutes later, she had been cursing as she slammed the textbook closed and dropped it on the floor. I had barely managed to hide my smile when I asked her what was wrong. It was math, again. Since Smile was busy writing an essay, I bent down, picked up the book, and asked her to show me what she had been trying to understand. She scooted closer, opened the book again, and showed me her notebook. I tried to explain the way it made sense to me, but it came out wrong. We both ended up getting frustrated and yelling at each other. Miles banned me from helping Lexi with homework after that. I haven't tried since. Lexi. I closed my eyes. She was amazing. She understood me, and I had woken up next to her without hurting her. I finally admitted it to myself. I was in love with her. I looked at her picture again. The real question was she ready to start anything? That shit with Orden messed her up, but she was doing a lot better. She only had 2 sessions left. Maybe it was time to talk to her about that kiss and what it meant. If she wasn't ready, then at least we'd know where we stood, and she'd know I'm not going anywhere. I ran my hand through my hair as anxiety tore through me. I had to try. Miles. I rolled over and tried to stop thinking, but it was no use. Zeke slept next to Lexi. He had feelings for her. There was no other explanation for it. I started tapping my fingers on my chest. Lexi would be good for Zeke. She understood him like no one else, and he'd love her completely. But so would I. I cursed as I rolled onto my back. Look at it logically. She's one of your best friends. You have an agreement with the others not to date her, and yet you still can't stop thinking about her. I cursed myself. It was too late for me already. The more I touched her, the closer I got to her, the more I wanted her. Making her smile, helping her fall asleep, all of it left me wanting more. Control, Miles, control. I took several deep breaths and tried to remember why I shouldn't call her and tell her how I felt. The agreement? She's my friend. Why did they all seem like excuses? Isaac. Lexi had been right. Ma was pissed. I watched the shadows dance across the ceiling. Grounded for 2 weeks. Of course, if we explained to Ma what had actually happened, she'd just be happy I was alive, tattoo or not. The skin on the back of my neck itched. Lexi had saved my ass. It felt like I was in the dark forever. The cold had seeped into my bones. I pushed the memory away and tried to find a happy one. Kissing Lexi. Well, Lexi kissing me. That cliff had disappeared when her lips touched mine. Everything had stopped. All that existed were her lips, her taste, the feel of her body against me. Damn, she had felt so good. I hadn't known she felt the same way about me as I did about her. I had hoped. Hell, I shouldn't have even hoped. I needed to talk to her tonight, but not on the phone. Ma's bedroom door was closed. I waited for an hour before getting off my bed and silently moving into the hall. Yeah, if I got caught, I was screwed. But as soon as Ma had seen my tattoo, I was screwed anyway. I tiptoed downstairs and got Ma's keys off the table by the door before I slipped out. It wasn't long until I was pulling up in front of Lexi's. It was only 11. She should be awake. Isaac, you up? It only took a minute before she answered. Red, yep. Isaac, go out front. Red, why? I smiled. Isaac, I want to talk to you. I got out of the car and walked toward the house. The door opened as I reached the grass. Her hair was down and everywhere as she came outside. She was wearing her usual cami, but this time she had shorts on. The new scars on her thighs shone in the light. She met me halfway across the lawn. What's wrong? She whispered. Are you okay? My heart raced at the worry in her eyes. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you, just not on the phone. She swallowed hard. What about? I snorted. You know what about. She pressed her lips together and fidgeted. You kissed me, Lexi, I told her. And I kissed you. I know, she said, her voice soft. Maybe we should pretend it never happened. The air was knocked out of me. Do you don't like me that way? She licked her lips. No, that's not it. I stepped closer until she had to tilt her head back to look up at me. Then what? Her eyes were wide as she answered, if it went bad, I could lose all of you. I smiled. It's not gonna go bad, Red. I ran my fingertips over her jaw. I'll do everything I can to make sure it doesn't. Her eyes had an edge of fear in them. You're not the only one who likes me. What? I breathed. It was like a hit to the gut. There's someone else who likes me, and I don't want anyone to get hurt, she said gently. Lexi, you've been my light for so long. I don't know what I'd do without you, I told her. I didn't care how stupid it sounded. She needed to know. Do you care about me? She swallowed hard. Yeah. Her voice was barely a whisper. Then that's all that matters, I said. Her eyes watered. Isaac, I don't want to hurt anyone. This could be a disaster. So, you what? I asked, not understanding what she was saying. You want me to pretend it never happened? I don't know, she admitted. I'm really confused right now. I reached up and held her cheek. Her skin was soft under my fingers. I can't do that, Lexi. Those emerald eyes met mine. I leaned down and brushed my lips against hers. I slipped my hands around her waist and pulled her against me. Her breathing hitched as my lips moved with hers. My hard-on pressed into her as her hands moved up my chest. Her lips parted. I took my chance and moved in. She met me stroke for stroke, setting the world on fire. A small, breathy moan came from her. Fuck, that sound. I held her tighter against me. Her hands balled in my shirt. I eased back, slowly, enjoying every touch, every brush of her lips. When I met her eyes, we were both breathing hard. Now, if you can tell me that didn't matter, I'll walk away, I promised her. Her eyes were full of tears as she looked down at my chest. I can't. Light burst through me. I cradled her face in my hands. I don't want to hurt anyone either. We can keep this a secret until you're sure. But I don't want to stop kissing you, and I'm not going to pretend I'm not in love with you. Her eyes grew wider. Her breathing hitched. I bent down and kissed her forehead. Then I backed up, dropping my hands from her. I left her standing in the grass under the stars. This concludes When Evil Comes to Play by B.L. Brunnemer, narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Koszewski. Copyright 2018 by B.L. Brunnemer. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with B.L. Brunnemer and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.